Hello, hello, my name is Adam Jabber and this is the Really Big Gear Guide. So this is our first go at doing a full video gear guide. We've done printed ones before, we've taken feedback from all kinds of people, and over the course of doing what we do at the Out of Collective, I think we decided that we wanted to make a functional video version of the traditional print gear guide. A little bit about me, I've been working in ski shops since I was born, basically. Like, I grew up in a ski shop, I grew up selling ski product, and then in 2014, 2015, something like that, started the Out of Bounds podcast, which consequently became the Out of Collective. The Out of Collective was really made so that I could talk about the gear that I wanted to talk about and not be restricted by shop stuff. But then obviously it got into gear talk with pros, with people from brands and memes and internet stuff and the whole thing that is the Out of Collective today. All that is to say, I've been doing this for a minute and we're really excited to share this project with you. Now, the Really Big Gear Guide is as it sounds. It's really big, it's really long. You're gonna look at this video and go, why is this thing so long and who is watching this entire thing? I don't think I'm expecting any of you to sit there and watch 6, 8, 10, 12 hours worth of gear content in one sitting. However, we've made it really easy to go through and scrub to the product that you wanna see. If you go to the bottom of your screen, just on the YouTube scrub bar, you'll be able to see the different chapters, the different segments, and quickly scrub to whatever you want. There will also be individual videos for all these products and all these brands coming into play later this season. Those will be released individually as we go on, but for now, this is the Really Big Gear Guide. This is the whole thing all in one. Now, I mentioned my own experience, but it is not just me that is talking about this product and has given product feedback and has tested this gear throughout last season. It is a whole bunch of people with experience and different backgrounds, different styles of skiing, different things that they like. We tried to make this thing so that it is as user-friendly as possible because unlike a lot of the other media outlets, we don't really care about saying, this one is the best, this one is the best. We care about telling you what each product is for, because I don't know how you ski, you don't know how I ski, I don't know how Elsa or Matt or X or any of these people ski in comparison to my own, and I don't know what they like. So, took all that feedback so that you can go and make a decision for yourself based on what we tell you. So you're not gonna hear, this is the best ski of the year, this is the #1 ski test rated, blah, blah, blah. It's not that. We're here to tell you the information that you need about each product so that you can make the best decision possible for your type of skiing. And that's the goal at the end of this thing, is to find out who it's for. So with all that said, we hope you enjoy this because this took a lot of time and a lot of effort from the entire team to make this thing happen. And who knows, we may not ever do this thing again. This may be a one and done type deal because it is a ton of work and it is hundreds of different products that we tested throughout the season. And next season, if we decide to do it, it'll probably be even more. So all that said, we hope you enjoy the Really Big Gear Guide. And to kick things off here, we have our ski segment. This is all of the skis that we tested for the last season. There's a ton of stuff in here, and obviously it can be very overwhelming. What we wanted to do is break it down in a way that you, the consumer, can understand what ski is made for what person. We don't really care about calling things the best, but what we do care about is telling you who each ski is for, and that's the most important thing at the end of the day. You're gonna hear a ton of feedback from a bunch of different people, and the key takeaway should always be, is this ski good for me? Is it gonna make my experience better? And am I gonna have a great day on snow? And that's really what we want. You will see some tech stuff show up on screen as well. Keep that stuff in mind. In the written reviews that come later, we'll have some more detailed tech breakdowns if you really want that stuff. But for the most part, these reviews are all based on who we feel each ski is best suited for. So without further ado, here are our selects for 2025, 2026. So this is the Forefront Devastator. This is a fun, playful, basically all mountain ski. It's 108 underfoot. It is a blast to ski on. I can't tell you how much fun I had on this thing. Like, this is a perfect ski to go out and ski soft, slushy bumps, or go hit big free ride lines. Like, this is just a ski that will hit so many different categories across the board for you if you are looking for a ski that is bigger than 100 underfoot. So for New Englanders, this is a ski that you're not bringing out all the time, but when you do bring it out, it's gonna be one of the most fun skis that you get on this year. Vulcanized rubber tip, that makes the ski feel very quiet, very damp, and very smooth in the front end of the ski. It does have a very interesting rocker profile, which eventually I'm sure we'll show you in some kind of photo, but it is just very surfy, very fun. Highly recommend for anybody looking for a playful freeride ski. I think this is a great option. And just to talk about Forefront for a second, I think that they're making some of the best all-mountain skis that I've seen this year. I think that they've really grown into what they are as a brand, and this ski is one of their best all-around options for anybody looking for a fun, playful freeride ski. Now, I wouldn't call it a park ski. It's not a true twin. It is definitely a ski that you're gonna be, you know, hitting all the side hits, going in through the park maybe a little bit, but realistically, it's just that surfy, big, all-mountain ski that you really wanna take out on that day when we get 6 to 10 inches or 4 to 10 inches. Even with like 3 inches on the ground, this is a blast to just surf through that nice fun top layer. It does carve pretty well, but I would say that is not the category that I'd be pushing people in. It's definitely not a carving ski, but if you're out west, I could see you having this as your daily driver if you really are into this type of ski. One of the things I'll mention on it as well, it being 108 underfoot, obviously it is towards the wider end of the ski that skis that people actually buy. The 116s, 120s, whatever, those are just too big for most of us mere mortals that don't have 20 pairs of skis for every different ski condition. I think if you're looking for that all-purpose powder ski, great choice for somebody that likes to have fun, go fast, and I gotta say, pretty dang good graphic on this thing too. So, Forefront Devastator. All right, so this is the Forefront MSP91. This has long been a favorite ski of mine. I truly enjoy this thing. This fits into the category with a lot of the other more popular skis on the market, like a NORDICA Enforcer, like a Blizzard Rustler, like a Head Core, except it's from a bit of a nichier brand, like a brand that doesn't necessarily, you wouldn't think of as like an all-mountain ski brand, but let me tell you, the way that this thing enters a turn and exits a turn is super, super efficient. Flat tail, so you can really lay that thing down when you're exiting your turn. Good amount of rocker in the tip profile, so as you're entering your turn, it feels like it's just gliding right in there like butter. I am always super impressed by this ski. I always have been since the first rendition that I tried 5 years ago. The Matt Sturbins Pro model is definitely one of the top options for me personally. If I was just unsure of what ski conditions were gonna be like, this would be a ski that I would have in my car at any given time. Highly recommend at 91 underfoot for anybody looking for that versatile kind of do everything ski. I said we weren't going to say versatile a lot, but here I am doing it right in the beginning of the guide. Awesome graphic, looks really good. This is a ski that I think an intermediate could get on and really enjoy, but an expert will find that it's not limiting. Some of those other skis that I mentioned may feel a little too powerful if you're lighter weight. This one does not feel that way. It also feels like it's a ski that you can get on all day long and not feel beat up at the end of it. And I think that that's a really important factor when it comes to skis that are made to be that do everything ski. Some of those skis with 2 full sheets of metal that are really aggressive feeling, feel like they beat you up by 2 p.m. and you're like not ready to continue going. But on this thing, I feel like this is a ski I could ski every day of the season and feel like I brought the right tool for the job. Highly recommend the MSP91. We all had a blast skiing this thing, and I think you will too. All right, so this is the Forefront Switch. This is a camber underfoot, slight bit of rocker in the tip and tail, twin tip from Forefront. If you are looking for a great all-mountain twin, something that you can go into the park with and feel like it's a super solid option, but you can also just like ski all mountain with your friends, rip some big GS turns. This is a great option for anybody that's like unsure. Do I want to be a park skier? Do I want to be an all-mountain skier? Am I just like a play around and hit side hits kind of guy? This is a phenomenal option for any of you looking to do that. One thing I will say with this ski is I feel like it is extremely durable and well made, which with a lot of park skis in 2025, 2026, they talk about durability and longevity, but we definitely put this thing through the ringer a bit and it is still in phenomenal condition. Highly recommend to anybody looking for an all-mountain twin that they can go out, have a playful day and decide, oh, I want to be a park guy, I want to hit some rails, I want to hit some jumps, or I just want to go ski groomers with my parents or with my friends and just have a good day. The Switch is a great option. At 99 underfoot, this ski is super, super open to whatever you want to do. It's a great width for like the new school style park ski because it just sits right underneath that 100mm mark, but it is not too wide, not too narrow, so you don't feel like you're just stuck on a park and pipe ski the whole time. Great option for anybody looking for a fun, playful, but somewhat stiff all-mountain twin tip. This is the Fischer Nothing, and it is a prototype graphic for a ski that you're gonna see in the very near future, and I have to tell you, this is This is the Fischer Ranger series, and I want to be very clear before we start this thing. We are not reviewing this binding system in this particular review, and we are not reviewing this ball system that is on this one. We are just talking about the skis because these are our tried and true skis, the ones that we spend the most time on of any skis, I think. This is an awesome all-mountain ski, super playful, shaped TI through the midsection, so it is a sized correct amount of metal throughout the ski. Basically allows you to have the right amount of metal for the size that you are skiing, and in turn you feel a lot more comfortable with the size that you are selecting. You feel like you have the right amount of power without feeling like the ski is dragging you down. One thing I will say, 102 has been the most popular in years past. 96 is starting to gain a lot of steam as the go-to do-everything versatility ski. And I think that's just because the way that this thing skis makes you feel like you're just ready to rip short turns and really just opens the door up for whatever it is that you're going to be doing on any given day. Durability is the number one thing that I will talk about as well. It is the best in the industry. Like, Fischer stuff is built better than anybody else's skis in terms of construction, and I say that because we use these things as test mods for things like Shred Shocks bindings and whatever this ball bag thing is called, and so many other things, because we know we can keep mounting them, we can keep beating on them. We can go into like so many different durability factors that they build into their skis, but overall I'm just going to tell you, if you want a ski that's probably not going to break on you, buying a Fischer Ranger Series ski is a phenomenal choice. Lightweight, you'll see a lot of people doing hybrid setups on these skis. Realistically, shifts are very common. Marker do, cast systems, any of those types of bindings you will see typically mounted to a 96 or a 102. And that's because for a ski with metal in it at 1800-ish grams, it's really lightweight for a ski that has this much power. So it opens a lot of doors for a lot of people. Flex pattern is really consistent. You're going to feel a soft tip that gets gradually stiffer as you get through the middle of the ski and then softens out as you exit your turn. This again is just what I would consider the standard for an all-mountain ski for me, just because I know how it's sized, I'm really comfortable with it, and I use it as my baseline for a lot of comparisons on other models. I also think that it opens doors for a ton of different people to ski it because they're essentially the same, not essentially the same, they are the exact same for both the men's colorway and the women's colorway. And this is the one, like, I ski this one. I think the purple looks better. So you really just pick the color that you think fits your style the best. And there's nobody that can't ski these things. If you're a progressing beginner, low intermediate, you can get on one of these things and feel totally confident. If you're a ripping all mountain skier, totally confident on something like this. They use a lot of the same race technology that they have in their World Cup level skis in the Ranger series as well. And again, we just can't discount the durability factor here. It is very important. Like, we've mounted mountain bike suspension on one of these things and it still has held up and retained extremely well throughout 4 different mounts in very weird places outside of the normal mounting pattern. I wouldn't feel comfortable doing that on any other ski. So super solid option. If you want something that you know is just going to be good, that you can always find available, this is the Fischer Ranger series and comes highly recommended from pretty much everyone here at the Out of Collective. All right, so if you're looking for a carving option from the great people at Fischer Skis, this is your choice. They make a whole different slew of widths available for the Curv GT series. This is the 85, and this is my personal preference for ski. I think it skis better in the shorter length, so even if you're my size, I'm 6 foot, 215 pounds, this is the 175, and that's what I would probably recommend to you. It just feels like it's connected to the snow a lot better. It's very smooth feeling, and it actually feels like you can finish your turn consistently. Doesn't have that weird, like kind of jagged, twitchy feeling that a lot of skis in this width category tend to have. They did a really good job of making it torsionally stiff, but vertically soft enough so that you can actually bend the ski the way that you need to engage it into a turn. I will also say I think it's one of the better skis when it comes to versatility in that sub 90 width, because it has a really wide tip profile, and that allows you to float through some of that cruddier snow. Even in New England, where we talk about hard pack all the time, there's plenty of rainy, slushy, weird days where the snow is just completely inconsistent and varies a ton from the time you get on the hill to the time you get off the hill. This allows you to take one ski out and feel confident in all of those groomed conditions, and even in some of the ungroomed conditions. So I think the Curv is best suited for somebody maybe in that older age bracket that's looking for maybe a little bit more new school styled ski, but something that they still feel confident in going higher speeds on really icy or more aggressive groomed terrain. I will also mention this is just a good looking ski. I think it's a very simple ski. It's my favorite in the line graphically. The rest of them look a little too racy for me. I think they did something unique, something different. There's a great eco story that you can read about on their website as well. I just think that they did a really nice job making a ski that honestly not that many people are searching for, but if you are the right person for this type of product, it's a really great option. So when you're shopping for a new carving ski, consider the new Fischer Curv GT. All right, so this is the Fischer RC4 Noize, and I'm probably not the right person to tell you all about this ski. It's a race ski, it's very aggressive, it's got all the best World Cup technology, and it takes the feedback from the best athletes in the world and puts it into one ski. However, I think it would be a lot more appropriate if someone that was actually a World Cup athlete talked about this. So, without further ado, here's my friend and yours, Donnie Pelletier, and Stephen Nyman.
Hey, what's going on? It's Donnie Pelletier. I'm out here with Fischer Skis. They sent me out to test out the new RC4s, and I said, you know, sure, I'll come out and try them, but I'm gonna bring all my, my favorite RC4s from over the ages to have something to compare it to. So this is the flagship model. These are 225 centimeters. This is the blue steel. That's good for bump skiing. It says World Cup right on the sidewall. I don't know if you can see that, but what that means is it's kind of like a just free admission ticket to the World Cup. So if you roll up to the Staten Gate with these on at like the downhill, they'll just let you run it. These ones, these red ones, this is actually the color that Ferrari used when they, when they painted their F1 car. These ones here, these are yellow, and then this thing right here, I don't know really what's going on with it. It must be the new one. Pretty loud on the color, you know what I mean? And then she's got a lot of shape to it, a lot of parabolics-isms, and so I don't know, they might have messed up the jig on the table saw when they was cutting these. I guess I'll try them, but if it doesn't work, I'm gonna go back to tried and true. Look at this friggin' guy. I mean, he's a wicked sharp dresser, but he's scrubbing all the speed turning. Might as well point him downhill. Whatever, dude.
Jan, I'm telling you, we got the guy for the new ski. He's Maine's finest athlete.
999, we are sending in the stunt double. We sent him stunt double equipment last week.
All right, man, my job's on the line. Remember, stay in the front of your boots, bub.
It's a lot of pressure.
Front of your boots, bub.
Hey,
Hey,
what's your name?
Donnie, what's yours?
Steven.
What's your last name?
Nyman.
Nylon?
Nyman.
Oh, all right. I'm Donnie Pelletier.
Pelletier.
Yeah. I'll see you at the bottom.
You look good.
Thanks, you too. What's that?
Not much.
I like the way you're dressing.
You the same.
You could stand to turn a little less though.
It feels nice.
You in the fancy footwork with these bright skis on.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Shoot. All right, bud, well, good luck. I usually just like to run them straight. You get more runs that way.
You do, more laps.
Yeah.
I got more distance.
But you're losing miles per hour.
I don't like wind in my face.
You sharpen your edges?
My mom does.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You?
No. All right, nylon.
Bob.
Good meeting you.
Maybe you do need to sharpen those edges.
No, I like to, you know, just keep them safe like that.
You know what?
You're a good guy.
I think I made a new friend.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, I was worried there for a sec.
But you could still stand to lose a few turns. But you'll get there, you'll figure it out.
So whether you are skiing fast and loose like Donnie Pelletier or you're built like a Greek god like Steven Nyman, this is an excellent option when it comes to a beer league racing ski that you can absolutely park a turn on. Cue clip of Steven Nyman parking a turn on this thing because that was just art in its purest form. This is the RC4 Noize. All right, so I mentioned durability with the Vocal Revolt in that it was probably the second most durable twin tip on the market right now. Here is your most durable option in the Fischer Nightstick 97. First of all, the elephant in the room, it is pink, it looks great. It is a huge improvement from the black and blue thing that they did last year. I am very with this vibe here. This is a great, great ski. Now, if you're a park skier, you know Fischer, reliability, durability. You used to see them in all the competitions back in the day, and they've started to make their way back to the top of the podium again. We've got some great athletes that are pushing that envelope on a regular basis, but really why a lot of these people are on these skis is because you have double edge thickness, so twice the thickness of a regular edge, much more durable, and you get the Fischer construction that is so well known and loved. Like I said before, I warranty a ton of skis for people. I send in tons of submissions. I can't remember the last time I had to warranty a Fischer ski product. It is because this stuff is extremely well made and people just really, really care about it. These top sheets are very non-abrasive, so they don't get super beat up and super scratched up. Joe has a bunch of days on these particular ones and it still looks really, really new. Overall, this is definitely not the softest twin tip on the market. It's reasonably stiff, it's reasonably burly, but like I said, it is made to be a rail ski, a park ski, and it's something that, like, for those of us that aren't in the park all the time, I could get on this ski and just go skiing for the day and not think about what's on my feet, and for me, that's really, really important. I don't want to be nitpicking every little thing when I'm on a ski. I want to be out there having fun and just thinking about what the skiing is like. I don't want to have to worry about, is this too floppy for today? Is this too stiff? No, like, this is a great ski. So if you go out there and you want to ski with your family, cool. If you want to go into the park and be an athlete, you could do that too. If you want to just go and have a ball in the woods or in the powder or on the resort, really, really good option. As we look at the profile of this particular ski, you're going to notice that a lot of these look very, very similar. One of the things that I think they do really well at Fischer is they find a good way to be consistent with their tip profiles and their tail profiles. This allows you to really easily slide into a turn and really easily slide out. It does still have a really burly sidewall, so when you put this thing up on edge, you can still arc and park these things with the best of them, and overall a really, really impressive product. They do also have a few different mounting points, which is important to note. They have a center, a team recommended boot center, or just a regular recommended, which is set further back. The center, you're seeing some people mount it there, but the team recommended mounting point is actually where this ski was designed to ski. So if you mount this thing anywhere else, it's on you. If you don't like it, I would say mount this thing at Team, because that's how they built this flex pattern to work. I don't care if you're used to a regular, true symmetrical twin. Just trust me, for once in your life, this is a great place to mount your binding. It's just gonna make you have a better time. And on something like this, it's really hard to not have a good time. Overall, very impressed with what they did with the new Nightstick line. I'm excited to see how this thing keeps evolving. Let me know what you think of the brand new FISCHER Nightstick 97. Finally, there is a touring ski that actually skis and doesn't just tour, and it is the TransAlp 92 CTI. I have been super impressed with this thing over the last year and a half. We got the early intro in 2023, 2024, and now we've had a full season of these things under our belts. And let me tell you, in comparison to the old TransAlp, which was really beloved by ski tourers everywhere, it was lightweight, it was pretty torsionally stiff, but it wasn't vertically stiff, and it was just very inconsistent. It had that carbon brittle-like feeling to it. Now we have a hard charging touring ski, which seems like such a weird thing to say, but in 2026, we finally did it. We have a ski that can actually make a turn while being really lightweight for all those alpine adventures that you are doing. They added metal to it. Shocker. Okay, there are metal bands in this thing, and that allows it to give it some torsional rigidity. We also went to a wood core with those carbon stringers. Obviously, skis have been made like that since, I don't know, 2001. We're doing it in touring skis because we want to actually be able to ski. And I think so many of the touring skis that are out there are just completely unskiable on any terrain that isn't like mixed touring terrain, or like you really are just getting down in a safe manner. And I'm sure plenty of you have seen skimo athletes trying to make their way downhill. This is not only a world record holding ski, it is a charging ski on the downhill. And I say world record holding because Noah Dine skied 350 million vertical feet on this thing. And if that guy can do it, why can't you? Somebody go break his record, why don't you? I mean, that's exactly what we need, is another guy doing, or another girl doing 350 million vertical feet in a year. Overall, really an impressive product. All jokes aside, this thing can actually buy a turn, and that is very valuable if you are skiing in mixed terrain, you are in the backcountry, you're in sketchy situations. We have something that you can actually feel confident putting an edge down on. Obviously, really nice skin clips here, so easy to transition over from touring mode into ski mode. And we'll talk about the binding later on, but they did a really neat thing with the binding too. Overall, really impressive product, no matter what width or core style you're getting in the new TransAlp. You can expect to be pleasantly surprised. Let me know what you think of the new TransAlp 92 CTI.
All right, so the next ski on the list is the DPS Pisteworks 79. This is a wild ski to get behind. This is built for the hard charging individual who just wants to get their turns in when they're on the mountain. Really only going to be spending time on the groomed trails. You really don't want to get off of them on this. Some of the really big things here, this is the most expensive ski in the gear guide. Coming in at just under $2,000, it's $1,995. And with that, you get a list of really cool specs. The biggest one being a DPS integrated binding system, along with a full carbon ski. These also size a little bit shorter than your normal ski, but they all come in at a 13.5 turn radius, which is a really unique feature of this ski. Speaking of unique features, the camber on this ski is insane. You can fit your whole hand through it, and it's going to give you a lot of springiness coming into turns and out of them. It's basically the F1 car of skis. This ski is Ted Liggety's brainchild. He skis it into 174, and with that, you can expect a really high performance ski. And that's what you get getting into this. If you're a park skier looking for a new ski, this definitely is not meant for your lineup. But if you're a hard charging skier who's an ex-racer or who's spent time going downhill fast, this is a great ski to get some really fun turns on. All right, next on the list is the DPS Kaizen 105. This is the next ski out of the DPS lineup. This is a great ski for someone looking to kind of support a local made brand. They're made in the US, and every one of their skis comes with phantom wax already installed on the ski. So that's gonna keep your skis moving fast for their entire lifetime, and it's gonna allow you to kind of be less worried about the environmental impact of wax, as we're all becoming more aware of. Even though it's a carbon ski, it still carries a really surfy feel, and DPS made this ski for someone who wants to push into harder terrain and still maintain that stability while having a little bit of a lighter ski in their arsenal. So it's got an 18.5 turn radius, so it's really going to be able to handle a wide variety of terrain and circumstances. So whether you're going to be bombing down a wall or taking hard turns in freeride terrain, this ski will be perfect for you and still support everything you're trying to do. Ideally, this ski is for someone who wants a US built ski, who wants that surfy feel on the lighter end of things with a carbon built ski, and it's US made and has a lifetime warranty. So if you're looking for something that you don't have to worry about breaking, this is a great option. DPS did a great job with the top sheets, using a really unique color and a simple design. Really makes the ski stick out in this year's lineup. This is the DPS Carbon Wailer 100. First and foremost, the color on this ski is amazing. The shade of pink is awesome. It looks really good in the snow. Some of the main features of the ski, it's gonna be a lightweight, surfy ski, kind of for those people who are in the lighter weight category. Maybe they're not, as big as other riders, but still are hunting those light, fresh snow days. This ski is perfect for you. I will say, on a hard packed day on a groomer, the ski can definitely get away from you a little bit, and the chatter can definitely show its face. But if you get it on soft snow, that's where it likes to have fun. Quite a bit of camber on this ski, but also a lot of rocker to kind of balance that out, taking up 30% of the ski, which makes for a really interesting ride. This ski is really for someone who's out west, consistently getting those light, fresh storms and always hunting those fresh turns. Again, this ski being a DPS ski, you get a lifetime warranty on the ski, so if anything breaks or anything goes wrong while you're out hunting those fresh turns in the backcountry, you can reach out to DPS and they'll get you sorted out with a new ski. Very unique shape on this ski. It looks a little bit like an elf shoe. Comes to a very pointy tip right after a pretty wide shovel, and the tail of the ski kind of looks like a pencil eraser. So very unique shape and design on this ski. Every DPS ski does come with Phantom Glide wax, so that means every time you get your ski tuned, you don't have to worry about getting your skis re-waxed. You can just take them back out on the hill and they'll slide the same way they did before.
All right, so this is the ELAN Ripstick 96, a phenomenal ski option for those of you that are looking for something that is just a true all-mountain ski. A couple quick things to note on the technical aspects of this ski. At 96 underfoot, this is the kind of ski that you just keep in your car at all times. You don't need to know what ski conditions are going to be like the day that you're going out. This is still probably a really good option. Now, no metal in this ski. They're using carbon plates in this thing, so you keep a lot of the torsional rigidity that you would normally get with an all metal ski, but it doesn't beat you up as much. Now, that is a good and a bad thing depending on who you are. If you are a heavier, lead-footed skier, this is maybe going to be a little chattery for you. It's lightweight, it's easy to ski on, it's easy to turn. However, if you are a skier that is looking for something to progress your ability, I think that this is a really solid option because it allows you to kind of make some mistakes and not punish you for it, but it still holds an edge really well and allows you to go through a whole bunch of different terrain that you may not have experienced before. At the top end of things, I think sizing is really important to note. For me, usually I ski something between a 180 and a 185. I would probably still stick to that in this ski. Though if I was skiing out west more often or skiing really big groomers really fast or big lines, I'd probably go up a little bit just to add a little more of that top end speed, top end power for something like this. Another notable thing that they add on the Ripstick collection is a skin notch. So if you're going to be the kind of person that has a one ski do everything including touring, this is a good choice because it'll easily take just about any pair of skins that you throw on it. So if you're going to put a Solomon Shift, ATK High, or any one of those type of bindings, great choice in a ski. As I mentioned before, it is a little bit lighter weight, so it's not going to be as aggressive feeling as some of the more popular skis in this category, like a NORDICA Enforcer, like a Blizzard Anomaly. This is going to be a little more free and floaty feeling. Your rocker profile goes all the way to where the graphic cuts off here, so you do have quite a bit of tip rocker, still some camber underfoot, a little bit of tail rocker as well. Makes for easy exits out of every turn, which I think is a really nice thing. Now, who's going to benefit from this ski the most? I think realistically it's going to be somebody who is looking for a lightweight all-mountain ski. Maybe it's that do-everything skier that is looking for a hybrid touring option. Or maybe it's just somebody who enjoys a lighter weight ski, something that's a little snappier and doesn't kick your ass by the end of the day. I think this would be a phenomenal option for that. Like most Elan skis, this is left and right specific. All they really do is just change the length of the carbon that's in the ski so that it's more appropriate for whatever side you're deciding to run this ski on. It will still ski fine, whether you're switching skis and it's on the wrong foot. You're not going to kill yourself doing it, but it's definitely worth skiing it in the correct direction because it is designed that way. This is their most popular ski line. The Ripstick is what they hang their hat on. It's what they spend the most time marketing, and it is what, if you search on Google Elan skis, this will be the first thing that comes up, and it's because they made a really good product that fits in with a lot of the other ones that are out there on the market. I think for differentiating factors, this is something that you realistically could go and compare to any one of those wider, heavier, beefier skis, but it just offers a little more flexibility for somebody that maybe doesn't want to be driving a hard charger all the time. I will say, on groomers, it's pretty impressive. It actually holds an edge all the way through, much better than you would expect out of a ski with just carbon in it. It doesn't have that real brittle feeling that some full carbon skis have, and that's because you still have a wood core in it. So it still gives you that like fun, consistent flex without that like weird twitchiness of full carbon skis. So highly recommended if you're looking for something that can kind of do whatever it is that the day brings on. Elan Ripstick 96 is a really good choice, and I will mention as well, I think this width for New England skiers is a perfect width. Like this is slushy days, this is groomer days, this is hardpack days, this is powder days for New England, which is like 3 inches. Like this is really what you'd want to be bringing out on any one of those days, and you can feel confident as an intermediate level skier getting on this thing for your first pair of advanced level skis, and it won't kill you. And if you're an advanced level skier, you'll still have a great time. So let me know what you think. Elan Ripstick 2026, as always, very impressive.
So here I've got the Ripstick 94W, which is their women's edition of their tried and true Ripstick. Elan really knocked it out of the park with this when they first introduced it to market about 3 years ago, and it's remained at the top, pretty much the top of the industry as far as free skiing and all mountain ski goes. I would put this kind of the first skis I'd grab off the wall for a lady who's walking in looking for a ski that kind of does it all without really geeking out between the Ripstick, the Santa Ana, the Black Pearl, and the first thing I'd say about that Ripstick is that it's a little bit more playful and forgiving. So the nice thing about this ski here is that you can really take it anywhere. It's feathery. I mean, you've got a groomer day and in New England it turns like that. And you'll still be totally comfortable, no running to the car and switching out your skis. It really does just carry you through the day, different terrain, your one ski quiver. Ripstick does have that technology, that amphibio technology, which means it's directional. It doesn't hold a lot of weight as far as being necessary of having your ski on the right feet. All it means is that there's a different configuration of carbon that runs through the ski from the outside edge to the inside edge. A big thing too for Elan is that they have so many different waist widths, and they've really settled, as has most of the ski industry, in that high 80s to high 90 kind of threshold. Maybe 10 years ago, even 5 years ago, someone would walk in a ski shop and say 94 underfoot is crazy. It is not anymore. It's really set the industry standard, and they hit the sweet spot with the 94. It does, you know, what you would expect your carbon ski to do without being a like race-oriented ski. Same thing for the all mountain. You are going to be able to kind of float through and push through a lot of crud. Because it is a little bit more forgiving, you might not have as much stability, but again, with that carbon, you have a lot of torsional stability, so it kind of holds its own throughout the day. So sizing wise, for me, I prefer a longer ski. I find it has a little bit more stability, especially in high speeds and when you're plowing through some crud. This is a 168. I find that it's a little bit squirrely underfoot, especially when you're kind of trying to hard charge through some choppier stuff. If your preference is to feel a little bit more stable underfoot, I would recommend sizing up. But if you're really happy just kind of banging out some turns and cruising around, then kind of ski what size is right in the shop. Tip profile for the Ripstick here, it is a little bit wider in the tip, so when you do get those storms that kind of roll in throughout the day and you find yourself in 3 to 4 inches of extra new snow, you really have that float, and it is super comfortable and fun, you know, without being a full-blown powder ski. Overall, the Ripstick is definitely a top contender for that all-mountain ski. It's something that I would rank, you know, top 3 if I were to grab a ski and go for the rest of the season on one. Tell us what you think. All right, I am here with the Wildcat from Elan. Wildcat is an awesome ski, really tailored to those who are looking for a solid front side all mountain ski. So Elan offers this ski in 2 different configurations. You get a flat mount and you get a system ski, both at a really great price. You get a really good value for what the ski can do. It's, again, one of those skis that you can kind of just have and ski comfortably regardless of where you're skiing or conditions that you're skiing. When it comes to, you know, those more powdery, floaty days, this isn't going to be your first grab, but for your typical resort day, this is going to be perfect. Same deal here with as the Ripstick, where you've got the amphibio profile. So directionally, they do have a left and a right. Again, that's just the way that the carbon is laid vertically in the ski, inside edge, outside edge. But again, it's not a life or death situation if your skis are on the wrong feet. Fun ski as far as turn radius goes, it is pretty quick. It comes around quickly, and it's an 84, so it performs a lot like what you would expect an 84 to perform like, as far as, you know, snapping around a bit. But you can lay out a little bit, and it is pretty stable still. You do have that wider scoop in the tip, which does give you a little bit more float and ability to push through all that crud that we tend to find on the East Coast days. And overall, you're just really getting a solid ski for your dollar. So this ski is kind of like a sleeper agent in the shop. You know, it's pretty unsuspecting given its price point being a little bit lower. It is in that, you know, $500 range. So when people walk up, they expect the ski to maybe be at the lower level, but they can kind of blow the expectations out of the water and really carry everyone from beginner to an advanced skier. That is the look at the ELAN Wildcat. Let me know if this is something that you think you would ski.
All right, so this is the ELAN Playmaker 91. This is one of the weirdest skis I think that we have in the test, and we'll get into why in just a moment. But really, this is like an all-mountain twin tip. This is a ski that ELAN typically has not been in the twin tip market, but this is their entry into that point. And I think they really did a good job because of a few different things. One of which is the flex profile. When you ski this ski, you're gonna notice that it skis really well at speed. It does ski groomers. Honestly exceeded my expectation in every way, but the tip and tail are so unbelievably soft. And I think they did this because people like to butter, they like to play around, they want something that they feel like they can be a little freer with. And the Playmaker does just that. It's still got the same ELAN build quality that you would expect, so it feels really high end, it feels nice, it looks really good. Graphic-wise, I think they did an excellent job this year. It's a big improvement from the year before. Added in this nice matte top sheet so that stuff doesn't get as chewed up as it previously did. But we also have a full sidewall on this ski, and again, much stiffer through the midsection, so when you put it on edge, you still feel like you have that bite underneath your boot that you need to, so you're not washing out on every turn. But I'll show you real quick. This tip and tail profile is insanity. Like, this is one of the softest tip and tail skis I think I've ever skied. And if you go over a roller and you lean back, this tip will go into the sky. No questions asked. Centered base, so like the same base style that you'd see on like a race ski. And again, same construction that you'd expect from ELAN. I think this gives a whole bunch of people a new option from ELAN that hasn't existed in the past. This is a type of build that you would see from like 1,000 skis or like one of these random niche companies in the park scene, but ELAN put it into one of their staples in the Playmaker. Also comes in two other widths, wider. Obviously, the 91 is the narrowest in the group, but I think this is the perfect width for somebody looking for a playful all-mountain ski. So if you're just starting to get into the park, or you're really an all-mountain skier, but you like to play around every once in a while, phenomenal option all the way through. We mounted it traditional, but you can also mount this thing center without an issue. This is the one ski that ELAN makes that is not left and right specific, because there's really no need, as it's just a wood core ski. Let me know what you think. This is one of the weirdest skis in the test this year, but I'm really, really impressed by it, and I think more and more people every year are gonna get on something like this, just because you have the build quality of a really nice high-end ski manufacturer like ELAN in a fun, playful, freeride styled ski. This is the ELAN Wingman. I think this is by far the worst name of any ski that is in skiing, period. I've told ELAN this, they don't care what I think. However, I think it is a phenomenal ski for the money. This ski flat ranges in like that $499 range, which I think is killer. Like if you already have your own binding, this is great. Groomer ski, more often than not. I would not say that this is gonna be the most versatile or capable ski in the lineup that we're gonna talk about today. However, if you're looking for something that's a little more new school carving ski, this is a great option at a 15-meter radius. Feels tight, feels snappy, could finish your turns really well. Not a lot of tip rocker in here, which is really important to note. This is not like a lot of the other skis that you'll see in this width range, in the sense that you have basically a cambered ski. Again, low profile camber, but cambered nonetheless. Another thing maybe worth mentioning as far as durability goes, I really like ELAN's top sheets. I think that they last really long. They don't get super chewed up. So if this is your first pair of like real carving skis, you're not gonna find yourself crossing tips and smashing into them as much. And realistically, this ski will probably look a lot better for a lot longer than some of the other ones that are out there. Just like we mentioned with some of the other skis, right and left specific, really all that does is it just gives you a slightly better performance. The metal is slightly longer on one side than the other. And again, what that does is it allows you to finish the turn where you need to finish it. It gives you a little more stability to that inside edge, gives you a little less bite on that outside edge. So when you're exiting the turn, you don't feel that like snappy feeling like you're stuck into the turn. Last thing I'm kind of going to mention on this thing is there is metal in it. So it will feel a little burlier than a ski without metal in it. Metal really in most skis allows it to feel really damp, allows for a consistent feel, but sometimes metal is not a good thing. Like if you're a lighter weight skier, it may feel like the ski is too much for you. So it may be worth considering sizing down if you're gonna be in a ski like this, because it's really made to be turny and quick, and you wanna make sure that you can control it, not just at 9 a.m. when you first show up, but at 2:30 when everything's washed out. You still wanna make sure that you're comfortable making it down the hill safely. And I think that in the right size, this ski does a really good job. Waist width wise, we're at 83 underfoot. So again, a true carving ski in terms of waist width. 10 years ago, that might not have been considered a true carving ski. It might have been considered an all mountain ski. But right now, this is kind of the standard for a fun, all-purpose carving ski, something that's not going to completely limit you, but something that you'll be able to take out and feel confident in with every turn. Highly recommend. I think this is probably, if I had to pick one as far as best value goes for 2025, 2026, this is definitely one of the ones that I would consider. And I'm very curious to hear what people think of it and if people feel the same way that I do. Is this the worst name of any ski in skiing? I don't know, but I think it is. You tell me. All right, so it wouldn't be a gear guide if we didn't talk about the most popular ski for men on planet Earth, and that is the NORDICA Enforcer 99. This is the workhorse, the do-everything, 2 sheets of metal. You know it well because every review on planet Earth, when you Google an all-mountain ski, this thing comes up. The reason that is because it's good. Like if you're a strong enough skier to ski with 2 sheets of metal, have something that's holding an edge all the way through consistently, this is an awesome all-mountain ski. And if you were to pick something that is just like a dedicated, hard-charging all-mountain ski in that sub 100 width, you really can't go wrong here. There's not a lot of negative things to say, other than I will say it's gotten stronger over the past couple seasons. So there is a limit to who can ski this thing and ski it effectively. Normally that is people that are a little heavier, a little more lead-footed, a little more aggressive, will enjoy this type of ski. I think it really comes down to what you want your ski to feel like. But if you're looking for something that can hold an edge all the way through that really icy garbage snow that we get in New England, or some soft, kind of fluffy snow, this is a really solid option. It's giving Mantra 2008 vibes, where it is stiff. You really need to finish your turn with it. Need to feel like you're up on that sidewall in order to get the most out of this thing. Not a ton of camber, decent amount of rocker, but less than in years past. They actually do a really good job of marking that, as we have marked up the bases. This is where your rocker line starts, so it's a good indicator for you to know when your ski is actually contacting the snow, when it is flat or on edge. Overall, I think there's nothing that can be said about this ski that hasn't been said before. It's the workhorse, right? Like if you're just like coming into a ski shop looking for an aggressive all-mountain ski, you're coming off of a carver and you're really trying to stick your foot into the water that is wider all-mountain skis, this is the right way to go for so many people. I will say, not a fan of the graphic, literally at all. 0 stars in terms of this AI generated stuff that happened on this ski. That being said, it's fine. And you know what? I think it skis good enough that you don't have to care what it looks like at all. You will see a lot of them on the hill. Like if you go to most resorts, you're gonna see 20 to 30 pairs of Enforcers sitting on the rack at any given time. And that's because it just works. And that's one of the things that is hardest to do in the ski industry, is have a ski line that lasts forever. And that is what NORDICA has created with the Enforcer lineup. They used to be called the King of Boots, and now they can call themselves the King of Skis, because this thing is really excellent for somebody that's looking for that top performance all mountain ski at a decent price point. They're always available as leftovers too. Like, it's finally starting to happen where you can get a good deal on a ski like this. So if you're looking for, again, that top performing all mountain ski, I think the Nordica Enforcer 99 is a phenomenal choice. One other thing that I will say, I feel like this ski overall has gotten slightly stiffer, and with that means that you're gonna have to put more energy into the ski for a lot longer. You used to never really hear complaints about this ski being too much for people, but now it is something to be a little weary of if you're on the lighter side or you're maybe looking at your first pair of owned skis. I wouldn't say this is a great transitional ski from a rental, but it is a great ski if you already know what you're doing and you want something that holds an edge and holds it well and can ski just about any snow that the mountain's gonna have for you that day. Nordica Enforcer 99, what else can I say? It's just good. I feel like I've talked about this ski so much that there's nothing else that anybody can tell me about it that has not already been said in a ski shop somewhere in America. What do you think? Do we like it? AI generated graphic? How do we feel about this stuff? Let me know. All right, in the powder ski category, we have the Unleashed 120. This is a very big ski. This does one thing and one thing well, and that is ski powder really fast. And I gotta tell you, I think it looks really good. Of the Nordica lineup, I think this is the best looking one for 25-26. Obviously, there's not a lot that you can say about a ski that's this wide other than it's fun, and obviously it floats really well. It is surfy, it is still somewhat playful, but there's some meat on these bones. Like, this thing can actually hold an edge if you really need it to. So if you're in one of those situations where you're skiing pow in the woods all day, you get onto a groomer, you still need to make it down, this will get you there and do the job. I did hear that they're gonna be changing the base color sometime in the near future, but that might just be a rumor started by somebody at Nordica. I will also mention the top sheet graphic. Hear that little scratchy bit? These are very durable top sheets, much better than a lot of the top sheets that are available on other skis. They will not get chewed up nearly as easily, and that is important for a ski that is as big as a snowboard. Like, this thing will clip together if you are not careful because it's 120 underfoot. Like, the thing is massive. Obviously, this is 190 centimeters. If you are buying a powder ski, highly recommend that you go up in size a little bit so that you get the full benefit of having a boat underneath your feet. Tons of tip rocker. See the profile bit. And again, about 30% of the ski is gonna be rockered here. I think that this thing is one of the options that people will actually buy. I think people buy skis 120 plus very seldom. This is one that I think Nordica will actually have some juice with. This is just a fun all-mountain powder ski. It's not really an all-mountain ski. I said all-mountain powder ski, but it's really just a powder ski. This is what you take to go surfing and have the best day of your season. Enjoy the Nordica Unleashed 120.
Here we have the Nordica Santa Ana. It's a household name for a ski. The Santa Ana has been around for years. And it stayed at the top. So they did it right, and then they kept doing it when they kept making different sizes. So the 102 has the same configuration as the rest of the Santa Ana family. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And they did a really nice job of maintaining that throughout the entire family. The real only change that they have is that tip rocker. Obviously, it being a wider ski, you're gonna want a little bit more float. To kind of piggyback on it being a wider ski and talk about the elephant in the room, there's not really much expectation for a ski this wide to kind of carve and lean into a turn. And the Santa Ana does a really nice job of biting once you do get it on edge. So you can still ski aggressively. If you want to go play in the soft snow, you're going to be perfectly happy. But once you jump back on trail or on a groomer, you can kind of send it all the way down to the lift comfortably. Yeah, graphics of Santa Ana are notoriously very picturesque. They kept with that theme, utilizing AI this time around. And again, that carries across the entire family, just different colors and different fancy mountainscapes. Fun ski overall, I would say that if you are somebody who typically likes that one ski quiver, but you know, you're starting to kind of branch out, you're starting to feel a little bit more comfortable, you're starting to buy into the industry going a little bit wider, this is a great option, very reliable, something that's comfortable and will continue to kind of carry you as the industry keeps changing. Yeah, that's the Santa Ana in the 102. Let us know what you think.
All right, so this is the Nordica Unleashed 98 CA, and this is the Enforcer for those of you that do not want an Enforcer. This is a twin tip, free ride inspired all mountain ski. It is not a true twin, it is a directional twin but this is what you're gonna see a lot of the NORDICA team on because it is fun, it is playful, and it still has a really high speed limit. You can crank on these things and still feel like you are locked into your turn and you are stable. There's no flopping around. NORDICA really just doesn't do that. And while they don't make a true twin anymore, this is the closest thing that they have. The Unleashed is really like that kind of ski where maybe you're ready for an enforcer in your life. Maybe you're ready for like that stiffer, all mountain, do everything type ski, but you're not really ready to give up your roots. And if your roots are free ride, playing around, getting in the park, and just getting after it in general, I think this is a phenomenal option. I have heard that maybe we're changing these bases from white to black or black to white or vice versa. I don't really know what the deal was, but we are changing some of that in the future, according to an insider source. Overall, one of the stiffer twin tips in the category, but really, really fun. This would be a ski like, if you came into the shop and you said, hey Adam, I really want a ski that I can kind of like charge with, but I don't know if I'm ready for something with 2 sheets of metal that's super burly, that's super aggressive with a flat tail that I'm gonna have to actually turn correctly with. You can be slarvy, you can be free, and you don't have to feel like you're pushing yourself too hard. It has got that carbon construction to give you a little bit more torsional rigidity than just a wood core ski, but overall it is playful and fun and just a very, very good time. Of the graphics in the NORDICA line in 2025, this is probably my favorite. I think it looks really clean. It looks even better with a binding on it. We've had the opportunity to ski these in a bunch of different widths over last winter, and I just gotta say, this is definitely like the type of ski that I like to be on a regular basis. Whether it's like just lingering around the mountain, actually skiing, or just hanging out. This is a really, really good choice. Low rocker profile, so it goes basically right up to here. Camber underfoot, so you still get that pop and that energetic feel that you like in a ski like this, but just generally speaking, a pretty good fucking ski. This is your NORDICA Unleashed 98CA. Let me know what you think in the comments.
So here we are with the Rossi Sender Free 100. Rossi definitely took the long route to finally get here. They kind of call back to skis that they've used in the past that have all kind of come together to make this pretty awesome ski. This is the choice for just about everybody on their team at this point. A really playful ski that does hold its own too. It is very similar to its cousin in the Black Ops, but it's just lighter and a little bit more playful, a little bit more responsive, snappy. It does have that air tip that's been around for years at this point, and it really has carried them through. As far as technology and as far as the configuration inside the ski, you do have a poplar core, and then there's some dampening technology in there just so you can kind of bite in and hold at speed. Another cool thing about the ski, typical full sidewall construction, so you can get, you can lean them over a little bit and still feel pretty secure. Not a lot of all mountain skis at this waist width necessarily have that these days. So the waist width for these guys is 100, 110, and 118. Obviously you can diversify depending on your terrain, but this is the ski of choice across the board for Rossi athletes and Rossi team members. They really hit the nail on the head in answering their prayers as far as what they've been asking for in terms of playfulness and ability to really kind of hold its edge and stand on its own as its own ski. So given the nature of the ski, pretty playful and versatile, this is on par with something like the NORDICA Unleashed, something that somebody who really wants to kind of test out all different parts of the mountain and have a decent time on all different parts of the mountain would lean towards. The air tip gives it a real nice playful swing weight, so you're not have to worry too much about muscling your ski around, especially when you're in the trees and then you kind of jump back onto a groomer. All in all, the Sender is a very well-rounded ski. It's been designed by those who have been skiing, all different kinds of skis through the ranks of Rossi over the years, and they kind of put it all together and made the perfect all-mountain ski that answers the prayers for everybody who's ever worked there. We're having a lot of fun on it. I think you'll see a lot of it on the mountain. Let us know what you think.
All right, so this is the DYNAFIT Ridge 95 ski. This is a lightweight, touring-oriented ski with all of the features that you would come to expect from a DYNAFIT product. However, there's a couple unique things that they offer in the Ridge category. This is made to be a ski with some meat on it. This can actually hold an edge. It is actually a skiable touring ski. And I think I say that in jest because there's so many out there that are made just to go uphill and to survive the downhill. This is one of the ones that you can actually feel fairly confident planting an edge down on. And I was really pleased to see that from DYNAFIT this year. Knowing what some of their skis have skied like in the past, I think that the direction that the team is going in 2025 and beyond is really, really impressive. They did add some Titanol to this ski, so you do have a little bit more of that torsional rigidity and that stiffness and stability that you would expect from a ski with Titanol in it, but it is still very lightweight and agile. This is for somebody who really cares about the uphill, but really cares about the downhill as well. This is somebody who's really looking to not compromise. Is this something that I would necessarily be doing a skimo race on? I don't think so, but like this would be a great ski for your daily driver when it comes to a touring setup. We have it paired here with a ridge binding as well, and we'll talk about that in a different video down the line. But overall, we talk about a ski like this having a slightly lower than normal rocker point going all the way down to like here. Allows for some really easy deflection when it comes to that softer snow and making those turns work, especially when you get into that choppy, kind of inconsistent snow. The flex pattern on this ski is one of the things that I think DYNAFIT really took a lot of care in making sure was consistent. This allows the ski to actually feel like it is making a consistent round turn as opposed to feeling like a lot of the other touring skis on the market, which feel very brittle and chattery. And yeah, they might be lightweight, but they ski like absolute dog water. This is not the case here. This allows you to get onto something that is confidence inspiring but still lightweight. Now, one of the features that DYNAFIT works into almost every ski is these really nice skin clips. This allows you to rip off your skins from the front and make the transition as easy as possible. We've mentioned that with many of the DYNAFIT products in that they want to make that transition period as quick and timely as possible because nobody wants to stand at the top of the mountain when they're sweaty and gross, fiddling with their gear, trying to get downhill and enjoy their turns. This allows you to have simplicity, but still get something that is lightweight and touring oriented. Overall, I think this is the ski that I've been most impressed with from DYNAFIT because it actually skis like a regular all-mountain ski. It doesn't just ski like another one of those very lightweight, brittle feeling carbon sheets that we're calling a ski. This is a real deal touring option that can get you downhill in a hurry. In the DYNAFIT Ridge 95, obviously 95 underfoot, we're running a 17-ish radius on this thing as well. So that mid radius where you're gonna feel comfortable making a variety of different turn shapes. Really good option, and overall, my favorite ski in the DYNAFIT line for 2025, the Ridge 95. All right, so this is the DYNAFIT Tigard. We are gonna talk about both the 97 and the 107 at the same time. This is basically that do everything touring option from the European brand DYNAFIT. This is just a super fun, playful all-mountain ski. It is unlike a lot of the other dedicated touring skis on the market right now where it's not super brittle. It does have some power to it. It's got a consistent rocker profile going up basically about 30% of the ski, but still having some camber underfoot, allowing you to have some snappiness and just a consistent flex all the way through the ski. As always with DYNAFIT, we have some built-in skin clips here, although with this one we do have a set of Pomoka skins that we were running for the test. Carbon stringers throughout, so adding to that torsional rigidity within the ski. Obviously, the main difference between the two of these is just waist width. As we get a little bit wider, we do get a tiny bit more rocker in the 107 just to allow for a little more playful and fun feel. But this is just a really, really solid ski option. If you're looking to go full DYNAFIT head to toe, this would be the ski that I would be picking if I was looking for something that I could kind of putz around on some touring days, still ski the resort every once in a while, and just feel like I had that one quiver option that everybody looks for. It is a little soft in comparison to some of the other true all-mountain skis, but it's a really, really good hybrid touring option from DYNAFIT. So let me know what you think. This is the Tigard 97 and 107 from DYNAFIT.
It's a totally different system, but if there's been 4 buckles on a boot for the last 150 million years since the dinosaurs, then I mean, like, technically that should be what works best now.
Okay, there's no evidence to support that dinosaurs went skiing at all. Second of all, it is a wrap system and not a press system.
Oh, so you're saying it like wraps more like a burrito instead of like pressing like a quesadilla.
Dude, yes, that is what I've been trying to tell you this whole time.
If you just put it like that from the beginning, I would have bought this boot 4 years ago.
Why
You
would
ski literally everything, and then next thing you know, it takes 4 weeks to get the thing, and it does. And I get charged $800, and the thing doesn't even.
All right, so on the Blizzard side of the world, and yes, it is Blizzard and not Blizzard, this is the Anomaly. And the Anomaly stands out for a couple of reasons. One, we all wondered what was gonna replace the Bull series, the Bonafide, the Bushwhacker, the Cochise, you know, the Bull series that everybody was on for like a decade straight. When we heard it was dying, we were wondering what was going to replace it. The Rustler started to see some success, and then we were like, okay, maybe we don't need another ski like a Brahma or a Cochise or a Bonafide. Like maybe there's just no need for it. But let me tell you, you were wrong, I was wrong. This is a phenomenal ski for somebody who wants a wider waisted ski that really is stiff. They call this thing, and this is where I'm gonna call bullshit, they call this thing stable yet playful. I would not call it playful. I wouldn't really call it playful at all. It's stiff, it's burly, it's for those people who want to straight line. It's for those people who want an edge hold that does not relent. This is a really, really solid option. Albeit, I will say, I think the graphic was a miss in 2024, 2025, which is what this graphic is. There is a 25, 26 graphic that I think is much more impressive. Now, when we get into the actual ski itself, you're gonna look at this thing, and if this had a bull on it, you would think we were just talking about a Bonafide or a Brahma, because it is very consistent with what Blizzard has done in the past. Now, we have a very mellow amount of rocker in the tip profile, a little bit of camber underfoot, but overall what we're talking about when we talk about this ski is that stability and stiffness, because this thing is stiff, like probably the stiffest ski that we have that's not a dedicated groomer ski. And I gotta say, if this is your jam, this is the ski for you. If you like that, like I want it to feel like it's gripped to the snow at all times, this is the right tool. If you are somebody who wants a more playful, free ride oriented ski, we've talked about like 70 other skis that would fit that mold better. This is not one of them. However, if you're, I don't know, maybe you're in your 50s or your 60s, or you just like going real fast and you want the ski to make sure that it is grounded, this is the right tool for the job. For somebody coming from a groomer-oriented ski and it's their first wide ski and they're like, I really like the edge hold that I had. I'm not sure about this new technology, this new width situation that's happening in the industry. We all know it's not new. Some people don't. This is your answer because it is just going to rail turns all day long. A slightly wider turn radius at 18.5. I am overall pretty impressed with this thing, and I think it's a necessary addition to a company that does really well in this freeride sector. This is something that they needed to have because Rustler can't carry the boat by itself. It needs a little bit of help, and the Anomaly is the help that it was looking for. So let me know what you think. Do you want a stiff monstrosity of a ski, or are you looking for something a little more playful? All right, so this is the Ellis Merkai. You may have never heard of Ellis before, but man, they're doing a really, really good job at getting the right people on these skis. I saw Eric Henderson on these skis and I was like, hey, what are these things? And then next thing you know, they're in the gear guide. And I gotta tell you, really fun to see a US made ski in the guide. Smaller brand that's dedicated to making high quality all mountain performance skis for people that just want to go out there and have a good time while they're skiing. If you're looking for a nichier brand, you're looking for a smaller brand, like this is probably a good place to go. With a lot of the same build quality you'd expect from your big manufacturers like Salomon or Fischer or Nordica, the Ellis skis are offering super, super reliable equipment for people that actually like to just go skiing. Now, I will say, you might expect this to be similar to like an Icelandic situation where they're softer, maybe a little more playful, and like they're really durable, but you know, maybe not that like top end hard charging ski. This is a hard charger. This at low speed is not your friend. Like, I think this ski for people that want to ski big lines and want to go out there and just charge is a phenomenal option, especially given that it's just a wood core ski. I don't know how they did it, but this ski is very torsionally rigid, but still retains some of that playful tip and tail feel that you'd expect from a ski of this width and shape. I also really like the graphic. I like not just the graphic itself, but the top sheet quality is really good. The ski feels burly from the second it hits your hand until your 100th day on snow. I've been really impressed overall with what Ellis is putting out there, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of what they have in the future. We tested both the 100mm widths, and this is the 112. Obviously, the 112 is for those of you that are going to be looking for those powder lines. You're searching for those soft snow days. The 100 is for us mere mortals in New England that are just skiing groomers and getting the good snow when we can. I think this is a very unique option for those of you that are sick of all your big box store type brands. This offers some really refined and beautiful craftsmanship coming out of the US that is just honestly a sight for sore eyes. Again, no metal, very simplistic. New design for 2025, 2026 is out now. New graphic, I should say. It's not a new design, same ski, because they know it worked so well on year one. Really impressive once again to see what a small factory can do. They can pump these things out, make them to the highest quality and highest spec so that you, the end consumer, feels like you really got a deal for what it is that you ended up buying. Last thing here, camber profile, which is very consistent with what some of the top skis in the category are seeing. Camber underfoot at a pretty low profile, but gives it that snappy, energetic feel. Low rocker point for both the tip and on the tail. Allows you to enter that turn really seamlessly, float in the soft snow, and then exit that turn without feeling a ton of bite. Overall, the Ellis Merc High series is definitely one to watch. Let me know, have you heard of Ellis skis before? All right, so this is the tried and true Volkl Revolt series. I heard rumors, you probably heard rumors that this thing was gonna die out in 25, 26, but let me tell you, it absolutely did not, and they cooked with these graphics. This is the best looking Revolt I think that's ever been made. It retains a lot of the same things you've come to know and expect from Volkl in the Revolt series, in the sense that it's durable, it is reliable, it's playful, and it's just a good time. Like, this is the type of ski that you get on, and even if you're not a park skier, we're gonna talk strictly to not park skiers right now. If you are not a park skier, but you still want something that's fun and energetic, and you just like, maybe you wanna be on, you know, go into the woods, maybe you wanna ski with your parents and go on the groomers, maybe your buddies are hitting park leps for the first time, phenomenal option. If you are a park rat, this is something that you're gonna see some of the best comp athletes in the world on. It just offers a very consistent flex profile that progressively gets stiffer through the midsection and then softens out in the tail. So for butters, for playing around, and whatever you want to do, really, this is the kind of ski that you can rely on. Obviously, we always talk about Volkl's durability and quality of craftsmanship. You talk about a German company, it's the first thing that people think about is like Volkswagen and Audi and BMW. This is like that in the sense that it is built extremely well, and for a park ski, let me tell you, as somebody who files all your warranty complaints, it's really important. So just buy a ski that's durable and lasts a long time. Volkl Revolt 104 is a great choice for somebody, especially if you're a parent. Right now, let's talk directly to the parents. Parents, this is a ski that your kid will probably get 2 or 3 seasons out of, and you can't say that about a lot of park skis that are out there right now. It is definitely one of the more durable options in the category, second only to my beloved FISCHER Nightstick. I think this is a really fun option. The 104 is what I would choose if I was looking for that playful, do everything twin tip. All Mountain Freestyle is the category and the Revolt is the name. Let me know what you think of the new redesigned Volkl Revolt, and are you copping or dropping on this graphic? Because I am copping. All right, so this is the Mantra 88, possibly the longest running all mountain ski line in the industry right now. Somebody would have to check my math, but it has been like 740 years of the mantra category, and it is really, really solid. I am glad that they started to simplify, and it's no longer kendo, mantra, gatama, whatever the other one was. There's so many different names, and realistically they're all made for the same kind of person, and that's somebody that's looking to have great edge hold but also not limit themselves to just skiing groomers all day. This is a ski that in New England, as somebody who is selling skis every single day in New England, this is one of the options that people just walk in, they know it, and they buy it. Now there is a very interesting metal framing situation going on here that Vogel has been toying with for the past few years. What this does is it allows you to get all of the torsional rigidity, you get all of the stability and edge hold that you're looking for, but it still allows it to retain a slightly softer vertical flex than what a lot of other skis are capable of offering. And that's because this thing literally looks like, this graphic literally looks like if you were to just show somebody a tech diagram of how to build something, that's what this thing looks like. We got all kinds of numbers like 3D radiuses and, you know, carbon weaves in the tip. There's all kinds of tech, but that's not what you're here for. Tech stuff is fine, but what matters is does it ski well? And let me tell you, the ski has always skied really well. I think there was a couple years in between, maybe like 2019 to 2021, where this ski kind of fell off a little bit. It got a little tired. They tried to do too much and it just wasn't there. They're starting to make a comeback here with the Mantra 88 and its partners in this category. Really fun, really energetic. It actually feels like it's not just a 2x4. This thing has some life in it again, and I'm excited to see it. This is personally my favorite Mantra since the one with the sword on it. We all remember the kendo with the sword on it. This is my new top bar, I think. As far as technology goes, obviously we've come a long way from those days, and those skis, if you tried to get on them now, probably feel like they are tanks. This is much more progressive, but retains a lot of those elements that people really loved about the original Kendo Mantra series. It just was a good ski that didn't limit people's options, and that's why you saw people on them in places like Jackson Hole and in Park City and Deer Valley, and places where you're like, okay, I want to go skiing, I want to ski hard, but I don't know, like it might be really good today. It might be a groomer day, or I might end up in the backcountry. Not that there's backcountry in Deer Valley. Don't fucking start with me, people. This is just a really good, versatile, all-mountain ski option for those of you that are looking to be a Vogel diehard. You want that German technology and reliability? You got it here in the Mantra 88. Overall, a very impressive ski and always a contender in this 88 width. This is really where we see most people going towards this ski, is in the 88 width these days. In the wider stuff, people are starting to get a little more playful and free-ridey. In this width, we really care about edge hold, because if we're being realistic, especially if you're a New England skier, that's what you need, is edge hold and stability, reliability of your turn, and you get it all day long in the Mantra series. So let me know what you think. How did Vogel do on the new Mantra? All right, so this is the Salomon QST 100, probably the most improved of all the skis that we've reviewed this year. It is pretty impressive to see how this ski has gone from a side country tool that people were kind of doing a little bit of everything with, but it really just didn't do anything that great. Now we have a much improved version of it that's actually what the consumer wants, in that it's stable on a groomer, it holds an edge at speed, and you can feel confident no matter what the terrain is, which again, previous QST model felt very flappy. There wasn't a lot of energy in it. There wasn't much to say for it. But with the addition of that corked amplifier in this ski, we've gotten something that is not super torsionally or vertically stiff, but it actually has that feeling of a ski with metal in it. And I don't know how they did it, but they did a really solid job across the lineup. Now the QST line does span from like an 85 width all the way to the QST X, which is this huge powder weapon, but the 100 sits pretty neatly in the category where it's like, you want to be able to do everything with a 100 underfoot ski. You know what you're buying. You're doing something that, you're buying a ski that can take you into the woods, into the powder, on the groomers, and it's really just your weapon of choice for whatever the day is going to bring for you. One of the things I will mention as well is that the profile did change slightly. I think the old profile was really good. I think it was just the core that needed some adaptations, and we've gotten there now with the current rendition. Tip profile is still pretty wide, so you do get that nice float. 100 underfoot obviously, and then it kind of tapers down into a really nice tail that's easy to disengage from a turn, which I feel like, again, really big improvement in terms of the QST lineup overall. Still very much a ski that you could put like a hybrid touring binding on, like a Shift, like an Attack hybrid, or any one of the number of options that's out there right now, but I've only skied this thing recently on a traditional Alpine binding, and I think that that says a lot. In previous versions, I really only saw it as like this 50-50 option, and I didn't see any value for it on a ski wall, unless you were just looking for, you know, a premier level ski that was very easy to ski and very easy to turn. The old one was certainly that, but now we have something that the Salomon team can get behind, the athletes can get behind, and those of you that are looking at a Nordica Enforcer or a Blizzard Rustler, so kind of like those more fun, free-ridey all-mountain skis, this sits in that category as one of the better contenders of 2025, 2026, and I've just got a lot of nice things to say about it. And I honestly, first run at Jackson on these things, thought that I was going to be having a bad time all day, but I got to the bottom and immediately was like, I don't know what they did, but they did something really good. Last thing we'll mention here is just the camber profile, because it is pretty aggressive in the tip. Still a lot of tip rocker, just like previous renditions, but again, with that little bit of added stiffness in this ski, we have something that can do just about anything you want. All in all, really happy with the remake of this thing. I think the graphic looks pretty solid, and if you're into that kind of thing, you can match your goggle straps to your skis and your jacket and whatever else. Overall, new QST 100. Let me know what you think.
Moving on in the QST lineup, this is the QST Blank. This is going to be a pretty powder focused ski. A lot of things are going to be very similar to the other QSTs. There's just more ski that we're dealing with. So this is going to be great for someone who's really looking for the deep snow, especially if they're out west. It's going to be a lot heavier, so kind of similar to the other QSTs. If you want to put a touring binding on this, you can, but just know that it's not going to be as light and quick on the uphill. It'll be great on the downhill though. If you're someone who's looking for a new powder ski, or you're looking for your first powder ski, but maybe want something that can still hold its own at the resort, even though it's coming in at 112 underfoot, this is a really great ski for that. It's ultimately going to perform pretty well in most conditions. Obviously, it's a pretty wide one to just take to the resort on anything, but you'll still get by, especially if you're a more playful skier. The top sheet for these skis kind of follows the same trend that all the other QSTs are going with. This one has a little bit more color to it, which is pretty fun. The bases on these look killer. With these graphics, they're sort of meant to change how they look as you move closer or further away from them. If you look right up close, it looks kind of pixelated. Further away, it's a little bit smoother, a little more sleek. With the different camera angles we have, it might look a little bit different between each one. That should kind of give you an idea of what they're going for with these graphic designs. These have the same corked amplifier technology that all of the other QSTs in the lineup will have, so it'll have the same really smooth, damp feel, but you can still be precise and playful with it. Another cool piece of this ski is that it is a favorite among a lot of the Salomon team members. They kind of took the concept of this ski and turned it into the QST-X, which is basically the next thing up in this lineup. This is a ski that would work really well with sort of a hybrid style touring binding, as long as you keep in mind that it is a pretty heavy ski, so it's really going to be performing well on the downhill. The purpose of putting a touring binding on this would really be if you are trying to take this on a big line somewhere where you want the stability and control of the ski that might be a little better at the resort, but it's not going to be as lightweight and fast on the uphill as a carbon ski. That was it for the QST Blank. This is all we have for the QST lineup this year. We'll be super curious to know how you feel about how it skis, how you like the new graphic changes this year.
These guys are the Salomon Addict Pros in the 76 underfoot. This year they've offered a really awesome product. There's some really cool technicalities to kind of look at. One big thing is that they've taken the blade technology that's in their race line and they've inputted that into this ski. It's just allowing that metal to flex and absorb a little bit better than if we were to just have that one strip. They kind of utilize different metal in different widths and in different lengths in the ski, just to kind of provide a little bit of extra weight and force where you'd need that. Seeing that these guys are a very aggressive ski, definitely suited for someone who maybe used to race, they're coming off race skis, they're looking for something that's still really aggressive and quick with its turns. This guy is the 177 and 76 mil underfoot, so we're sitting at about a 15 meter turning radius. For myself, I'm 5'5". I was able to demo the 177s. Obviously, I wouldn't be going with a length this tall, just because they have that shorter rocker profile, but being kind of in that lighter weight category, the fact that I was still able to maneuver and navigate this ski does say a lot. Another really cool thing about these guys is the sidewall. Salomon, in their newer skis and equipment line, they've been using recycled ABS plastic. So this is different materials, expired plastics that have come from their helmets or other gears that they compress and then integrate into that sidewall. So definitely very efficient for the environment as well. So it's really nice to see that Salomon is bringing that in. But yeah, overall, a really fun ski, very fast, definitely suited for those like front side groomers, icier days. Yeah, definitely a really fun ski to get on, whether you've been a racer in the past or you're looking to kind of take your skiing to the next level. Definitely check this guy out.
All right, so switching things up, we're going to talk about Parlor skis. This specifically is the Nor'Beaster, but what we wanted to focus on with Parlor is just the customization that you can do. This graphic is actually a photo that Joe, it's a clip of a Locals Only episode that Joe screenshotted and used as his graphic for his Parlor ski. You can do something very similar. You can make your own design, you can send it to them, and they will lay it up and make it feel like it is very much your own. They're made in Boston. That is not something you can say about pretty much any other ski company, is that it's made in Massachusetts. Very, very cool. We've always worked with Parlor. We've always used a bunch of Parlor stuff. And I gotta say, like quality-wise, really, really high-end builds for what you're getting. Parlor in general just offers a fully customizable experience. So whether you want that Nor'Beaster shell, something that is stiffer, more New England friendly for those hard packed days, this would be a great option. Or they make a ton of different blanks that you can kind of build your own ski off of. Parlor overall has this totally different model than anybody else, where they want you to feel like you're buying a ski as an extension of yourself. They want that ski to feel like it is your own. It is not something that you're probably ever going to be selling, because it is art at the end of the day. These things, aside from all of the art and all of the creativity that goes into these things, they just ski really well. They're made with a lot of thought behind them, and everybody at Parlor is a ripping skier. They all go out, they all use the product, and they all know what it is that they're looking for when they're looking to build a ski for a customer. So if that is something that you're looking for, that's probably the company to go to. If you're looking for something customizable, whether it's for a gift for yourself or just something that you want to memorialize a moment with, really, really cool company. And Joe has put these things through the ringer. And let me tell you, they still ski great. They still work awesome. Really big fan of everything that Parlor has put out in recent years. And they were actually like our first POP, our first swag that we ever did was a customized Out of Collective or Out of Bounds podcast custom ski. So I can tell you, I'm really into this. I'm into the design aspect of it. And I think it gives you a unique way to call a ski your own. Let me know what you think. All right, so this is the Stokely Stormrider 88. Stokely is known for making the highest of quality skis in the entire world, and the Stormrider series is no different. This is one of those skis that you hear people talking about all the time. Even though Stokely is not known to be an all-mountain ski company, Stormrider is one of my favorite skis in the test this year. And that's just because you can put this thing on edge and turn it the way you want to turn a race ski, or you can take it into the bumps, you can take it into the trees, and it gives you that like free floating feeling without feeling like the thing is beating you up too much. Important to note, really flat through the midsection, not a lot of tip rocker, so overall, it's honestly a pretty surprising ski. The way that this thing holds an edge and feels like it's pushing you into every turn is really pretty incredible. Now, Stokely is expensive. These skis are not cheap and they are not for the lighthearted. This is for somebody who is an enthusiast and they really care about the gear that they're on. Fun fact about Stokely is every piece of metal that is made for every ski is machined individually by hand at their factory. So these skis have no shortage of attention to detail across the board. I think it's really impressive that a company like this can make such high-end quality product, put it out in the world, and still be considered with some of the best brands, biggest brands that are out there today. It's really just a very impressive product coming out of the Stokely factory. I think if you're looking for something sub 90, looking for something that can actually carve a turn in New England, this is a phenomenal option, and I think you'll be surprised at how accessible it is. Even though there's so much metal in this ski, it actually holds nothing back when it comes to putting a ski through the ringer. You can have fun in this thing, on this thing, and go through the bumps. You can go in the woods, you can ski groomers, you can ski soft snow. There's not a lot of limitations when it comes to a Storm Rider. Highly recommend, and I'm really, really impressed with it. I will say, I think just because of the price point, it is definitely an older demographic that is on these things. If you can find one on closeout, consider yourself very lucky, but I think it's worth the money. For this expensive of a ski, for me to be saying it's worth the money, I think that is that holds a lot of weight. So as you're considering your all-mountain options for 25-26, consider the Stokely Storm Rider 88 because it's a really, really good ski. All right, Stokely Storm Rider 95, very similar to what we talked about with the Stokely Storm Rider 88. This is an all-mountain ski that really doesn't have a whole lot of limitations. When it comes to Stokely, we always talk about the craftsmanship, the attention to detail, all of the things that really matter when you're spending this much money on a ski. This is like when you go and you buy your first performance vehicle and you're like, wow, everything about this just feels different, and you won't shut up about it to everybody that you know. It's like, look at how cool my car is. Look at the leather seats. Look at the way that it handles, the way that it feels. It's just that intangible thing that you can't always put your finger on. I think Stokely has figured out a way to put that into skis. And honestly, from my perspective, I think that that is because of the attention to detail that they put, cutting each piece of metal specific to each ski, to each length by hand in their factory, and making a really beautiful ski that looks like it would weigh as much as a house, but actually is fairly lightweight and nimble. It's very agile. I think if you're in that 95 width category, you're looking to just have that ski that you can throw in your truck and not worry about what the conditions are going to be like this day. I think that the 95 is really where most people are going to settle into, because whether you're going on a trip out west, you're here in New England, or you're going abroad, this is an excellent option to feel like you have the right tool for the job at any given moment. I will also mention the fact that this profile is slightly different than the 88, a little bit more rocker in it and a little bit more floaty, because the person typically buying a 95 width ski is looking for versatility. They're looking for that playfulness. They want to be able to smear a turn every once in a while without feeling like they're fully committed and locked in like they're skiing gates. But when it comes down to it and they need to put the hammer down on a groomer, they can do that with a ski like the Stokely Storm Rider 95. My least favorite graphic of the line. I think it does look good, it looks clean, but it does scream generational wealth a little bit. And I think that that is the one negative thing that I can say about Stokely. Otherwise, you'd be shocked at how many ripping young skiers are now on Stokely products, and it's because they've made a ski that sits at the top of the class across the board in any given category. In the Stokely Storm Rider 95, I just can't see someone getting on this thing and being like, that ski is a piece of garbage. It just isn't gonna happen. It's too nice of a ski. You can definitely say that you're not a Stokely person, but you definitely can't say that you don't like this ski. So 95 underfoot, I think it's a great ski for just about anybody looking for that one ski quiver that is so coveted in the ski industry. I also think that for somebody that is a little bit on the heavier side, maybe a little bit more groomer oriented, you will feel like this just gives you a little bit more edge when it comes to actually putting down a turn the way you want it to. It just feels different than a lot of the other skis that are in this lineup and in this width range. Obviously, 90 to 100 is the most popular range for skis these days. This is one that you can actually feel the difference in and stands alone by itself as a very unique product for somebody that's willing to spend $1,200 to $1,500 on a ski setup. You'll feel like you spent the money in the right place. So, Stokely Storm Rider 95. All right, so in the Carvy Boy category, this is the Stokely Montero AS coming in at a 14.6 meter turn radius. It is, as it sounds, turny. This is a great ski with a little bit more progressive style that'll allow you to get through those groomer days and have a really good time. The thing that I like the most about this ski is how much energy it feels like it has. It actually feels like you're getting more out of every turn on the exit than you had when you were coming into the turn. And I think that that's a really good talking point when it comes to heavier, more carving oriented skis. This thing feels like it's grounded, but it doesn't feel like you're stuck in every single turn. Definitely the more limited of the options when it comes to the Montero series. It really likes to do one turn shape and one turn shape only, but that one turn shape is really, really pretty. I actually would say for most people, like I'm again 6 foot tall, 215 pounds. For me, a 172 I thought was gonna be really short, but I actually really enjoyed it for those short swing turns on days in New England where you're skiing tighter terrain or there's a bunch of people on the hill. You can feel like you're getting your turns in correctly on this ski. I also really like the graphic update that they did this year. I feel like they just made it a little bit sleeker. It sits, again, similar to like what we talked about with that RC4 Curv GT, sits in a category that's kind of different than a lot of other skis. And for the Stokely customer that's spending $1,200 to $1,500 on a pair of skis, they want something that's unique, that's different. They have an arsenal of skis already, and they're looking to add to it with something that does one thing really, really well. And the Montero AS is really the right tool for the job if you're looking for that quick turning, fast, energetic ski. We've talked all about the way that these skis are made and the metal that goes into them and the craftsmanship, but it really comes through on a ski like this where you feel everything. Because it's a narrower ski, you're gonna feel everything that is in the ski. It is not too heavy, and it is very flat underfoot. There's not a ton of camber in this ski. There is a bit of tip rocker so that you can enter the turn gently, but it really feels like as you're entering your turn, you're just sliding in there. Even though you can be at a super aggressive edge angle on this thing, you still feel like the ski is locked in, but not forcing you all the way through. Overall, I think this is a great ski for somebody looking to add to a quiver. I don't necessarily think it's a perfect ski for somebody who is just looking for that one ski. This is not the right ski for that. But if you're looking for a ski to do a specific job, you're looking for something that's different than every other ski you've experienced, I do think that the AS is a great place to be. And again, quality control, baby. Like, this is a super high quality, fancy, bougie, Gucci, whatever word you want to use. That's probably the right word for this type of ski. I've sold a ton of these things actually, and I've been really, really happy to hear how psyched the person that buys this ski is, but be wary again, it's not for everybody. It's for the right kind of consumer, and if you're that person, let me know in the comments. All right, so this is the Headcore 94 Ti, and it is a brand new ski, although carrying the same name that it had in 2020 plus. This is very, very different. So instead of using that graphene carbon situation that they were using before, this is now a metal ski. There is 2 sheets of metal with a layer of flax in this ski, and it is very impressive to see how much this thing has changed. Whereas before it was like this twitchy, lightweight kind of hybrid ski, great for somebody who's buying their first all-mountain ski, maybe in that 90-ish width for the very first time in their life. This is now a staple for people that are looking for an all-mountain ski that actually charges. Now, it is a little lighter weight and a little lighter duty than something like an Enforcer or a Blizzard Anomaly. It's a lot easier to ski, doesn't feel nearly as burly, and they still focused a lot on keeping the ski lightweight. So for people looking to run either the new Attack Hybrid binding or a Solomon Shift, this is still definitely an option for you. I definitely think that they did a good job differentiating this from previous versions. A lot of times you'll see, like with the Enforcer, they make these like really minor changes. This is a full revamp of the ski line, and as you get wider in the line, it actually gets less camber, so the ski will feel a little floatier and a little surfier. This being the second widest in the lineup for the men's side, or the unisex skis, it's got a decent amount of camber in it, but not enough that's offensive. I will also mention the graphic because I have gotten more mixed opinions on this graphic than any other graphic that I've seen. It is different for sure. I like it, but I also feel like it's a little bit odd. It does give you a good little window into the ski though, so you can actually see that the metal does not fully extend all the way out to the outside edges of the ski. It's really just through the midsection of the ski to keep that torsional stiffness that you need to have a burly, hard charging all mountain ski, but it doesn't feel like it's super overpowering. That flax layer in between keeps the ski really light, and it also keeps it feeling snappy. Again, the benefit of having metal on a ski is that it makes it feel really damp and hard charging and good at speed. But if you go to a flax or a carbon, you start to feel like it's a little bit twitchier and a little bit more responsive in quick situations. So if you need to make a quick decision, it's really a nice thing to have in your arsenal. Wood core, obviously, so they're making this ski as complete as they possibly can because they want to compete with other top-selling skis like the NORDICA Enforcer, like the Anomaly, like a Vocal Kendo series. This sits pretty neatly within that range at the stiffer end of that spectrum. If you're taking an ELAN Ripstick for comparison, where it's light and really accessible, this is probably 20 to 30% stiffer than that. I'm also kind of surprised that it is as fun as it is, because usually when you get a ski that gets all this metal added to it, it just becomes too beefy to actually turn. This turns really well. It feels like it's very fluid throughout each turn, and I was impressed with just the overall construction of this thing. I think they did a really good job with it. I'm very curious to see how people enjoy it going forward, but you tell me, what do you think of this graphic? Is this a ski that you're going to consider going forward? Are you sad that the old core is dead and now we have this metal, burlier, hard charging option? Or are we happy to see that we have a ski that we can go full gas on all the time? All right, so this is the Head Core 106 Ti, and similar to the previous models that we're going to talk about today, this is a fun all-mountain but fairly hard charging ski. Now in the 106 width, obviously the priority is skiing really well in softer conditions, so the ski may feel a little softer even though it's a very similar construction to the other models. There is a little bit less camber and a little bit more rocker in the ski, and what that does for you is it allows you to enter your turn really cleanly and not feel like you have this spring feeling right into it, right? Like, because when you're skiing soft snow, I don't know, turning is not your #1 priority. You want to go and have fun and explore and really just feel like you're popping and bopping all over the hill. This is the kind of ski that'll do that. Much, much improved. I thought the old 105 core was the worst ski in the lineup. I actually think the 106 is my favorite of the group. And the reason I say that is because it hits this weird little middle area in that mid 100 to 110 category that not a lot of other skis do. There's probably only 5 or 6 other skis in this width range that I would actually like ski on an everyday basis. And this is one of them because it feels like it's strong enough to get me through on the days when I need to get through a groomer day. But when I take it off into the soft snow, it feels like it has all of the attributes that I'd want in a freeride ski. And that's like a really tough category to hit. Again, I think there's not very many that actually do that well. This is one of them that I've been really, really impressed with, and I'm glad to see that the old core is dead when it comes to this category. Another thing worth mentioning is that they've done away with just doing carbon in the skis. This is a metal ski. So again, much higher gas pedal on this thing. You can go much higher speeds and feel like you're confident and not feel like the old one literally felt like at speed you were going to have it blow off your shoe at any given time. Like, it just wasn't the right fit for that kind of ski. It was great if you wanted something lightweight, easy to turn, you were maybe just figuring out how to ski a powder ski for the first time. This is for somebody that knows what they're doing and is looking for the best possible option that they can get for the money. And again, I think that this is a pretty interesting looking ski. I do like that brands are starting to do like collections where the graphic is similar all the way through. I don't know if I think this graphic is going to be a hit, but it does give you a nice little window into the construction of the ski. You can see the rubber in the tip, the wood core through the center. Gives you a little more insight into what you're actually skiing, and maybe makes you a little bit more conscious about what goes into building a ski that you might actually like. And for a lot of people, like, we just talk all this stuff about tech all day long. Nobody really cares. Like, they just want something that's going to be fun. They want to have the best possible time on the mountain. But I think this offers a good opportunity for people to explore what's actually on the inside of some of the skis that they like so very much, or some of the skis that they hate so much. So overall, Head Core 106 Ti, I think this would be a great option to add to your quiver. If you're looking for something maybe a little bit better for those 5 to 10 inch powder days, this is a great, great choice. And I'm really happy that it's here. Also, real quick, also maintained a really lightweight profile on this ski. And I think that that's hard to do. When you add metal to a ski, it's hard to keep it lightweight. And Head's done a really good job of making something that is accessible, lightweight, fun, agile, all the buzzwords you want to hear when you're buying a ski that's supposed to have you just get out there and have a good time. Head Core 106 Ti.
All right, here we have the Head Core 99 Ti. This is a complete redesign from the previous Core, and it's really come back bigger, stronger than ever. It now is a contender more in that more rigid all-mountain ski for women. Stacks up against the Black Pearl, the Santa Ana, in that it's a really beefy ski that does really, really well in all different kinds of terrain and really holds its own. They went away from, you know, the more gentler type design where it was a ski that, while it was fun, it was, you know, forgiving, but it wasn't exactly the strongest and it wasn't the most hard charging ski. And they took that and just stripped it down and built it back up for something that that athletes and people who generally appreciate, you know, a stronger ski, if they're going to have one ski in their quiver, tend to lean towards. They are in that 99 range, so it's pushing a bigger ski, a wider ski, but it skis pretty comfortably and it does have that responsiveness that you would expect out of a lower ski or a lower width ski. When Head redesigned, they did add Titanol, which is a sheet of metal that really adds that density to the ski and maintains that beefier feel. Previously, there was a different material that was a little softer and felt a little bit more delicate, for lack of a better term. They stripped that and really made this a ski that can charge harder again and support speeds. Graphic-wise, if you're anything like me, especially as a lady skier, you tend to be overwhelmed and maybe turned off by the typical women's ski graphic. Head did a really nice job of just stripping all of that down and going for a really simple color profile and color wave that, you know, lets you kind of either blend in or pick your pop in your binding. So if I were to take the ski out, this would be one of those skis where I leave the parking lot at 9 a.m. and it's groomer and cruising, and then by noon it's pretty choppy. Again, the kind of ski that does really, really well in New England resort skiing. So as far as sizing goes, you know, they hit it really on the nose. It's accurate with sizing. You don't need to kind of overanalyze sizing up or sizing down. You measure to a 170, you ski the 170. This is the Head Core 99 Ti. Let us know what you think.
All right, so there are two major ski lines that changed, and we mentioned the Salomon QST at some point in this video. The other one that changed significantly is the Head Core 88 Ti. A massive difference between this and the old rendition of this ski. Now we see metal in the ski, much more torsionally rigid, much more stable at speed, and honestly, a ski I would like to be on much more often. Previously, I felt like the old Core was lightweight and kind of shaky, and honestly, it suffered from a lot of the same things that the QST did, where it was like in that weird middle area. It could be a hybrid touring ski, it could be whatever you wanted. It's very beginner and consumer friendly. This one has a gas tank. This thing can go at speed, hold an edge all the way through, and they've done some really neat things to achieve that. There is metal in it again. So like this is now gonna be in that wheelhouse where it's comparing itself to a Nordica Enforcer, a Blizzard Rustler. This is a ski that truly is very unlimited in terms of what you can do with it. Overall, I would say stiffness wise, comparable to those other skis, but maybe still a smidge on the softer side. Pretty wide tip profile, 88 underfoot. So like if you're a New Englander and you want that ski that you can pop into the woods every once in a while, or maybe you just want something to rip groomers that's a little more fun than your standard groomer ski, this is a phenomenal, phenomenal option. And I think Head did a great job with the redesign. It's really hard for a company to go in and redesign their core, no pun intended, their core lineup of skis. This is the best way you could have done it. If you're gonna change something, you better make sure you change it right, especially when it's what's bringing home the bacon on a regular basis. This is a just overall very clean aesthetic look, and I'm really impressed with it. I hope that people actually get a chance to ski this thing and give it a second chance if they tried the previous rendition and weren't a fan. While I think there's a lot of good customers for the prior version of the Core, and I think there's people that it really hits the nail on the head for, I think this is a lot more of what that Core lineup should have been from the jump, but now we get it in an even better graphic. This, I can't tell you how happy this makes me to not see a huge head logo down the ski. I think this looks so much cleaner. The line is very consistent across the board. All the men's skis are black, all the women's skis are white. I just think that they did a really nice job of redoing a line that's very challenging to redo. This is the most saturated category. As I've said, there's so many skis in that 88 to 100 underfoot width. How do you stand out in them? You do it by making a really solid ski that can do just about everything. And this is where it starts for them in the 88 Ti. They make this thing in a ton of widths, and we're gonna talk about most of them. It goes from an 88 to a 94 to a 10 to a 100 to a 106 to a 112 to a 118. If you want a ski that can do just about anything, head core is something you probably should be considering. Let me know what you think. All right, so piggybacking off some of the things that Elsa had said previously about the women's core series, this is the Core 93 Ti, and it again is a completely redesigned ski. It actually has some metal in it. This is a ski that previously had a really low speed limit, and now we have a very high speed limit. This is one of the most changed skis and one of my picks for most improved in 2025. This is definitely a ski that most people will now enjoy a lot more. Now, we talked about adding metal to it. It is not obscenely stiff, but it does feel and flex a lot more consistently than the previous model did. The graphene version did feel very like chattery and brittle, and it was great for like a 50-50 touring ski, great for someone who was just trying out a technical all mountain ski for the first time. This is much, much better for those of you that like to charge. We have everything from carbon, metal, wood core, the whole deal. This is a complete all mountain ski for those of you looking for something that can handle whatever terrain shows up on any given day. The 93 Ti in the core lineup is really, really slick. I like the new graphic update. I think it looks very clean. The entire line looks almost the same. The women's ones being white, the men's ones being black. Very little difference between the two of them at all though. And I think this is a ski that people can rely on to actually hold an edge on those harder conditions a lot more consistently, and just feel like when they're going quite a bit faster through some of that choppier terrain, this thing will actually stay grounded and feel like it's finishing off a turn consistently well. One of the things that I think I like the most about it is it just feels like a much better ski altogether. It did gain some weight. It is a little beefier and it's a little bit heavier, but I think all of that is for a good reason, because all we care about when we talk about skis in this category is that they ski well. And I think Head did a really nice job with this redesign, and I hope to see more of this kind of thing from them going forward, because it's going to cement them in the top ranks of the all mountain skis for 2025 and 2026, and hopefully beyond. Let us know what you think of the new Core 93 Ti. I am a big fan of this redesign right here. All right, it would not be a gear guide if we did not talk about the most talked about product in 2025, and that is the Shred Shock system. It is a behemoth of a system featuring 4 mountain bike shocks to make your binding work. The system does not come with a binding. It is basically just a platform that elevates your ski and gets you up off the ground a little bit more. And with the help of 2 mountain bike shocks on each one, it kind of allows you, or in theory, allows you to get a little bit more flow, a little more stability at speed, and a little more aggressive turning. We have seen a bunch of different athletes on this thing. We also have seen a bunch of our people on this thing, whether it was for the gear guide testing, just friends of the pod, friends of the collective on this product. And we've gotten all kinds of mixed reviews. Now, we'll start by saying it is $2,000, $2,500, and it is heavy. Obviously, there are 4 mountain bike shocks that now exist on your ski, in addition to a CNC'd aluminum platform. We'll start with the good stuff. I do think that there is a real attempt here at some innovation in the ski industry. I do think that this is a viable product for somebody who just wants something different. And I will say, at speed, it does make some difference. It makes you feel like you're a little bit more grounded and attached to the snow, whether that is just because of the weight or because of the suspension system doing its job. I'm not entirely sure. Now, on to the bad stuff. I do think that this has a lot of kinks that need to be worked out before it can actually make it to market in a functional capacity. Some of them have already been worked through, like the addition of a hole back here that will allow you to adjust with a posi drive system. They added that on after kind of our feedback, that you couldn't really adjust your forward pressure or your din very effectively without using like a 90-degree screwdriver, which I'm gonna be honest, I don't even think I've ever seen one of those in real life. So that is definitely something worth noting. The other thing is just weight. It's very heavy. Like we're talking about an almost 40-pound setup when you talk about skis, bindings, all together. And the last thing is, I'm not entirely sure what it does. Like we spent all season trying to figure out who this is good for. And I think who this is good for realistically is somebody who maybe just needs a little bit more cushion on those days when you really feel like the ski is beating you up. The downside to all of that is that, like, for me, somebody who just skis regularly, like I actually felt like I was more tired at the end of the day when skiing on this thing versus my regular alpine setup. It made a ski that I really, really like in the Ranger 102 feel like just kind of dead and not super exciting anymore, where normally it's very lively and energetic. I also think that like having to adjust your shock pressure consistently is a little annoying. I was running through Canon's parking lot being like, does anybody have a shock pump with them so I can adjust this binding to the proper pressure for me for this given day? There's another thing to note is that you will have to adjust the shock pressure depending on the conditions, the skier, and really just what you're doing with this thing. So overall, I think it's got some work to do. I do think it's a great product for those of you that just like to tinker and mess with new stuff. It is great for that. But at $2,000+, is that a worthwhile spend for you? I can't tell you. Like I have no idea. For me, I think the kinks outweigh the good things for this setup currently, but that may change in the future. So keep an eye on Tread Shocks and see what they do to improve this design going forward, because I think that there is a lot of room for improvement and there's definitely room for products that people can tinker with. Let me know what you think. All right, so we've already reviewed this fantastic Fischer Ranger ski, but I did want to talk about one of the additions, or the mods, if you will, that I have added to my own, and that is this Flow Skis ball system that goes on the tip of your ski. Now, I'm not saying that this is a perfect product, but I will say, unlike some of the other things that are in this test, this actually is a gimmicky thing that works. And what it does basically is it just offsets your weight. The balls move in the oil as you're making your turns. And for me, for a ski like this that doesn't have any metal in the tip profile, that I feel like, you know, on hard pack days when you're really ripping on groomers, you want to feel like that tip is down and quiet. This actually really does the job. So for a company that isn't honestly really a company, they've done an excellent job of making something very unique that actually serves a purpose, and it's cheap. It's like $100 you can get this thing added onto your ski. I will say, do not use the hardware that they send with it, because I just dimpled the bottom of my ski using the screws that they send in the package. So do not make the same mistake as me. Use your own hardware that actually makes sense for the depth of the ski that you need. Obviously, this is also an aftermarket mod, so it will probably definitely void your warranty overall. So only do it on a pair of skis that you're confident you're keeping for a long time without making any adjustments to. But overall, it's a conversation starter, but it actually does do something positive. I felt like my skiing was a little smoother on the right ski than it was on the left ski. And yes, I only mounted them on one because I wanted to be able to feel the difference side by side all the time. And I definitely noticed the difference when I would go to make my turn, especially when I was exiting the turn. It just felt like my ski was already preloaded and ready to go. Very impressive for a product that shouldn't be impressive at all. Let me know, are you going to go online and buy a pair of Flow Skis ball bags? All right, so those are some of the skis that got submitted for the 2025-2026 gear guide, and we hope you enjoyed them. Let us know what you think, what you're really excited about, and much, much more. As I'm losing the ski as we end this as we end this segment here. These are our selections for ski boots for 2025-2026. This is obviously the most personal section of all of the sections that we're going to talk about in this guide. Every boot is different, everybody's foot is different. You don't have the same foot as me, I don't have the same foot as you, and there's a lot of variation when it comes to ski boots, and obviously many of these boots are adjustable. You can change the fit, you can change the style, you can do all kinds of things to a ski boot to make it work for you. But what we really wanted to do is talk about the pros, cons, and really dive into who each boot is for and who's gonna have the best time in them. So we hope that you get some value out of this, and we hope that this helps you find a boot that you can fit into for this season and enjoy it for a long time to come. All right, so this is the Fischer RC4 MV Pro free. And again, free means you have tech inserts in the toe. That's really nice for people that are running a hybrid binding system like a shift, a cast, the new Attack hybrid, any of those types of bindings. It allows you to go through and ski shorter lines, skin up a little bit, boot pack, use that hybrid binding system to the best that you possibly can, and then roll right into having a high performance fixed cuff boot. On the MV and on the Pro version in particular, you have a couple different things. From the 120 that I ski so regular, this is actually Joe's regular boot, and we ski a little differently, and I think for him this is actually probably the best boot. For me, I like the 120, but for him this boot offers a little bit more performance, a little bit stiffer cuff because it is a carbon infused upper, and that basically just adds a little bit more torsional rigidity to the boot, a little bit more stiffness, and this boot clocks in at around 140 flex points or so, and I would say that that is pretty realistic. It's probably one of the stiffest boots, if not the stiffest, in all of the boots that we have. Mentioned it with the head caliber and it being a 130, 140 flex. I would say that's really more like a 120, 130. This is definitely more like a true 130, 140 boot. A lot of that has to do with what we're gonna talk about next here, which is the liner. I mentioned how much I like the D3O liner in the boot that I'm in personally, but there is no doubt the best liner in the sport right now comes from a company out of Carbondale, Colorado in ZipFit. All handmade in Italy. These are the nicest liners that you possibly could buy as an aftermarket liner, and Fischer has gone the extra mile and included these in their stock boots. This is a huge upgrade. Granted, it is a pricey boot. You're talking over $1,000 for a boot like this, but if you're thinking, oh, I was gonna spend $650 to $800 on a boot plus another $600 for a ZipFit liner that you can potentially get up to 700 days in, it's really actually a pretty good deal. Now, neoprene toe box, very warm. Plenty of people, including Jeff from Ski Essentials, have mentioned that ZipFit is doing something very special with the toe box in these. They are extremely warm and extremely comfortable, and there is nothing that fits like a ZipFit toe box. Obviously, you can inject cork into these and make this section of the boot, your heel pocket, fit very tight. You can make it more comfortable, and you can make it however you need it to be so that it is perfectly molded around your foot. Obviously, this is a heat moldable liner as well. One other thing that Fischer has done differently than ZipFit is they actually integrated their speed lace system from their Nordic boots and put it into their Alpine boot for the ZipFit liner specifically. One of the biggest issues that people have had with ZipFit boots in the past is that they come with these pretty ridiculously thick laces that you can sometimes feel when you're flexing the boot forward. This eliminates that, makes a much smaller, much more cohesive system to adjust, and it's a lot easier to just tuck inside the liner and be done with it. So this is a phenomenal product, a great deal for the high performance skier out there, somebody that's looking to have the nicest product out of the box and doesn't want to stress about going and making a liner upgrade on their brand new boot. Now, do I think that this is way better than a regular 130 performance liner? I do. Liners have gotten really good, but this is still the gold standard when it comes to a performance boot liner. We spend most of the time on this particular review talking about the liner, but that's because it does make all the difference in the world for an already really impressive boot. So you tell me, what do you think of the new RC4 Free Pro? All right, so this is my personal boot. This is the boot that I spent the most time in this season, and I gotta tell you, it's my personal boot for a reason. This is an awesome, awesome product, and I think it's one of the best stock boots that's ever been made for a bunch of different reasons. One, it's a performance 120 flex boot coming in a low volume option at a 98 last. It's really comfortable still. I had to make some minor adjustments in terms of fit to make it fit my 100-ish last foot, but I'm really happy with the way that this thing came out. And one of the things that has changed with the RC4 lineup overall is they've kind of changed the shell material a little bit. They've changed the way that it looks overall. They've really dialed in the way the bow is placed on the lower part of the boot, giving you that nice wrap around around the forefoot. Now, one of the other things worth mentioning on this boot is that it actually has tech inserts on the toe. This is what we're calling a bro boot, okay? So it doesn't have any tech insert on the heel. This is really made for a system like cast, a hybrid binding system like a shift, things like that is really where this boot will thrive. And honestly, like I ski a hybrid setup more often than I'm on a true touring setup. This is not a true touring boot by any means. There is no walk mode. It is a fixed cuff boot. So that makes a big difference in terms of downhill performance. Obviously, it also makes a difference in uphill performance. This is not a boot that I would be hiking super long lines with or anything like that. I wouldn't be skinning for 3 hours in this boot, but I think if you're gonna be doing some boot packs, some side country, some mixed lines, really opens up a lot of doors in terms of what's available for you, the consumer. Another thing, this booster strap is excellent. As some of you may know, and many of you may not know, booster strap is basically an elastic system that goes around the front of your boot. They are a brand. Booster Strap has had a trademark for that design for a long time, and it expired last season. So now you're gonna start to see boots coming with elastic booster straps all the way through the industry, and Fischer is one of the first to implement one that actually has some flex, which is really nice. We talked about it with double boa boots in the sense that it gives you just a little more consistent flex all the way through. They did a great job by adding this on to their boot. Now, as I mentioned, bow on the lower gives you that nice wrap around the forefoot, buckle on the top so you can really get secure, especially in that second buckle where for me is always an issue. I feel like my heel always comes up in boots typically, especially if I'm not running an aftermarket liner like a Zip Fit. I'm always cranking down this buckle here. And I think that that's a really important thing to note is that Fischer comes with a bunch of different adjustment points for that buckle. There's 4 different slots that you can put that buckle in. So whether you need a ton of adjustment or just a little bit of adjustment, that range is available to you. Same deal on the top buckle as well. Now, when we get on the inside of the liner, we get, let me yank this baby off. Similar clip system that a lot of companies are using now, so you can really wrench on that booster strap as well, worth mentioning there. Now, vacuum fit we've talked about before, and many people have talked about. It's basically just Fischer's system for heat molding your shell. They also integrated into the liner system, so a fully heat moldable liner, slightly different material around the heel pocket, Achilles area, and all the areas where you really need security in the back side of your foot. This is an awesome stock liner. And the thing that we have not talked about yet is that there is D3O in this tongue. D3O is basically a material that hardens at really fast, hard impacts, but at slower impacts, it stays soft and consistent. So if you take a big hit, this will harden up and actually take a lot of that impact for you, which is really nice. D3O has a bunch of great resources on their site, so I'd recommend you go check it out because it is not just a gimmick. It's a really nice addition to the tongue of this particular liner. And Fischer has spent a ton of money developing this thing and making this thing so that it can be consumer friendly in 120 flex boot. So again, not a 130, not the top end product in the line, but I actually feel like as a boot fitter, most people need to be in a 120 and not in a 130 because you're not just trying to flex into a wall, you're trying to have a consistent point of flex for you and the type of skiing that you do. Last thing we'll mention on the liner is that it does also have that tongue adjustability that many boots have now. I think that's a really like a must-have thing so that if you have an instep issue anywhere over the top of your foot, there's a little bit more adjustment so that you can have a little more comfort if you have a really high instep, or you can have a better fit if you have a really low instep. So really nice liner. Overall, a really good boot, slightly lighter weight than the previous rendition. And overall, I just think it looks really solid. So you guys tell me, is this a boot that you'd be interested in? I couldn't be happier with the way that this one came out. It felt like this was the boot that I was meant to be skiing in for a very long time. And of all the boots I've tried, for me, this is my personal favorite. So let me know what you think of the new Fischer RC Pro RC4 LV Free. And again, the free just means you have tech inserts in the toe. All right, so continuing on the Fischer train, this is the new Fischer Traverse boot. This is a boot that is really loved by alpinists and people that want to go uphill in a hurry. A lot of things have been said about the old one, but what you cannot say is that it is not on a ton of people's feet because it's on everybody's feet. Like if you're watching people in the whites, like you're gonna see this boot all over the place. And it was a staple on the touring lineup for a while, remained unchanged for many years, and now we finally have some really significant upgrades to talk about, and I'm excited to share some of those with you. One of the things that we have here is a carbon fused upper cuff, one that is much stiffer, much more durable than the previous model, which is a nice add-on. It maintains a really light 1,000-gram weight, which is awesome for a 25.5 shell. Like, I think that is a really awesome boot, but it's not too light where it feels super brittle while you're skiing. And a lot of that is because of the carbon fused cuff, but it's also because they were able to integrate this nice locking walk mechanism that is a lot burlier than before. This is the kind of boot that you can put on and drive from your house to the trailhead. Like, I mean, I'm not suggesting that you do this type of thing, but it is technically legal in Vermont to drive your vehicle in a boot that is over 55 degrees range of motion. This is 80 degrees range of motion. So this is basically like wearing a pair of hiking boots and no different. So much more aggressive, and you can hear it as it snaps into place. This is a much more aggressive walk mechanism, holds you in place a lot better than the previous model, and I'm excited to see the durability factor on this thing last a very, very long time. Other thing to mention is that there is really no upper buckle on this boot. It's really just a power strap that is attached to a buckle. This gives you a really nice consistent fit without restricting your range of motion. Again, this is not a World Cup race boot. We're not looking for the top end downhill performance. We're looking for the best possible downhill performance for a boot that can perform as fast as possible uphill, transition really quickly, and get back down the hill. And that's what they've done here with this power strap system that they have designed specifically for this boot. They managed to maintain a lot of the same things when it comes to last and fit because people really enjoyed it. But what they did do is they upgraded to the new BOA H4 system, so it's a lot more durable. It's in a slightly different position, and the gaiter overall works a lot better with the current BOA system. The closure is just better, it's a little more durable, it's a little cleaner, and it's a little lighter weight. Obviously, full Vibram sole with a carbon infused plate right underneath that sole, so you get the maximum amount of stiffness in a touring boot that you possibly can. Now, when we go into the liner, first let me just show you this. Bonkers. Like, that is absolutely crazy, like how much motion you can get out of this thing. And getting the liner out is still a bit of a bear. And this is one of those boots that you are stepping into the liner first and then using the nice little gaiter tabs here to pull yourself into it. Also note that they made this a little more anatomically correct than many of the other companies out there in the sense that it is longer in the front, shorter in the back, so it is much easier to naturally slide your foot in at a weird angle while the cuff is back. When we go into the liner, they did actually make some pretty significant improvements to this liner. Touring liners are known to be really light and really flimsy. This actually does have a little bit more support towards the back of the boot so that you can actually lock your heel into place, including some little aftermarket J-bar situations to keep that heel locked down when you're walking uphill, even in full walk mode. In addition to that, to reduce chafing on your calf area, there is a Vibram V-Pod system that is on the tongue of the liner, and that allows you to actually feel like you're gripped to the front and not be sliding around a ton. So if you're looking for the maximum reliability in terms of fit, this is a great option for the shin area of your boot. Now, I think the toe box leaves a little bit to be desired here, where we have this overwrap system that is just sewn into the baseboard of the liner. I think that's okay. I think this is what we have to do for a really lightweight liner. If you look at like a ZipFit GFT in comparison, this is really not the same animal. Like, the ZipFit obviously skis a little bit better, but I think if we're talking about weight, this weighs as much as about 24 tissues. It is not very heavy at all, and I think that is really where Fischer hit the mark with the liner. And again, we're talking about a liner that is super, super lightweight. Obviously, there's gonna be some things that you lose on, and that definitely is like that neoprene toe box. You don't see that here. It is basically the entire boot is just this really soft, really moisture wicking material so that if you're getting really sweaty, it feels comfortable and you don't feel gross. And hopefully your feet aren't gonna stink nearly as bad. So you tell me, Is this type of touring boot something that you'd be interested in for your outdoor adventures, or is it something that you're gonna stay away from completely? Let us know in the comments. All right, so at long last, Armada has succumbed to the Hammer and has made a boot. The Armada team has spent a long time with their crew of riders, athletes, and tech geeks over at the Armada factory and making a product that they're really excited about for the type of skiing that they do. When you think about who's on their team, that means big lines, that means skiing in the park, that means a boot that can really hold up to some abuse, and I think that the AR1 checked all of those boxes. Obviously, what I refer to with the Hammer is Amer Sports, meaning Salomon, Armada, and Atomic are all really one parent company, and this allows them to get some of the best tech for a smaller company into the boot that they wanted to make. I really like the way that this boot came out. It's one of the boxier looking boots I think that's on the market right now. It does look very big and bulbous. However, it is a cabrio design with what they call 4-buckle performance, even though it really only has 3 buckles. We're gonna get into that in just a second. At a 130 flex, I feel like this flex is pretty true to what it is. Maybe we could call it a 120 in comparison to like some of the NORDICA or FISCHER options that are out there that are maybe a little bit more aggressive. However, I think for a cabrio boot, this is probably my favorite option that currently exists today. It is a bro boot, of course, so you can again run a hybrid binding setup like a shift or a cast, which many of their athletes are in order to get to some of those insane lines that they are skiing. This is a really cool system because nobody else has been able to put that kind of 4-buckle performance into a cabrio boot. Cabrio boots are known for being comfortable and having a really progressive flex. That means that the flex line is very consistent. It is not very jagged. On some stiffer 4-buckle boots, you will find that there is a definitive stopping point for the flex. With a cabrio boot, it allows you to reduce shin bang and consistently go through the motion of that flex point. Now, when we talk about the actual boot itself, I think it looks really clean. I think it is very performance feeling. The buckle system in the slingshot buckle system is one of the things that they are hanging their hat on for this model. They wanted to keep it 3 buckles, but have that same 4-buckle fit. What they did is they took their second buckle from the bottom and they moved it slightly at an angle and attached a metal cord underneath. What that does for you is it allows you to offset the actual buckle portion and the closure section so that you can have the best possible heel hold. This is really nice because you basically don't need that second buckle that's over your instep for most cases and most feet, but it still does give you a little bit more performance. The buckle from the top, the second buckle from the top is really important, especially for somebody like me that constantly has a ton of heel movement. This is really nice because it allows you to still get that really locked in heel feeling without having 4 buckles and keeping things really simple. You will also notice that they have these really, really burly Armada branded buckles on here. That is just because every park kid in the world has smashed a buckle at one point or another. This allows you to get into something that is a little bit more durable and doesn't look ridiculous. I will say, it is weighty. Even though this is a bro boot and can be used with a hybrid binding, this is pretty heavy. Like, I don't imagine you're gonna be touring for very long days in something like this because, again, fixed cuff and fairly heavy. But that's not the goal of this thing. The goal of this thing is big mountain performance, and that's really where you're going to see the best possible options brought to you by Armada. Now, when we open up the boot and we get into the liner, we see that we have a really nice heel closure system, almost identical to what Salomon is putting on their boots, again, because Hammer, an adjustable tongue, which is great. As we know, liners are the most expensive part of making a ski boot, and it is no different here. It is insulated with 3M Thinsulate. What that means is there's 200 grams of insulation in this boot, so it is very warm, very cushy. Again, maybe not a great thing for the uphill, but for the downhill and for standing around on film days, it's one of the warmest liners that you could possibly want. Really comfortable overall, very cushy. I would say that even though it's 100mm last, I feel like it fits a little more like a 102 in some areas. So just keep that in mind if you're gonna be buying this thing blind. But as always, I will remind you, the best thing you can do is go to a boot fitter, try one on, and let them talk you through the benefits of each model so that they can make the best decision for you, and you can have a boot that you can spend all day in. But that very well might be a boot like the Armada AR1. Let me know what you think. All right, so this is the coveted DYNAFIT Ridge boot. This is an awesome, awesome product for somebody that's looking for a little bit more comfort in a high performance touring option. Obviously, DYNAFIT is known for their bindings, but I think one of the things that gets discounted a lot from them is how much better their boots have gotten over the years. I remember 6 or 7 years ago, you could not pay someone to take a DYNAFIT boot out of your store, and now we have a boot that people are actually walking in looking for, largely due to Hoji, because of the Hoji lock system that is available in a lot of these touring boots now from DYNAFIT. They've taken that from the Hoji boot and they've put it in boots like the Ridge, and it makes for a really unique system that I think is one of the best closure methods in the sport today. Now, similar to the FISCHER Traverse that we've talked about as well, this really doesn't have any buckles. It just has a power strap system, this buckle situation here, and a BOA dial over the instep. A couple things there. I don't necessarily love having a BOA over the instep. I think, one, it just looks a little bulbous. It is a really easy impact area, and it does still use one of the older BOA systems in this model. However, I think on this particular boot, because of the really wide, comfortable toe box that the Ridge has been known for quite a while, this is actually a pretty good spot for it, and I can't imagine putting it anywhere else because of the way this overlaid system works on this particular model. Now, getting back to your lock system, this is really cool. And again, if you're just looking at it for the first time, you're probably like, oh, what are you talking about? It is just a walk mechanism. No, what it does is it not only locks your boot together, locks the cuff into the lower, but it also, watch the top, tightens your booster strap at the same time. So if you are like somebody that just wants to transition quickly and get going, this is as good of an option as you could ever hope for. And the reason that it's so good is because you could leave all of this stuff tight while you're touring, keep your heel locked into place, and not get a bunch of blisters and bruises as you're touring up and your boot's all loosey-goosey because your buckles are just flapping in the wind. This stuff can stay tight here, and when you are ready to go, we just cinch down, and all of a sudden you're actually ready to ski. There's not fiddling with your buckles, there's not tweaking stuff. This is ready to go the second you put this thing down. All right, so one of the reasons that people like this boot so much is because of that forefoot comfort that I mentioned previously. If you look at this liner, it doesn't look like it's anything special. But what they did do, as opposed to the FISCHER Traverse, is they kept that neoprene toe box, they left it so that it is really comfortable and gives you that kind of like squishy feeling in the toes. If you've ever toured uphill, you know that your toes end up being a problem at one point or another because you're kind of just jamming them back and forth. So having a little bit of extra toe room without compromising the fit overall is really important. This is a really lightweight liner. Again, it's a touring liner, so you're gonna see some negatives to the downhill performance of this thing, but overall, I think this carbon loaded Ridge is an awesome boot for somebody that is looking to do mostly touring, but every once in a while will step into a crossover setup of some kind and make some pretty aggressive turns. This allows you to get a little more torsional rigidity thanks to the carbon. It'll allow you to get a little more stiffness overall, and it allows for a more naturally flexing boot than what was previously available. I think with the Vibram sole on this thing, this is the best boot that DYNAFIT has made in a very long time. And the last thing I'm gonna mention before we check out of this one is this system right here on your toe lugs to get into your pin binding is a DYNAFIT specific system. Do you see how there's little tracks on that? That is a thing that not many people know even exists because DYNAFIT has the patent for it. It is their design because obviously they made the binding that is based on every pin binding that is available today. So they made the best possible fit system for their boots. This, if you're constantly missing your step in on a pin binding, this is a lifesaver. This goes in so easy and so smooth. I hope that one day DYNAFIT decides to just sell it to every boot brand so that everyone can have it, because this is really, really good. And it's not new, it's been around for a long time, but it wasn't enough to save some of the older DYNAFIT boots like the DYNAFIT Beast. But now we have a product that is really, really worth talking about and definitely worth the time to look into. All right, so this is the DYNAFIT Ridge. We talked about the Ridge Carbon, and this is basically just your regular shelled version, not carbon infused for the lower. It is a very slick looking boot, and it's very comfortable. This is kind of the boot that brought DYNAFIT back on the map when it comes to the ski boot game. I think for a minute there, things got a little quiet after the Hoji launch, but now we've integrated some of the great technology that was in the Hoji boot just with a totally new fit system that makes everything a lot more cushy and a lot more comfortable. It is kind of this like quasi cabrio design like we mentioned before, but it does allow for a really consistent flex and a very comfortable fit for the uphill and the downhill. If you care about the downhill performance as opposed to the Blacklight boot, this is actually a better downhill boot than the Blacklight is. Very similar in terms of fit, where it's got a slightly wider toe box, slightly taller toe box, so you have plenty of room. Same DYNAFIT inserts that allow you to track into the pin binding much easier than a traditional one, full Vibram sole, great walk mode with 60+ degrees of range. And again, Hoji lock in it so that when you go in and put your boot in ski mode, your top power strap actually tightens as well. Now, as opposed to the Blacklight where there is 2 power straps and 1 buckle, we actually have 1 buckle across the midsection to give you a little bit more stability, a little bit more stiffness, and feel like the boot is a little more aggressive on the downhill. The BOA system, which is not a BOA system, it's a ZO system, basically does the same thing as a BOA system would, keeps everything nice and tight. It does have a coiler, which is very slick, and overall this is just a very nice boot. And I think there's a lot of really big fans, there's a lot of stans out there, if you will, for this Ridge series of boot, and I think it's just because it fits pretty uniquely as opposed to a lot of the other options in the touring category for 2025. Now, as we open this thing up, you can see our Hoji lock in action. Strap is all connected to that system. And then we use our snowboard ratchet system buckle there to pull everything apart. No gator on this one. Again, adds some stiffness because this tongue is made to sit on the inside of this entire system. This is where a lot of your forward flex is coming from. It's in the tongue section right here. And it does allow for a very natural flex. And you can actually see there is a channel built into the boot that flexes as you flex that tongue. Gives you a good indication that the tongue is moving with you as you are making your progression forward in the boot, which again, really nice feature for those of you that care about the downhill skiing performance, which I would imagine is a lot of you. Overall, excellent boot. Comes in a couple different versions. There is a pink and there is a blue, and they make a huge size range in these things. So no matter the foot, if you have a foot that fits in this shape of boot, there is a size for you. Liner, we've talked about it before. This is the DynaFitter 5 liner, and I think it's kind of just a liner. It does the job. It's lightweight. It's heat moldable. I think for the first 30, 40 days, great liner. After that, I think it's going to start to get a little loosey-goosey, but again, totally depends on your foot, how much room you need, what's comfortable, what's not. If you're buying this boot a little bit smaller, realistically that growth in this liner will help you feel a little better long term. But overall, DynaFit Ridge boot is one of my favorite options for a touring boot in 2025, 2026, and this will probably be one of the boots that I actually keep for myself because this is something that I can see myself using on a regular basis. BOA system is really neat. Everything looks really clean, and I think the Ridge is a boot from DynaFit that if you're considering a touring boot, this is definitely one that should be on your list. So let us know what you think of the new DynaFit Ridge series, whether it's the carbon fused one or this version. I am a big fan, but only means so much. Let us know. All right, so today we're gonna talk all about the DynaFit Blacklight. This is basically the go-to skimo boot for those of you that actually care a little bit about comfort. Now, DynaFit really focused on 2 things, the uphill performance and the comfort aspect. I will not sit here and tell you that this is the most high-performing downhill-oriented boot. It's not. But, and I think you could probably see that by, you know, the fact that there's only 1 actual buckle on this thing. Now, the top 2 buckles that you would traditionally have are replaced with this mega power strap system here that actually connects over to your Hoji lock, which is a really nice way to integrate things and keeps things super simple. You do have an additional power strap up top to keep everything nice and tight and give you a little bit more of that forward flex, or I guess a little bit less of that forward flex. Either way, I digress. This is your middle buckle here, and this is basically going to control everything in the forefoot and a little bit of that ankle area so that you are cinched up. Now, why do we say the focus here was on comfort? They put a really comfortable liner in this thing, and it is a 101 millimeter last boot, so it is a little bit wider and a lot more forgiving for many different shapes of feet. If you're a skinny pin-footed type person, this is probably not the boot for you unless you're just going for like that cushy, comfortable feel. Now, they also have a much taller toe box than what you've seen traditionally from a DYNAFIT boot, similar to what is on the Ridge boot and the Ridge Pro boot. This just allows you to have a little bit more toe space than what you would normally get. This is a sub-kilo boot, so like this is a very lightweight product for something that is still comfort oriented, and that gets into the uphill performance. Uphill performance wise, this is a great option if you just want to minimize the amount of transition time uphill, maximize the amount of range. You have a 60 to 70 degree range for the uphill motion of this boot. Now, we mentioned Hoji Lock. We've talked about it with other boots. Hoji Lock is one of the most intuitive systems that exists in ski boots today. It basically just takes your walk hike function and integrates that with your top buckle, or in this case, your top power strap. That basically allows for you to be in walk mode, and it will loosen the cable attached to the power strap. When you're ready to go downhill, one motion and you are ready to go skiing downhill. Just makes things a lot simpler, and honestly, there's no reason to not use something like this because it just makes everything a lot cleaner and takes 2 or 3 steps out of your transition process when you're ready to go downhill. So that means less fumbling around, less playing with stuff at the top of the hill when you're all sweaty and gross and just trying to get warm and ready to go make your turns. Downhill performance wise, again, I don't think this is the best downhill boot in the entire world. Obviously, there is only like a buckle and a half, we'll call it here. But it actually skis pretty well. Like, I'm 215 pounds. This would not be my daily driver, but it is skiable still. So you can get downhill and feel like you can drive a ski. Now, if you're going to be driving something with 2 sheets of metal in it, I probably would not be recommending this boot to you. But if you're going to get something lightweight and touring oriented, this is a great option so that you have a consistent setup between binding ski and boot. We also mentioned on the toe lugs, we have these little channels that make it easier to step into any pin binding. It's a DYNAFIT specific thing. They invented the pin binding. They're the only one that has this system in their boots. And it does make a big difference because it allows you to find those pins and track them right into the holes a lot easier. Now, as we get into the boot, obviously that's your top power strap. Everything is cinched up really nicely. There is a quick release function for that secondary strap, so you can just get in and out with ease. Obviously, if you want to see that full range of motion, it's pretty insane to see how much movement you get out of that shell when we pull everything out. Worth mentioning, it does have a really slick gaiter here with a very secure pull tab, so it's not like as you're stepping into your shell you're going to be ripping this thing out. This is actually one of the best options I've seen in terms of like structure on a pull tab for a gaiter. There's been issues with other ones, and the neat thing is that this is actually set into the lower part of the boot. It is not just a gaiter all the way around. So it does keep you warm, does keep you dry, does allow for that kind of like free floating motion of your boot, but it doesn't limit you when you're trying to step in, so you don't have to worry about shooting your liner through this tiny little hole in your shell. Pretty slick motion when it comes to the lock mechanism. You can see it from the inside there. That's all we're going to talk about for the shell. Liner wise, I think this liner is really comfortable. It's really lightweight. It is heat moldable, and they did do like a gentle J-bar situation for the ankles to keep your ankles locked into place. All in all, it's kind of just a touring liner. Nothing to write home about, but it does definitely do the job, and I think on day 1 it's going to feel very comfortable for you. On day 100 you may feel like it gets a little bit sloppy, but again, I think ski boots, like anything else, are very personal, and you need the best fit possible. So figure out if the liner works for you. If it doesn't, there's plenty of upgrade options for liners that you can use down the line. But initially, I think this liner does the job. It does have some nice Velcro for it to hit with your gaiter. And it does also have a slightly softer material on the back spine so that when you are in touring mode, the liner flexes consistently with the shell. Overall, a really, really great option for somebody looking for a comfortable boot that is also touring specific. Check out the DYNAFIT Blacklight and let us know what you think. All right, so this is the DYNAFIT Tigard series. This is the 110, this is the 130, and that's the last that we're gonna talk about, the 110 for the most part, so I'm gonna get rid of it. The nice thing about the Tigard is that it's made to be this kind of like overarching, do everything hybrid touring boot from DYNAFIT, right? You know them as like this uphill, lightweight, form functioning company, right? This is the boot that they have to compete with boots like the K2 Mindbender, like a Lang Free Tour, like any one of the boots that you would be buying in a ski shop. If you were like, maybe I'm gonna muddle around to do some ski touring, but really I just want a good downhill performing boot, Tigard is that. It's worth noting that the 130 and the 110 both come with the same performance features across the board. So you can actually pick the boot that you need based on the flex that you need and not worry about losing features because you're going to a 110 or 130 like a lot of other brands do. Now, as we get into some of these tech features, we have all of your regular suspects where grip walk soles, pin capability, regular alpine binding capability, a walk mode, a comfortable heat moldable liner, all of those things. When we get into the more specific aspects of this boot, the first thing that we go to is the Hoji lock system. Hoji lock is one of the most groundbreaking things in uphill touring that I think has come out in the last 10 years. And basically what it does is it cinches up your walk mode. So when you're ready to go downhill, you lock your walk mode into place, into ski. It then tightens your booster strap and it tightens your upper buckle all in one motion. So there's no more like fiddling around at the top of the trailhead to get all your buckles in the right place. In one swift motion, everything is dialed. The other thing that we're going to talk about with this boot is these little retainers for the buckles. This is a really nice thing to have, especially on an alpine boot that usually fits a little bit bigger, a little bit looser. You don't want to have your buckles super tight when you're touring uphill. You want them to be pretty loose so that you still get that effective 70-degree range of motion that comes in a Tigard, but you don't want your buckles falling out, right? And these kind of keep them nice and in place and exactly where you need them. So again, DYNAFIT was kind of looking to minimize any extra adjustments you would have to do at the transition point at the top of the hill, and they've done a great job with that. Last-wise, this is a 101 last, so it is really like that true medium high volume boot, allowing for a lot more comfort and honestly a lot more different shapes of feet to get into this thing. Now, it is not a super lightweight boot, but it's not made to be a super lightweight boot. It is made to be a hybrid boot, so it's like just light enough so that you can do the uphill in your best time, but you can also ski the downhill in the best way possible and feel like you have that stability and control that you need. Now, the last thing that we're gonna get into here before we wrap this thing up is, I guess, the last two things. Last two things we're gonna talk about. One, Instep uses a softer plastic material, so it makes it easier to get into. So whether you're using laces on your liner, a zip fit liner, or you just have a high instep in general, this allows for the shell to flex a little bit easier and for you to get in there without being bit. And that definitely happens. Some boots still are using the same plastic material over the instep as everywhere else on the boot. I think that is a mistake, and DYNAFIT did not make that mistake with this boot. When it comes to the liner, we actually have a very comfortable and alpine-oriented liner that has a hinge point on the Achilles area of this boot. So when you are in that walk motion, your liner flexes freely as well, not just the shell. Everything is going to move in unison, which is really, really nice so that you don't have to worry about wear marks or tearing in the liner as you're starting your uphill trek. It's also just pretty well built. I think people have said a lot of things about DYNAFIT liners over the years. They're not good, they're too light, they're too fluffy, whatever. This is actually a really good option, and I would feel pretty confident skiing in this option because you have that neoprene toe box, because you have a little bit more stiffness in the cuff of this boot. And honestly, like if you're looking at a standard liner, this is kind of just like a standard downhill oriented liner. Very impressive boot. This is one of the best hybrid touring boot options I think on the market, and I've been really, really impressed with the way that it skis. So let us know what you think of the new Tigard 130 or the Tigard 110. So in this gear guide, we committed to telling you what every product was for and not what product is good and not product was bad. However, this is maybe the one anomaly in this entire gear guide. It is for someone, and I'll get there. But it's a ski boot. made by Apex, and it is supposed to be the comfort of a snowboard boot with the performance of a ski boot. And let me tell you, it's neither one of those things. This thing is overall objectively just a bad product. There is 2 boas, and I will note, Apex was the first one to put 2 boas on a ski boot, even though I'm not even entirely sure that I can, in good conscience, call this a ski boot. So the way it works is we open up this XP system made by Apex, and now, wow, we have a snowboard boot. How cool is that? It fits like absolute garbage. It doesn't do anything really well. And I can't tell you a single redeeming thing other than if you had always wished that there was snowboard boot situations available for ski boots, there certainly is right here. The best purpose that I've seen people use this for is walking around the cobblestone roads in Vail, downtown, just in their liners only. So this is really the only redeeming thing about this boot. If you have been considering a boot like this because you've heard, wow, this is a, you know, a groundbreaking thing. No, it's bad. Please don't buy it. If anybody ever suggests to you that you should buy this boot, just know that their skiing ability is probably not all that they think it is, because not only does this boot have so many points of movement, which every ski boot company in the world tries to reduce as much as possible, even in touring boots, it also has somehow the ability to make the longest possible boot sole length, and in turn, the longest possible dead spot in your ski that you could possibly wish for, nightmare for. I don't really know what I can say that is good about this thing. Again, I think the person that this is for the person that really doesn't want to go skiing and they're getting forced into going skiing. It's nice that they make it up to 130 flex, I guess, but it is just objectively a pretty bad product. I will say putting on the liner by itself is really not that bad, but if you're ever going to try to buy a turn here, it's going to cost you whatever the cost of an ambulance is these days, because there is no possible way you're arcing and parking a single thing other than your family member's car in the parking lot at the hospital for probably the remainder of your season. So all that being said, this is the Apex XP. It is a performance option for those of you that literally don't care about performance at all. So what do you think?
I'm here with the Lang Shadow 85. Super fun boot to talk about, especially because it blows the typical Lang stigma out of the water. It's a new boot for Lang, 3 years into this technology, and we've seen a lot of great feedback. The biggest thing and the most important thing to think about here is the change in the way that the boot pivots. So Lang has developed this technology, it's dual suspension. The difference here is that when you're flexing the boot, you're actually not just flexing from your traditional pivot point right here, you're actually moving the entire boot forward. A couple things that are important about this boot is the use of their dual core plastic technology. What it does is it really addresses the different parts of the boot and where the boot needs to work best by using different plastics that are most suitable for that spot. So we're talking about rigidity, talking about softness, all while having that stability and really, really solid fit. So the Shadow here, I mentioned earlier, blows kind of the traditional stigma of that tight-fitting race Lang boot out of the water. What they've really done is tailored a boot to the all-mountain skier, the person who really appreciates comfort while also having that performance as well. So when you think of a Lang boot, a lot of people tend to think of a tight foot and a tight squeezed foot. And I think one of the most important things to remember is that when you're skiing in a Lang boot now, you're really getting that comfort as well. So you're not sacrificing performance, but now you have the comfort that a lot of people especially look for as whether they age or whether their skiing changes, it's kind of becomes a priority. So other things to think about in terms of the boot is the cost and the value that you get for this boot. This boot does have a lot of great technology and it's at a very, very reasonable price point. One of the biggest things and the most important things in a ski boot is making sure that you're buying the right boot for yourself and also kind of making sure your price point is in the right range. It's something that people tend to go up against every season. In your Lang boot, you're getting great, great value for a very, very reasonable price. A lot of companies you're seeing are moving towards that BOA configuration. Lang has stuck with the tried and true 4-buckle configuration. It's more your traditional alpine boot. So you're not dealing with any wires, any cables, any dials. You're really getting that normal buckle down feeling, which maybe does take you back to the Lang boot that you liked having 20 years ago. Other thing to remember too is that the boot has this grip lock sole. The grip lock sole is the same sole that configures with all of the bindings as times go on and change. The grip lock sole gives you that more natural stride when you're clunking around the parking lot in the cafeteria as opposed to shuffling down the stairs to find the restroom. All right, so let's talk about the liner that comes in the Shadow 85. Liner, just like just about anything on the market these days, is able to be heated and does, you know, offer that more customizable fit. One thing we're looking at here that we really like is that anatomically correct heel pocket really sucks your heel in and sits and grabs it nicely, you know, really eliminating that sloshing around and any kind of funky fit. Other things that we have here, a lot of neoprene in the toe, so you're looking at some, you know, a little bit of waterproofing, anything to kind of help keep the boot more comfy. Obviously it's a ski boot, it's not going to be the most comfortable thing in the world, but anything helps. Other things we can do here is, you know, mold the shin pad, which will provide a little bit more comfort for those with bigger calves. Other things we can do too is fully customize the inside of the boot, as any boot can be customized with different lifts, insoles, etc. That was the Lang Shadow 85 mid-volume. Great boot for someone who's looking for awesome performance and a really reasonable price point.
All right, so this is the Head Caliber 130 MV, and this, as you can very clearly see, just like Kevin Gates said, there are two boas here. And one is for your upper and one is for your lower. And I gotta say, this was not a technology I was sold on for a while, but it's starting to grow on me. I just think that the closure method works really well. For the lower, as we've talked about ad nauseum at this point, this makes it a lot easier to wrap the foot like a burrito instead of pressing like a tortilla. It just makes it better for people that have wide feet, weird lower sections of their feet. If you're just looking for more comfort, the lower boa does a lot for you. As I've mentioned in previous reviews, the top boa gives you a little bit more of that springing feeling, which is really nice if you like the feeling of a booster strap, right? You want that kind of spring into the flex point so that everything feels like it's a little smoother and a little more consistent. This honestly is helping do away with a lot of the need for the booster strap. That being said, Head does a really good job of making almost like an elastic feeling booster strap. So instead of feeling super rigid every time you flex into the boot, it feels very comfortable and very consistent. Reduces shin bang as well, which is another nice added bonus to a lot of these upper boa systems. Really, really nice product. I have never been a fan of Head boots, and I think this is the first year that they've got me into something that is actually really impressive. The Caliber series overall is 100 millimeter last, so it's for that mid-width foot. 12 degree forward lean, which is very similar to plenty of the other boots on the market, but it's a performance all mountain boot. This is something that you're gonna spend your days in banging around through the trees, skiing groomers, or skiing whatever line is available to you. As I mentioned in the intro to this section, boots are the most personal part of your gear. It's the most important thing. If you're gonna have a bad boot, you're gonna have a bad time. Like, it's a really simple equation that I think everybody has understood at one point in their ski career. So make sure that you're picking the right boot for your foot. Always try them on before you go and buy a boot, because what fits me may not fit you. All that being said, Head does a lot of really great things in terms of customization that is available to you, the end consumer. One of those things is their form fit technology, which allows you to do some shell molding if you need to. If you need to do punches in certain spots, this is a shell that will really retain whatever mold your boot fitter decides is right for your foot. They also do liquid fit, which is for their liner. That is all about making the liner feel like it is basically just part of your leg. And that is the technology that not a lot of other people are using. There's pros and there's cons to plenty of these things, but I think for this type of boot, for somebody that's looking for a precision all mountain fit, really, really great choice here. Now, I will also mention that as we get wider, or as we get longer with this particular boot, the last goes up significantly. Most companies don't even acknowledge this, even though it's true across the board for many of the brands that are out there, but Head has it labeled there right for you. So keep in mind, if you're in a 25.5, this 100 millimeter last boot is actually more like a 98 millimeter last boot. In a 26.5, it is a 100. In a 27.5, it is a 102, and so on and so forth. It's important to know because not everybody's foot's the same, and usually people with bigger feet have wider feet in proportion to the smaller size. So it is important to know that you are getting into a 102 and not a 100 if you are in a 27.5, which is what I ski. which really, by the way, ski industry, if you're paying attention right now, 27.5 should be the men's standard sample size and not 26.5. And for women, it probably should be a 23.5. But what do I know? I've only been doing this for my entire life. Anyway, when we get to the liner, we see a lot of similar features that we saw in other boots that we've talked about previously. In the tongue adjustability, this was not a thing that 5 years ago really existed in any boots other than race boots. Now we're starting to see it across the board. I think that this liner is a little heavy, and I do think that it's a little boxy, but the Liquid Fit Ready system does allow for a really nice consistent fit that you might find in a liner like a Zip Fit liner. So it allows you to get some of that performance fit attribute that you would find in a $600 liner coming in your $800 boot. It's one, I think, just a really nice looking liner. Obviously this stuff does not have to stay in there. If you choose not to do the Liquid Fit system, you can just rip these babies out and you have a much cleaner looking system. Obviously removable spoiler as well, depending on if you want a little more forward lean or if you need a little room taken up in your calf, that part's cool too. As seen in some other liners, anatomically correct heel pocket. Again, very important aspect of the boot. We're gonna talk about this all day long because if they don't do that, then they're doing something wrong. Head has paid attention and they've done it in this boot. Now, even though it is not cork like the NORDICA one, this is still a stiffer material, so it will hold your heel pocket in for a little bit longer than a traditional boot liner. This is really where people see their boots blowing out quicker than anything else, is in this area, and then it's in your toe box area. Head does also have a slightly bigger neoprene toe pocket than a lot of other companies. And what that does for you is it allows for a little bit more comfort, a little bit more cushion, and again, a little bit more room for your toe to move around as you go. The last thing I'm gonna mention here is that this tongue is actually very aggressive. It is much stiffer than many of the other tongues that come in 130 boots across the board. And I think that that adds just that little bit extra for somebody looking for a high performance boot. They say that this boot is a 130 to 140. As we know, flex is just kind of a made up number that companies throw at the wall in reference to other models in their boot line. So it is not like you can go and brag to everybody that you're in a 140 just because it says 140. You will know if you're in a 140 boot. I would say that this boot is a good choice for the recreational, aggressive all-mountain skier. It is not a race boot by any means, but it will give you some of that race boot feel and performance for the initial time that you're in the boot. Now, Head does focus a lot on comfort and fit out of the box, which has its drawbacks. It feels really good initially, but long term, these liners tend to wear out a little bit more. But again, going back to that Liquid Fit system will allow you to kind of pump some more of that fluid inside the liner and refit that boot over time, hopefully giving you a little bit more longevity out of an otherwise very comfortable and plushy liner. The last thing that I'm gonna mention on this boot is there is a bunch of adjustability, whether it comes to the adjustment of your calf, your stance, even some flex points you can add. This is why I think flex is made up, by the way. Like, this is one of those reasons that I can point to. You just put another nut in here and it's 10 points stiffer, and realistically, it's a little stiffer, but they're just rounding up to make you feel a little bit better and make the numbers easier for everybody to understand. It will feel a little bit stiffer, obviously, because there is another connection point. It's like if you were to go and put one screw in a wall mount on your wall versus putting 2 screws in there. It is very simple math, and it makes it so that the boot feels a little bit more rigid, but again, not super substantial. The last thing here before we finish up is that this boot is one of the highest insteps of any performance medium volume boot in the category. It is one of the easier dual BOA boots to get on, and that is a thing that you will hear us talk about later. Some of these double BOA boots are brutal to put on your foot. This one, I think, is the easiest one. I have a gross, high, disgusting instep, and I can still get my foot into this thing really comfortably. So take that with a grain of salt. If you have a really low instep, maybe it's not the right fit for you. Take all these things into account when you're deciding if you want to get into a head caliber 130 this season, but I think overall they did a really good job offering a performance option for the double BOA consumer that is definitely running wild right now.
So these guys are the Head Caliber 105 women's boot. It is the double BOA model. So we have that boa right up at the cuff of the boot and then into the forefoot of the boot. What they've done with the boa system is it's just an easy little clip that hooks onto that top buckle. Just to disengage, we pull it loose. When we kind of look at materials and shell, we're just using the standard kind of PU plastic. We're at about a 100 flex in terms of width. So this is our mid-volume option that they offer. Obviously they have that lower and the higher depending on which best suits you. There is about a 12-degree lean on these boots, so not super aggressive. The forward lean on this guy is about a 12-degree angle, so not super aggressive, but still in a comfortable position where we're not putting too much strain, and forward lean if you're someone who is just not interested in that type of positioning and skiing type. We look at the soles of the boots, standard grip walk, so grip walk compatible obviously, and then you do have the option to swap out to those standard ones if you have a non-grip walk compliant binding. It is the form fit kind of technology, so that again kind of speaks for their boa. They're able to, with that cabling system, you're able to really get a tailored type of fit and wrap to the foot. And then again, they bring that up into the top of the cuff of the boot. When we look at the power strap, we have a bit of a kind of backbone to it. So just adds a little bit more stiffness and pressure on the tongue of the boot up in the shin area. The liner has a bit of a velour kind of inside tongue, but when we look into the full body of the liner, we have what they call is their liquid fit ready system. So with this, you have the ability to make some of those tweaks and insert some of that liquid fit foam so that we can bring out some of those pockets a little bit and fill in those gaps if need be. If you're not going to be utilizing the boot for that, there's no issue with that. You can just choose to leave these in or take them out. It's not going to cause any harm to the boot. We have a spoiler on the back of the calf, so if you're needing to fill in that space a little bit more, or you're looking to just have a little bit more of a forward lean without making any cuff adjustments, you can just easily go and put that on or take it off. They do kind of a neoprene toe padding, so with that we can really kind of adjust and mold the toe over time. You're not being constricted to that thicker kind of material that is used in the ankle region. You also have that full kind of strap on the forefoot, so in terms of things staying hugged in, you feel like you're very locked into the boot, which is nice because sometimes we have a bit of that smaller strap. So really just focusing on kind of having that foot locked in, as when that is the case, we're really able to navigate and steer where we want the skis to go. So we like to try and think of it as the boot obviously being that connecting point between yourself and the skis. So really important that not only those shell aspects are ticking off our boxes, but making sure that with the liner, we're at one that also is suitable for our foot shape, ankles, and so on. When we look at the tongue of the boot, they use kind of a dual density system. It is a bit of a thicker tongue that is adding like extra plastics on that front area. So just again, stiffening things up a little bit. It's definitely a lot beefier and thicker compared to some other tongues that we see on the market, but it's nice that they're kind of integrating this into this line, as we do think of this as kind of that high performance style of boot. Someone who is going to be carving and really just laying it down on their skis, you want a boot that is durable and stiff enough to fit that rider. If you're looking to try something different that kind of brings in different areas of technology, I would definitely say getting your hands on these guys and trying them out would be worth it for sure.
All right, so back to double boa land. This is the brand new K2 Cortex for 2025-2026. There was a pre-release of this model that came out in the spring, and people have already been getting their feet into it, which is really exciting to see. This is the very first narrow fitting K2 boot. And when I say narrow, I mean narrow. I think they're calling it a 96 last, and that is a big change. I think that K2 in general has been a very marketable, very consumer friendly boot, but this is the first boot that they've put out that is really like a performance driven product. And you feel it right away. You put your foot in there and you're like, holy crap, like this is, I'm locked in. Like I'm really locked into this thing. One thing we'll notice before we even dive into things is that K2 is using some of that same elastic material in the booster strap that a lot of the other companies are starting to use now that that booster strap trademark has lapsed. Not a ton of it. It's not the best booster strap in the world. This would still be one that I would see a significant benefit from upgrading to a traditional booster strap system, but nonetheless a really good offering overall. Now they do use the same dual zone BOA system that you're going to see on a ton of different boots this year. It is definitely gaining popularity on a regular basis. I still have a lot of questions in terms of the durability of this particular part of the boot. I think that this is a little plasticky, a little chintzy. It is not necessarily a K2 issue. This is plastic all the way across the board. I have not seen any break yet, but I'm sure that this is where we will start to see some issues. Now, getting into it is a different animal. If you do not have a low volume foot and a low arch, this is going to be a difficult boot to put on. I was sitting in the parking lot for about 10 minutes before I was actually able to get it on, and I only got it on because I put a boot horn in the back of the boot in order to slide in and out of this thing. Closure system is really nice, and I'm going to take a second to kind of show you how that all works. Basically, when this thing is open, you got a whole mess of cables going on. So you're going to try to step into this thing and avoid crimping any of these BOA cables as much as you can. I don't think that it's a major issue, but it is definitely one worth talking about. They do their fast fit instep system, so the material is slightly softer on the instep of the boot, so it does allow you to step in with a little bit more ease than you might have otherwise. Also, much nicer cuff system than on any of the other K2 boots. This is a full-on like performance shell, not like plenty of the K2 Recons that you've seen that have come out in multiple different pieces. I think that was okay, right? Like it's a really good consumer boot. It lasts. It's just not super durable for the really aggressive skier out there. And I think that person finally has a product from K2 that can really benefit from some of the attention to detail that the boot team at K2 has done at this point. So really nice shell. Great dual BOA system. I think it's one of the best looking boots this year. It's really clean, really simple. They continue with the square toe box to give your toes a little bit more room to move around. Some people like that, some people don't. I find it to be a very, again, consumer friendly thing to do, making that toe box square so you have a little more room to lift as needed. Now, we're gonna move on from the shell of the Cortex here, and we're gonna talk about the liner. This is also the nicest liner that K2 has ever produced commercially. It is available with laces as well, so you can really dial in the fit. Anatomically correct heel pockets with a much stiffer material in the heel, Achilles, and backside of your boot. That's basically going to allow you to have the best possible fit for the longest amount of time. I still think this is probably an 80 to 100 day long liner. Like I don't think that these liners are going to last you forever, but there is definitely a benefit as opposed to the old really cush fit liners that they've done in the past that really only feel good for about 20, 30 days and then they're just blown out. And for some people, that's what they need. Like on a boot like the BFC, I almost called it the KFC. On a boot like the BFC, that is a really nice thing because that consumer cares about one thing and one thing only, and that is comfort. For somebody that is buying a Cortex and cares a lot about performance, it is nice to see that they actually took some attention from a lot of the race products that are out there and really dialed in the way that this liner looks, feels, and fits long term. Obviously, adjustable tongue situation as well to give you the best possible fit over your instep. That's a really nice feature. It is a little bulky here, and I do think that that's worth mentioning because it's bigger than most of the other companies. However, it also has a lot better bite into the Velcro. So if you're somebody that pulls on your tongue consistently, this one is much less likely to rip out completely. Overall, I think this is a really, really nice boot offering from K2. And if you're in that narrow-footed category, this is something that you probably should be considering for 2026 and going forward.
So next up we have the K2 Cortex 105. Nice thing about this boot is it's a total pivot from K2's normal kind of typical boot configuration. This is a performance-based boot. So what they've done here is really made a low volume fit. They're tailoring that boot to that skier who is looking for more of a performance technical fit as opposed to that comfort boot that we've seen in the past out of K2. In doing so, they put on 2 boas. They really latched on to the no pun intended. Latched onto the 2 boa system. So the deal with the 2 boa, as you'll see in many boots in the industry now who have really embraced the technology, is you're really getting that wrap feel as opposed to that press feel. Part of having that boa is also muscling your way into it. Unfortunately, this boot is kind of tricky to get into, but we're hoping that that doesn't turn people off to it. Awesome fit and awesome performance boot for somebody who, or especially a woman who's maybe racing beer league or looking for that boot where they used to race and they're looking for something really responsive and they're not ready to get in a boat yet. So what K2's done, and aside from the boa, is worked on their power strap. And they have a really, really nice power strap that has that ratchet. So you're not just using Velcro, you're truly ratcheting down that, which gives you a lot of feedback in your shin, which helps that transition, which is further helped by that boa in the top cuff. Really smooth transition, smooth flex into the boot, and you're really getting some nice feedback and responsiveness to generate power into your ski. Other things that K2's really known for is that wide toe box, which gives you a little bit more room in the toe. You know, nobody really loves having squished toes, so creating a little bit more room does kind of tailor to that comfort side a little bit more while still harnessing that performance configuration. Same deal with this boot in the plastic, where you've got softer plastic in the spots where you want that softer flex, especially over the instep. Other things you have here, your traditional cuff alignment, so you can pivot that cuff as needed to fit properly. Other things too, your typical spoiler in the back does come in and out, and you've got 2 rivets in the back. So if you find that the boot is a little too stiff, you can pop out those rivets, put in plastic plugs, really adjust the fit of this boot. So now we have the liner. We're going to chat about some of the technology that K2 put into their liner. Again, they're going for that more performance fit. So in our liner, we're going to see things like the customizable tongue, in the sense that you can heat mold the tongue as well as move the tongue on the instep. So move it up, move it back. However, kind of helps you create some more comfort in your instep while not sacrificing performance. Other thing they did here is give the option for making this a lace-up liner, which is pretty cool. Again, kind of tailors to that beer league's race boot, if that's what you're going for. Not ready to hang them up yet. K2 gives you the option here of obviously getting even more techie and more performance-oriented with its fit. Other things, obviously the heat moldable liner in that heel pocket, anatomically correct heel pocket, all things that we really like to see, makes that boot much more customizable and more comfortable to the customer. So in discussing the materials of the liner, again, K2 really focused on the quality of the product here. Everything from the adjustable tongue, which the Velcro spans around the whole bit of the instep there, which really gives you some good contact and allows you to really rank on that tongue if you need to get in there. It is a tricky boot to get in, so it's nice that they kind of added that insurance there. Other things too, remember that your foot goes directly into the liner, so what you're up against inside the liner is important in terms of keeping you comfortable, keeping you warm. This is a performance material inside, which means that there's going to be obviously some wicking and some breathability, which is really nice, especially in a boot that is tailored to performance and maybe skiing a little bit harder. Keep your feet less stanky. Other than that, you've really got an overall really nice product inside and out. So K2 has done a really nice job with this boot, kind of pivoting from that more comfort-oriented fit and design to a boot that's more performance-oriented. And it's really great for somebody who is more of a higher level skier, looking for a boot that performs and has good feedback. Someone who's really looking to, you know, kind of cruise rumors, but also make sure that they're still nice and comfy.
All right, so we are back and we are talking all about a liner that has changed the way a lot of people look at their boot liners. I think 10 years ago, 15 years ago, people other than ski racers really had no idea that there was such a thing called an upgraded liner, and now you're starting to see people actually pay attention. Now they are pricey. They're in the $4.99 to $6.99 range, depending on what liner you go with. This is a price point, high performance liner from ZipFit, and it is awesome. It still retains all of the amazing cork qualities that come in a ZipFit liner, but it comes at a good price point. Still with that really, really nice neoprene front area of your foot. And I have seen it mentioned a million times how good the front of this boot feels. Now, I will tell you, I was not necessarily sold on ZipFit or the system until I started using one. And then once I started using one, I realized I could try any boot that I wanted and just put my ZipFit liner in it and it would work fine because the liner just fits that well. Once it is form fitted to your foot, you can go and try 400 different boots, all of them being different fits and styles and shapes, and most of them will feel really comfortable. The attention to detail that ZipFit does is awesome. There are little ports here so you can inject cork into them and get the best possible fit in the areas that you need them. Obviously, that does not include your toe box. That is an area that you just want to be cushy and comfortable, and nobody does a toe box like ZipFit does on the inside of it. Obviously, I can't turn this thing inside out. It's like wool. It's like very soft and furry. It feels like you're stepping into your après booties, but with the performance of a race boot. You're seeing the best athletes in the world start to use ZipFit products, as they should, because this is really the nicest thing that you could buy for yourself. If you were gonna go and treat yourself this season to a product that costs $500–600, I would definitely say a liner like the ZipFit Workhorse would be an excellent option. It does also add a notable amount of stiffness to your boot. So if you feel like you're in a 110 or a 100 and you need a little extra, this is really nice because you're gonna get an extra 10 to 15 flex points on average on a liner like this. And the fit is gonna be so much better. The heel situation, I don't even know. Like, we talked all day long about anatomically correct heel pockets and blah, 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 blah. Even without cork put into this liner, this feels so good. If you look down the barrel of this thing, you can see how well designed the inside of this liner is. And it just holds, I feel like I could ski in just this liner without any buckles at all. It's really, really good. The one negative that I will note is that I do feel like they need to make this piece right here, this cinch for your laces, a little bit smaller because you can sometimes feel it, especially with an added booster strap right here. And that strap is nice. You will see some people cutting down their shells so that I can just use the strap on the ZipFit liner and make it fit a little bit better. I do think that that might be a benefit for some people, but in general, I think that this is such a great liner that you can do just about anything to it. So you tell me, is it worth the upgrade to you to get the most comfort and performance?
Here we have the Dalbello Space, which is Dalbello's new child with the two BOA system. So Dalbello, the Veloci, has been around tale as old as time. It's a great middle of the road boot. It's the boot that typically you grab and it's the first boot to put on somebody. And now when somebody comes into the shop and says, hey, I hear double BOA is a thing, now you get to grab the Veloci with double BOA. So one of the things that's super neat about this boot is it is easy to put on. It is a very consumer friendly boot. So for the first person who's walking in, maybe the weekend warrior, the mom who's skiing, you know, a couple times a season, to the avid skier who really just wants to be comfortable, this is an awesome option, as it's always been. So traditional things that we're looking at here, it is that big Dalbello wide fit. It's a 101 last. With that BOA, you can kind of personalize that last a little bit more by dialing down. There is a gauge on the toe here. You know, it's kind of arbitrary. You tighten it as much as you need to and you'll be good to go. Other thing too is with this top cuff BOA, you're getting that hugging feeling in the shin. Also, you know, kind of the benefit these days of using that double BOA is that really fluid flex. Thing that we're not really sure about yet with any BOA is going to be this latch on the top. It's a piece of plastic with a little metal spring in it, and it's got like a coat jacket zip tie dangly attached to it. So we are interested to see how that stands up, you know, to any traditional belt clip or buckle. So to be determined on that. It's your traditional power strap, you know, all Velcro. You have a little tab here. Nothing crazy there, nothing new. You do have the double rivet in the back. So again, if you want to customize that fit a little bit more, you pull out that rivet, put in a plastic plug, make the boot yours. Other things to obviously note is the grip walk sole, just like any boot these days. Obviously these guys were kind of the pioneers of grip walks, so we'd expect nothing less. Other features too, that adjustable cuff, so you can pivot that cuff based on your own personal alignment and comfort. Here's the liner to the Veloce Space. Things to kind of note about this is there's not much to note. It is a pretty straightforward liner. You have some nice materials, some different materials that go along the outsole and the heel pocket, and they're all heat moldable, which is pretty neat. Nothing adjustable in the tongue. You've got that reinforced stitching in leather on the top though, you know, which helps the integrity of the liner when you're yanking on that tongue. Super comfortable foam inside though. That is something that's pretty neat, and DeBlasio has really focused on with this particular boot, where comfort is sort of their focus. They've got some nice soft foam in there and some PrimaLoft too. So it's cozy. The tongue does have some really nice padding in there as well, which helps with that shin bang. Otherwise, just solid stitching reinforced with the neoprene toe, so you don't have anything poking up and jabbing in there, and you can customize it as you needed.
All right, so this is the Veloce Space from DeBlasio. This is a brand new offering for them that takes a lot of cues from the previous rendition of Veloce, but now with double boa. So they've jumped right into deep waters with a 2 boa system. We've talked about it in other boots already this year, but really interesting to see how companies are backing this boa demand right now. Like, a lot of consumers come into the shop for the first time in 5 years, and they're really questioning what's on the wall because there's all these dials and clicky things that are everywhere. But DeBlasio has done a really good job of making this boot accessible and comfortable, and that's the main thing that we're going to talk about here. The Veloce Space is basically just like, if you want a performance boot, but you don't want to go through all of the things that people go through to get the highest of performance, the Veloce is a really good option because it's kind of just the standard when it comes to a boot that fits pretty comfortably, but also has some pretty good performance options. We talked about the boa briefly there for a second, but this uses both a lower boa, which is great for wrapping your foot, and if you have a higher instep, a lot more comfortable in that lower. For those of you that have found buckles flapping in the wind on your lower 2 buckles, this is a really neat change because you can actually close this thing and decide where you want it. It doesn't put that same top pressure on the instep of your foot that a lot of traditional 4-buckle boots do. Now, where we get into the weeds a little bit is the upper boa. This, as I've mentioned before, gives you a little bit more of that like springy booster strap type feeling, where your flex pattern is a little bit more different than a traditional 4-buckle option. One thing that we are questioning, I guess, is just this one clip system that is coming on these uppers of this whole boa orientation thing. It's just plastic, it's got a little spring in it, and it clips right on the outside of another piece of plastic housing. As we know, plastic can be rough sometimes, but your entire ski boot is made out of plastic, so how bad can it really be? Also on the shell, we have softer plastic materials over the instep, so when you're trying to get into this boot, much easier than a lot of the other options that are out there right now. And then obviously stiffer on the outside of the boot, where you really want that power, you really want that control. This gives you the comfort that you're looking for, the ease of entry that you're looking for. So if you found yourself struggling with a lot of the other double boa options that are out there, this will be a nice change for you. It is a 101 last, so again, a little more forgiving fit, really looking to target that skier that just wants a good performance boot without having to go through all of the boot fitting nightmares that a lot of us do go through. As we jump into the liner here, we're going to see a lot of similar things. As we jump into the liner here, we're going to see a lot of similar things like what we just talked about with the shell, ease of use, comfort, general fit. Liner really follows that same mold where you have a neoprene toe box, so a little more comfortable, a little more weather resistant as well. Anatomically correct heel pocket, which again, we know that this is a thing that most liners in 2025 had in them already, but what's important is that they really didn't skimp on the basic stuff here. It's heat moldable, it's comfortable, and they do their auto fit system on all of these boots so that when you get into the boot for the first time, it feels like you're stepping into a boot that's almost like already pre-worn a little bit, right? Initially, you don't have like that hard feeling where you feel like the boot needs to warm up a bit until it's ready to go. This thing is just easy to step into and ready to go skiing. Ideally, this kind of boot is made great for somebody that's just like a really solid skier, but doesn't necessarily care about the gear so much. I don't really know why you'd be watching a 10-hour long gear guide and not be into gear, but realistically, like, this is the product for somebody who just doesn't care about all the frills and all the new tech and all the stuff that's going on. They just want a really good boot that skis really well. And at the end of the day, that's what a Veloce Space is. At 101 millimeter last, it really is just accepting of all of you, and that's what we're really trying to focus on here. Let me know what you think of the new DeBello Veloce. Did they do good or did they do bad? All right, so for those of you that were big fans of the DeBello Krypton or the El Moro or any of those, and now you're not really skiing park, you're looking for a performance Cabrio design boot, the Cabrio is the boot for you. Like, this is a really, really nice option in that Cabrio styling, which traditionally has been aimed at either park skiers or people that just have awkward fits. This is a comfortable but performance-driven product. Low volume at 99 last, which I would probably argue is more of a mid volume at this point. But you do get that wrap liner included in this thing, which is really nice. Overall, you get all the benefits that you've heard for years about a Cabrio design. So if you were a full tilt loyalist, like, this is probably a good option for you to transition into as you go into more like traditional all mountain skiing, rip and groomer, skiing in the trees, all that kind of stuff is really good. But one of the main benefits of a Cabrio system is that you get what's called progressive flex. And progressive flex basically is just like reducing the amount of shin bang and the amount of force that's going directly into your shins by using this Cabrio system. I mean, there's really, they just want us to say Cabrio over and over again over at DeBello, I think. But it's easier if I pull this thing out and show you a little bit more so you kind of understand what this thing is doing. 3 buckles, which is important to note, but it's really the 3 that are the most important. You have your bottom buckle, which obviously keeps all the wetness out and kind of keeps things closed. You have your middle buckle here, which is positioned at an angle, which is really good to pull your heel pocket or pull your heel back into that pocket, which, again, a really nice, thoughtful place to put a buckle, and obviously your top buckle being one of the more important ones as well. This is your Cabrio tongue. Really, this is where all of your flex is coming from in this boot. All that stiffness, all that rigidity when you're talking about forward motion is coming from this right here, as well as your overlap liner a little bit, but most of it is coming right here. Important to note, these are interchangeable in theory. So like if you want something a little bit softer, but you want the performance that's offered in the 130 or 120 models, you can do that and get yourself still a high performing all mountain boot option, which is a really nice thing. And honestly, that's why a lot of people bought full tilts over the years, was because they could pick the color they wanted, the fit they wanted, and then adjust the tongue to the stiffness that they wanted. So again, really thoughtful here. There is still a market for this kind of boot, although you're seeing less and less of them. It feels like DeBello has committed an entire lineup of these things for 2026. So it's definitely worth talking about. Intuition liner, as we know, Intuition has kind of been the standard for a heat moldable liner over the years. Really good over wrap system that allows you to kind of get the best possible fit and works really, really well in collaboration with a Cabrio design. Now, when I say heat moldable, I mean heat moldable. This liner, if you're gonna just ski it out of the box, feels bad. It doesn't feel good. Like, this is something that where normally I would probably tell you, go ski it 2 days and let us know how it feels, and like, we'll work out the areas that need to be worked out. This is the kind of liner where like you should be heating this thing immediately. Because it has so much range of shape, it will feel totally different after 10 minutes on a heat stack than it does initially out of the box. These things are expensive. If you're gonna go and buy a wrap liner, it's like $250 to $400 depending on which one you buy. So insane value from DeBello to offer this thing in a stock boot. One thing you will notice is it actually, unlike most Intuition wrap liners, has heel pockets that are anatomically correct right out of the box. And again, that is a DeBello traditional ski boot styled company. That's what they wanted. They wanted a boot that could be skied in theory right out of the box, but I am telling you from personal experience, this is definitely something that you want to heat up before you go and use it. Overall, I think wrap liners are really good. I think it just depends on the person. For me, they don't fit my leg very well. I find that I have weird gaps all the time, but I've sold a ton of these things, and for people that they work well for, they work really well for, and it is like, you'll have to pry these things out of their cold, dead hands before they're able to actually reconcile going into a traditional styled liner. A couple inserts that are added in here, just in terms of making this liner a little stiffer than the stock. All of this polyurethane that is kind of added in up top is all recycled and goes into this upper cuff. It's nice because it does add a little bit of rigidity into that liner as well. Overall, I think this is a really nice product, and I think the Cabrio system, for those of you that it actually fits and fits well, is a great option, and for some of you, maybe the only option. So let me know, is this Cabrio system something that you use, or are you just a traditional boot person until you die? All right, so this is the Shift Supra from Salomon. Supra is an indication that it has a BOA option on it, and I think that this is one of the most versatile boots that is out there right now. It is a true touring boot that is also a true downhilling boot. There is a lot of things that you get here that are beneficial for the skier that is looking to be splitting time between the backcountry and going uphill and really ripping downhill fast. This is an awesome, awesome product. Good booster strap on it, but really that's not the thing that we care about when it comes to Salomon products, even though they did do this really good hook system that I like for added security, and you can really cinch this thing down so that it fits the best possible. One of the things that Salomon does differently than a lot of other brands is they use this exo belt here, which is basically this like neoprene feeling material that goes over the instep area on the cinch of the BOA. That allows it to be a little more uniform and a little more comfortable over an area that typically is a huge headache for boot fitters to fit with. Does still carry forward their custom fit system, so you can actually heat mold this shell in about 4 minutes, which is awesome. You can get a custom fit that'll range from anything up to 6 millimeters more than what you're in currently. So if you buy a 100 last boot, it'll go all the way up to a 106 just by heating it in an oven for about 4 to 6 minutes, depending on what shell that it is. Really nice system. It's been around for forever. They've just tweaked it more and more every single year, and they've done a great job at marketing this system as well. It is widely considered one of the best custom shell systems that is available anywhere. They also have some really nice markings for the BOA, so you can kind of tell where you're liking that you're setting your BOA system at. I think the buckles, normally people are like, oh, I'm a second buckle in, like I'm the second clip in, third clip in, whatever. For BOA, they actually have some nice numericals here so you can tell where you're leaving your BOA system consistently, and it also gives you a good indication of how much your boot is wearing in, because you might find that you're on 1 in the beginning of the season and you're at 3 at the end of the season, and that's a cool number to look at if you're trying to figure out how much your boot has worn in over time. Obviously, we have tech inserts on the toe, tech inserts on the heel, a Gripwalk sole. This is a boot that is compatible with pretty much any tech binding, as well as any hybrid binding, as well as any Gripwalk compatible system. You can put flat soles on these things and switch them out, so if you're still running an older Alpine binding, it can work for you, though the best possible way is to use that Gripwalk system to get the best possible performance out of your boot. All that being said, we're going to talk about FreeSpine. FreeSpine is their walk mode system, and it is really cool because it's different than a lot of the other ones that you see. Most walk mode systems, you see a pull up motion, which is fine. I think this is really nice because it allows the opening of this clip on the spine to come free, and that's what's going to allow you to have that rear motion in order to go uphill consistently and comfortably. But what the spine really does is less about the uphill and it's more about the downhill. When you flip this switch and it locks into place, this allows the boot to be in the best possible, most concise downhill option available for a touring boot. Like, I think that this is one of the burliest systems available when it comes to a downhill performing touring boot. And it really is just because there's multiple contact points, all with a metal latch system that locks the spine into place. The benefit of a fixed cuff, obviously, is that there's no room for error, no room for movement. So on some of the older touring boots and on some current touring boots, you'll see that there is actually a little bit of motion even in the lock point. Obviously, that is decreasing the performance of the boot, but FreeSpine allows you to lock into place and feel secure on your descent, okay? Now, real quickly, we're going to talk about the liner because I think Salomon does do a great job with their liners. They are obviously one of the #1 selling boot companies in the entire world, largely due to a lot of their lease business in Europe, but in the US, we see a lot of these boots going out the door, and it is because their liners are really, really beautiful and comfortable out of the box even outside of the box, you stick them in a heater, you're gonna have one of the best fitting liners that I think exists in a stock boot these days. Can run laces on it, does have that same adjustable tongue that we've talked about before, neoprene toe box, all really good things. We also have a heat moldable section for your heel pocket and Achilles area that will allow you to get a little bit more fit in the areas where you really need it. Although the ankle bones are anatomically correct, not every heel is exactly the same shape. So you may find like your foot is not sitting exactly in that heel pocket. That's okay, we can stick it on a heat stack and make it mold specifically to your foot. They also do this nice soft area on the back of the boot, and that allows for when you're going uphill, that liner to flex with the boot a little bit more comfortably without compromising any of the downhill performance. Removable spoiler obviously as well. Overall, a really nice liner and a great boot option for somebody that's looking for a do-everything boot that really just does everything.
So these guys are the Salomon S Pro Supras 105 women's boot. This is the double boa boot. Supra is what gives us that indication that they are using that buckling method. With the double boa, we see that standard one on the bottom that started kind of coming into the market last year. For that top boa system, we have a notch that we lift up once the boa is unengaged, so it's super easy to come off. It is a custom line or custom shell. So in terms of heating it up and having to do any adjustments, it really doesn't take that long. It's only about a 6-7 minute heat up process. And they offer lots of variety in terms of where you can go and do those adjustments. They kind of go in and perforate that material as we can see on that toe area and then on that forefoot on the inside. So Salomon has always done a really nice job of offering people those kind of adjustments that can be made with the shell and both the liner. So it is their mid-volume option. So we think of that neutral kind of foot. What's really nice about this is that they do offer, it's a little tricky to see, but on that front they offer a couple different slots, little marking indications as to where you can adjust that boa to. So not only is it kind of that mid-volume last, but if you are someone who needs to tweak an extra millimeter or two, you're not having and going to stretch out the forefoot of the boot. It's something that can easily be done because of that kind of cabling system. When we look at the soles of the boots, standard grip walk sole, you do have the option to swap them out to a harder sole for some of those non-grip walk compatible bindings. When we kind of bring it to the inside of the boot, have our traditional power strap, and on that liner we have a really nice kind of wrap over the front forefoot. So this really helps to keep everything secured and locked into the boot. Oftentimes, a lot of that movement can kind of come from that heel pocket area. So what's nice about that is not only do you have your singular band on that front, but you have your exo wrap on top, which really helps to lock things in. You also have a adjustment for the tongue. So depending on what your instep looks like, if you're a little bit shallower or have a higher instep, you can go and adjust that on 3 different settings. It's something that often doesn't get looked at, but it really does make a difference when you get into that. Another thing that they do is their anatomically correct heel pocket. So you can even see that on one side, on that inside, we drop down a little bit lower, shallower than on that outside. So it really helps to kind of create a cast of how the ankle moves, as it's not equal on both sides. It's really important to remember. Sometimes in our more economically priced point boots, we just get a bucket of a heel and things move around way too much. And then once the liner packs out, people are often having to kind of look into adjustments that can be made there. So really nice that they offer that. They also have kind of plastic casing around that heel navicular, or sorry, that ankle and navicular area. So it really helps to allow for movement and for that navicular area to mold into the liner while still not compromising that bottom heel portion opening up too much. They also offer eyelets so that you can put on laces. I personally love riding with laces. I haven't gone back since doing it. I would even go as far as some of them that have the 2 down to the bottom. I personally have skied the S Pro model before. I really enjoy it. Is it the right boot for my foot? No, but that's a whole other issue for my boot fitter to deal with. But yeah, definitely check these guys out. They're continuing to ever change. It's definitely a product worth adding to the quiver.
All right, so next up we're looking at the Scarpa Quattro GT. This is going to be the closest thing in Scarpa's lineup to a hybrid touring boot coming from a touring company. That being said, this thing isn't going to be as good if you're really taking it out on the resort for a lot of your days. It's going to be a bit more of a dedicated backcountry boot, but with that 4-buckle sort of power and beefiness. So whether you're a bit of a heavier person, you're someone who likes to just ski really hard all the time, but mostly in the backcountry, this is going to be the boot for you. So this boot has a nice, pretty soft plastic instep area. Considering that it does fit a little bit on the wider side for a mid-volume boot, it's about a 101 last. It does have a pretty low instep, so despite that extra width, you should still be able to get a pretty tight, held-in-place feel for those long days in the backcountry or for when you're just really trying to charge down a line. Let me see anything else with the shell. Walk mode. For your walk mode lever, it's a very standard design, really nothing too fancy there. Same thing goes for the power strap, really nothing too important, worth mentioning going on there. The buckles on this boot are gonna have this nice sort of elastic wire style cable to it, and that just makes it easy to either leave it on an open spot for when you're touring or to really get it closed down on the tight one you're looking for the downhill. If we open this guy up, we'll see that it has an Intuition tour liner, which is really nice because that means you get a great lightweight performance-oriented touring liner. Right out of the box, these things usually feel and ski pretty well. However, when you start to heat mold it and make those adjustments, that's where they really shine through. They will come with laces that you can add onto there just to make it even tighter, a little bit stiffer. It has a nice soft area around your Achilles just for that extra bit of flex. Overall, these liners are really, really great. The fact that the boot comes with it is a huge plus because this is a liner that a lot of people will use as a secondary liner to a different boot that they buy. So when you just get it with the boot right off the bat, that means that you'll be in a great spot further down the line once you start to break into it and it molds to your foot. They have a Gripwalk 223 sole, so kind of a standard touring sole. It'll be compatible with any Gripwalk hybrid touring binding, but also a tech binding, giving you a lot of different options for what you want to pair this with. So all in all, this is a great boot for that skier who's trying to push themselves a little bit more in the backcountry, but they still want a stiff boot that feels a little more like a resort boot compared to like a full carbon lightweight boot. It'll have the power of a 4-buckle boot. Won't be quite as loose and light feeling as a carbon boot. It also won't feel as heavy and beefy as a dedicated alpine boot or even as some of the other hybrid touring boots on the market nowadays. It is a little bit on the lighter, more nimble side for the people who are spending more time in the backcountry versus the resort. Scarpa's obviously a touring brand that's been around for a long time, and they do have the reputation of making really good product, but that being said, in this category, they're definitely not being used quite as much. However, we might start to hear their name come up a little bit more as different skiers around the world, like Nikolai Schirmer, using these boots and saying really great things about them. So it'll be interesting to hear what you guys think about it.
So these guys are the Scarpa GT Quattros. These guys are their hybrid touring style of boot. It is a 90 flex, and this guy is sitting at a 25.5. With this touring style of boot, Scarpa does a really good job of kind of keeping this guy on the lighter side of weight, still not as light as some of those other touring options. Weight-wise, these guys aren't super heavy, so really nice for those ladies who are doing touring and looking for something that doesn't weigh them down by the feet. It is a standard PU plastic shell. Obviously have our pins up at the front and that notch on the back for touring bindings, and obviously our tour to hike flip on the back as well. So that guy fully disengages. We have standard 4-buckle mechanism that is using a corded system to latch onto the actual buckle. When we kind of look at the inside of the boot, the shell, oops. We have, oh my God. It's glued in. So when we look at the inside of the boot, shell of the boot, we have the Intuition liner. I cannot say enough about these guys. They're a phenomenal liner on the market. You have the option to buy them directly from Intuition, but what's nice about these Scarpas is that they're adding them in stock. Intuition liners are really good for just taking a really nice mold of the foot. They're very comfortable and kind of provide that support where you need it, even though it is a very light liner compared to some of your other options on the market. They do a lace-up system, so you have eyelets on the bottom and then up on that top so that you can add in laces. We look at the back of the liner, we have a bit of a neoprene patch over on that part that flexes back when we're in that walk mode, so it really helps with kind of initiating into that forward and backwards movement. Really not too complicated with the liner. Sometimes we get liners that bring in all sorts of different materials. Really nice build in terms of liner. And then again, when we get into that shell of the boot, we have a lot of range of movement when we are in that touring mode. Obviously the liner is not in the boot, but we have a really nice range of motion. So not having to worry about what those ascents are going to look like, not having the boot overpower you and feel too stiff. They also have a really cool added feature in them. They have Reco, so for those who aren't familiar with what that is, if there was sort of any complication that came up on the hill where you had wandered off track or got caught in an unfortunate situation, ski patrollers are equipped with a Reco device so that they can scan the area, and that will send a notification to let them know that you are in that vicinity. So obviously touring backcountry skiing, we can start to wander off a little bit too much, and that's a really important thing that they've offered that Reco. But yeah, it's a phenomenal touring boot. We have our full thin sole at the bottom, so that full rubber. They use kind of their Pressa system. Other soles sometimes use the Vibram. It can change across many of them, but yeah, overall just offering a really nice product. For those who have been in Scarpa touring their boots for a while, I'm sure you know that they do kind of have a little bit of a niche in that area. So yeah, definitely a really awesome boot. And for myself, I would definitely get my hands on these and give them a go. But yeah, definitely suitable for intermediate to advanced style rider who is doing touring and taking it backcountry.
All right, so this is the Nordica Speed Machine 130S. It is called the S because S stands for top BOA. And I don't really know why that part of the deal happened, but I will say this is probably one of the most unique boots in the test this year and one of the most impressive skiing boots because it combines all of the function that you're finding people talk about with double BOA boots, where it gives you that almost like booster strap type feeling with your top two buckles being replaced by a BOA system. It really does make you feel a whole lot different than what a lot of other boots are doing these days, and they're the only one that is making a top only BOA option for 2025, 2026, and people have been really impressed by it, myself included. I like the way that it skis. I like the way that it fits. NORDICA, as I've mentioned before, was previously known as the king of boots. Then they came out with a new speed machine line and a new pro machine line and a new sport machine line, and everything got a little more complicated, but I think that they are ready to kind of reclaim one of those top spots when it comes to that performance option in an all-mountain ski boot. Now, this is not by any stretch of the imagination a touring option, so this is just your performance downhill boot. 99 millimeter last, so it's that mid-width category. 99 and 100 are basically interchangeable at this point, so you're seeing people that normally would be skiing in 100 and were dead set on skiing in 100 into a 99, because boots are changing in the sense that most companies are not pigeonholing themselves into only measuring from one specific place. You could pull out 5 different 99 millimeter last boots and they might all feel a little bit different. It doesn't mean as much as it used to. There's only one real measurement on a ski boot anymore that actually means what it says it means, and that is sole length. Sole length is an actual measurement so that you know what size you're stepping into your binding with. However, in this particular model, the 99 does feel a little bit more roomy than you might expect. It's comfortable, but it is still performance driven. They do a lot of really neat things, including using an infrared heating system that is available to use specifically for NORDICA boots, but is honestly pretty capable across many other boot models as well. What that does is it allows you to pinpoint and heat within just 6 minutes in the spot where you need a little more comfort. So if you have a 6-toe issue, if you have a place where you're typically finding that like your navicular bone is constantly causing you pain, there is a really easy option to put that infrared system to work on a boot like this. Now, I will say, I think it's a pretty bland looking boot. However, it is definitely one of the best skiing boots of 25-26 in terms of performance. They do a lot of neat things, like I mentioned, upper boa, lower buckle. What that allows you to do is still get the same compression that you would normally get out of a buckle system boot, but still feel some of the benefits of the newer technology in BOA in the upper part of the boot. Now, they also add in this model a little plastic bit that goes around your booster strap to add a little more flex, a little more stiffness into that boot so you feel like there's more power being driven into the front of your ski. I will show you also how this thing comes apart because it is kind of interesting. It's just like this little strap system that hooks on and hooks off. I personally am not a huge fan of this all being plastic. I haven't seen a whole lot of issues working in a shop with the BOA system itself, but I imagine that this is where we will start to see some failures, although I have no actual statistics to back that up for you. Like it's only my feeling as somebody who has fit boots since, I don't know, I was 2 or something. Other thing worth mentioning on this boot is that they do a really nice job with their liners. This is the most expensive part of any ski boot, is the ski boot liner. NORDICA does a great job of making an adjustable tongue so that if you need your instep area to be adjusted, you need it to be maybe a little bit lower in the instep area on the liner aspect of it, a little bit higher on the instep area. This allows for some easy Velcro adjustment. Yes, if you're one of those people that is ripping on your tongue to try to get into your boot, it is like you can pull this thing off, but it's Velcro, it just goes right back on. It is also corked in the areas where you need it the most, namely the heel pocket. The heel pocket is the part that actually holds your ankle down into place and makes it feel like you are secured and locked in when you're going to flex your boot forward. Cork is a great material to use for a boot like this because it not only gives you good security, it lasts a long time. Cork has always been known to be a good dampener, but it also allows you to feel like the ski is skiing a little bit smoother because some of that energy that's coming up out of the ski is now being taken out by the liner of your boot. You're seeing cork in the highest end boot liners like Zip Fit, so it's really nice to see it in a stock liner in the 130S. Obviously, adjustable spoiler here. I'm going to cheat a little bit and look at the forward lean, which is 13 degrees for this particular boot. So it's aggressive, but it's not too aggressive. This is the boot that people typically pair, if their foot allows it, with a ski like a NORDICA Enforcer or a Blizzard Rustler, a Blizzard Anomaly, a Vocal Kendo, a K2 Mindbender. If you're an all-mountain skier, typically skiing all over the place on the hill, this is a phenomenal performance option from NORDICA, and they really didn't spare any expense when it comes to the liner. Again, I think this is the part where most people, most brands would normally be skimping on, but people are starting to notice what's inside the products that they use the most, and a good liner makes a good boot. So it's really really important to note that we spent all this time talking mostly about the features of the liner and less about the features of the boot, because a good shell is not that hard to make anymore, coming from someone who does not make shells. This, however, is the thing that people always screw it up. They can have a phenomenal shell and a terrible liner, and then you have a bad time skiing your boot. I think this is really what I would talk about the most on a boot like this, because if you're a customer, you want the most value, you want the boot to last a little bit longer, and having something that is durable and long-lasting like cork in your heel pocket is really important. Last thing that I'll mention on this boot is that it is actually fairly warm for a performance-oriented boot. On most performance-oriented boots, warmth becomes the thing that people no longer care about. This is an insulated liner. It is warm, it is comfortable. If you're out on 0 degree days, this is a boot that I could see people skiing without a heater, and that is definitely saying something. If you want to run a heater, really easy. Obviously, neoprene toe box as well, so if you do get toe bang, this is a really nice feature so that you can feel like you're not jamming right into that plastic every time. It also gives your toes a little bit more cushion so that you can kind of just move them around just enough so that you can be comfortable. The last thing that we're gonna say on this boot is that I think for what it is, and that's an all-mountain performance-driven product, it is a really nice shell. I think the feel is where the only miss is on this entire boot. It does feel like it's a cheaper plastic. It's not a cheaper plastic, but that is the perception that some people have because of the shiny and matte finish of this boot. People tend to look at it like other bi-injection mold boots that cost 199 bucks, but it is definitely not that. It is a fully moldable shell that you can use either NORDICA system, Solomon system, or any other heat stack system in order to custom fit this boot to whatever you need it to be. This is a great choice from NORDICA if you're looking for a performance all mountain boot in 2026. Let me know what you think about the new NORDICA Speed Machine 130S.
So these guys are the NORDICA Speed Machine 115s DD. These guys are a double BOA boot. We have one both the bottom and the top of the boot. So upgrading from that single BOA, they've added that adjustment on the cuff of the boot so that we can get really nice adjustment through that area of the foot and fit. The BOA system is fairly easy to use. You just click that BOA up to release it. And these guys have little pull tabs that will separate your top cables. Bottom one just releases when you open it. What's really nice about the BOA is that though you have adjustment to the right, you can also twist to the left to actually loosen. You're not having to unbuckle the BOA and redo all of the cabling. When we look at kind of angle, forward lean of the boot, we're sitting at about 13 degrees, so not super aggressive, but still something that has a pronounced enough angle to it where we're in that engaged, ready position. They have been using the same plastics they tend to always use, though it does feel a little bit on the lighter side. It's not a super dense plastic, but with that, at least, you know, we're not really compromising sometimes that feel of really being weighed down by the boot. When we look at the liner of the boot, there's a couple noticeable kind of traits that was really nice to kind of see in a stock liner. So with the women's boot, we have a velour kind of lining on the inside, unlike our men's model. It is a Primaloft insulated boot, so definitely expect to keep that warmth in. Oftentimes, if you do want to throw a boot heater in, you have that room to do so, but because they're using such good grade of insulation, it's not something that is necessary at all times. A really cool feature that NORDICA has been doing with their liners is that they use a cork kind of ankle navicular area. Cork does a really good job of making an impression and molding to the foot. And so with that, unlike the traditional liner that is just using standard material, we have a really nice molding space. And we also have some ribbing and backboning along that to add some stability. So With the liner, I find that NORDICA always does a phenomenal job of delivering a really strong product. But yeah, overall, just really creating a good product. They've always done, like I said, a very strong job at this. They really kind of know what the skier is looking for in terms of feel and fit. Everyone's feet obviously are different from each other, and so what might work for one person might not work for the other, but at least what they've done is like a really good job at neutralizing and bringing in all of these little additives and technicalities that no one would really be at a downside with.
All right, those were our picks for boots for 2025, 2026, and the really big gear guide. If you have questions on fit, please reach out to us because obviously, like I said, this is a really specific and personal segment. So if you have any issues, if you're having boot problems, feel free at any time to reach out to us, whether it's in the YouTube comments or shoot us an email, adam@outofpodcast.com. We'll get you right to me, and we'll get you as much information as we possibly can, or I can even help you with a boot fit and we can go from there. But plenty of great options out there right now. What do you like the most and what are you most excited about for 2026? All right, Adam here, back at it again for the binding segment for 25-26. It is no surprise that some of these bindings are in here. It was gonna be a huge surprise that some of these bindings are in here. So what we wanted to do is talk about the pros and cons of each binding, really dial in some of the details for you and tell you what we feel is the best binding for each person for whatever activity they're doing. Obviously, there's a lot of variance in between bindings now. There's a lot of crossover, hybrid bindings that are gonna be in this test. Really excited for some of them maybe a little less so, but we're gonna talk to you more and more as we get through this thing about what's good for you and what's gonna make you feel like you're the safest, most comfortable, and honestly most performance oriented that you possibly can be on the hill this upcoming season. So without further ado, bindings 2026, really big gear guide. Let's get it. All right, so if there was a cult in skiing, it would definitely be the look pivot cult. People who ski look pivots will tell you about it. They will talk about it as if it's the only binding out there in the entire universe, and it's my favorite personal alpine binding also. I just think that it is a really, really durable, time-tested option that finally got an update last season, and we are seeing that update expand across the entire pivot line. There are lower din options, there are different toe options. We're doing all the things when it comes to pivots in 25-26, but let's just talk about a couple of the simplistic things that we can expect to see on the user end of things for the Pivot 18. Now, as we know, the toe does rotate upon ejection, as does your heel. Both really nice features. What you may not know is that previously all these grip walk wide-bodied boots did not fit great even with a grip walk adapter for the heel piece. The toe was always okay, but the heel was an issue. They have since widened the arms on this pivot system so that you can step into the heel without issue, without any weird forward pressure. The nice thing about pivots is like your forward pressure is fine, but like this binding is good and reliable and durable and safe to the point where like I've skied it with the wrong forward pressure before. I'm not suggesting you do that, but like I've done it plenty of times and haven't booted out, and it's just because this binding has something different than a lot of the other ones out there. Namely, the mounting area. It is the smallest mounting area on a binding that I am aware of in the alpine category. It basically creates less of a dead spot. It allows your binding to actually free float a little bit more, similar to how some system skis are designed. Basically allowing you for a much more consistent turning feel without feeling like there's this like huge gaping dead spot in the middle of your ski. All of that is thanks to this pivot heel system, which is very impressive. We did a test with a carrot and a hot dog and a bunch of other stuff last year, like getting your finger caught underneath this bar. I gotta tell you, it's not much better on the new version of it. If you get your finger caught underneath this binding, you will die. End of story. You will end, it will be the end of you as a human being. I have had like my techs come up to me with a pivot attached to their hand, and I swear our first thought was to call an ambulance because it is one of the most painful sights I've ever seen in my life. So do not do that. I was only going to tell you that if it went well and I didn't get my finger caught, which I did not. That is one of the things that you must take note of when you own a Look pivot. Very easy adjustable arms here for your forward pressure to get that as correct as possible. The heel used to be a flat head screwdriver adjustment. It is now a posi drive adjustment. Thank God, because that was the most annoying part, was that you needed two different tools to adjust one pivot binding. You no longer need to do that anymore. They've also added They've also added some rubber here. So for those of you that are just clicking your skis off, like you're not running poles and you're just like stepping on your binding, you have a little bit of protection in the back, which is important so that your binding that costs $500 doesn't look like garbage at the end of the season. This is a very nice aesthetic, cosmetic, whatever update that actually helps out a lot of us, whether it's in the shop and you just don't want to deal with somebody who says their binding's too beat up after a long season, or you're a customer who really cares about what the product looks like. This is an important thing to note. Obviously, the elephant in the room with all pivots is that they are metal on the pivot 15 and 18, I should say. They are just built extremely well, durable, burly, all the words that mean you can keep this thing for a long time. Usually when people buy pivots, it is going to exist longer than the ski that it is on. The pivot will go from ski to ski to ski. Every shop kid knows that when somebody brings you in a pivot mount, half of the time their bindings are in a trash bag with all the screws loose, and it's like their 9th time putting it on their park ski because they've smoked a ton of skis, but one thing stayed consistent, and that was the reliability of the Look Pivot series. Overall, there's not a lot of bad things I can say about this binding. It's really, really good. I'm part of the cult. Sign me up. I'm in. Whatever I got to do. This is one of the nicest bindings I think that's ever existed. All right, so today we are going to talk all about the new Marker Griffin X. This is the MWorks version. It is basically a complete redesign from the traditional Griffin while keeping a lot of the same attributes that people have come to know and love. It is the #1 selling binding in the world in the regular Griffin mold for, I don't know, the last 10 years. This model has outsold binding companies on its own, and for a few really distinct reasons. One, it's Marker. They're one of the biggest binding manufacturers in the world. They are reliable, they are consistent, and you kind of know what to expect. The other reason is they kind of pioneered this wide toe box design. So you'll see that going forward for probably the rest of time when it comes to Marker's offerings. The big updates when it comes to the MWorks version is that the stand height is really, really low. We only have a 9mm stand height, which is insane compared to previous renditions, which were in that 12 to 15mm range. We also see a lot more metal on this version. One of the big gripes that people have with Marker in general is that there's just so much plastic. Marker is starting to go away from that. We see metal in the heel. We see metal all around the toe, kind of used as like a protective element, but also integrates a little ice scraper here as well. The new Gripwalk AFD is also metal, and we have an integrated binding or brake system rather, which is really slick looking. I don't know how much better it's going to be durability wise. I would still expect that you're going to blow brakes the same way that you would normally on a binding like this. However, everything is a lot cleaner, a lot simpler looking, and just really refined. It's hard to go through and redo your #1 product, but Marker's done a really good job of making this thing still look like a Griffin, so it still feels familiar to a lot of people, but make a lot of the necessary upgrades that people wanted. One of the things that has changed is the price. It is much more expensive. It is $429 now compared to a $269 standard Griffin model. This is like your premier option when it comes to getting that 13 DIN performance capability. Really, really nice. Obviously, great forward pressure adjustment on the heel. Toe height adjustment is also available, so this will fit a ton of different norms when it comes to working with different boot styles. We've seen obviously Gripwalk soles, touring soles, and just traditional flat soles. This will fit pretty much any of those. comfortably. But obviously go to your local shop, go to your local technician and get these set up correctly for you. One of the things that you will notice is that the tower, the actual heel tower, is a little taller than the previous rendition. It's also a little cleaner. Things that you may not notice or you may not hear talked about very much include a nice little guide for a posi drive, which allows for a technician or you, if you're adjusting your own DINs, to get in there a little bit smoother. Very little risk of stripping out. But overall, just a really nice redesign on a high-end binding from Marker. Let me know what you think of the new Marker Griffin X. I'm actually a big fan. All right, so this is the Marker Jester X, a brand new binding from Marker for 2025, 2026, and it's really exciting to see how this binding has progressed over the years. It was just their high DIN Griffin for a while, and now it is transformed into a free ride utility tool. It is metal. That's one of the things that is worth noting more than anything else, is that there is a lot more metal on this thing. There are a lot more points where we feel really solid about the integrity of the binding. It also is a shorter binding from end to end overall. The mounting area, however, is exactly the same, so every shop kid in the United States and beyond can rejoice. It is still the same old Griffin jig as it used to be, so very important to note for all you techs out there. That part hasn't changed at all. We see a lot of the same things that you see in a traditional Marker Griffin or Jester, in the sense that we now have this little toe scraper for your boots, gets ice off. Really, really easy, intuitive, and just a good place to have something like that. So if you're somebody who is cleaning off the soles of your boots, this is a really nice thing to have. We got metal added on here as well into your always oversized Griffin spring. This range is all the way from a 6 to a 16 for the DIN. And that's really important because that means many of the Groms that are out there and are using a 6-7 DIN binding can actually use this binding and keep it for a lot longer. And obviously, because there is more metal in this binding, we are expecting the longevity to be even more improved than it has been in the past couple years. That was kind of an issue for a little while, but like, it's the #1 selling binding in the world. Of course, there's going to be some issues. This binding has outsold binding companies. Like, this single model in the Griffin has outsold binding companies for a long time. So obviously, you can't have all of that without some issues long term, but I think with the Jester X, they've actually taken some time to acknowledge, like, people need a more durable, more aggressive option, especially at the highest levels of skiing. We also have a metal AFD, which is an improvement on the prior versions. It is also just extremely low to the ski. That is a feeling that I think freeriders will appreciate. They can feel like they're initiating their turn a little bit easier. They can feel the pop coming from the binding a little bit more. And again, with that shorter overall length, I think it makes a big difference in terms of how it looks aesthetically on the ski. Now, the mount point hasn't changed, so it's not really any closer together. You don't have a shorter dead spot necessarily, but it is a shorter binding overall. We do, just to nod back to that toe height, heel height, binding height situation, like, we have a 9mm toe height, a 14mm heel height, both of which are extremely low, and that gives you that 5mm delta that, like, plenty of people have talked about already. Like, it is a very low drop situation here. You are flat to the ski, and that does come with a couple caveats. Like, I think this is a phenomenal binding to put on a freeride ski, something that is over 90 underfoot. If you are putting this on an 80, I think you are doing yourself a disservice, because this is just not designed for that. It makes the ski feel like you're gonna boot out of it a little bit too much if you put it on an 80, and again, who skis 80mm skis anymore? Not me. I do think that this is really designed for that person that's skiing like a Revolt 94, Revolt 106, like your wider, more aggressive freeride type skis. Your look pivot customer is really who they were going after here, and I think they did a really, really solid job of making something that is tanky, durable, and looks the part of an expensive $500-ish binding. Let me know what you think of the new Jester X. I'm very curious to hear people's feedback on this, because it's a new thing from one of the biggest binding manufacturers in the world. All right, so this is the FISCHER TransAlp 12 PT binding. It is the exact same as the Tyrolia binding. This is the first rendition Tyrolia has done in the touring category for a minute. And it is a really, really good choice. So if you're looking for a good price point, lightweight, and a 12 DIN capability for your touring binding, this is a great option. I really like it because the step in is one of the easiest pin bindings to step into on the market right now. It's even labeled for you, so if you're wondering where you should put that toe lug, it is right here where it says step in. As you lock in, you'll go into ski mode, and as normal, you're gonna pull forward to lock it into hike mode so that you don't release on your uphill trajectory. When you wanna transition the heel over, you're just gonna rotate it 90 degrees and push down, sort of similar to the ATK system, except it's 90 degrees instead of 180 degrees. We do have DIN capability in the heel, but not on the toe, so we can go up to a 12 DIN. Overall, like I've used this binding a ton. This is like the touring setup that I use on a regular basis, and I've never had any issues with it, but I think it is very plasticky. The benefit of it being plasticky is that it's lightweight. The downside is that plastic is plastic and it gets brittle and can break over time. Now, I do really like that these risers are metal, so it does make it feel like everything is a little bit more locked into place. You don't have to worry about the durability of the risers, and all of your main contact points here, like into your boot, including your toe lugs, including these risers, including the bar in the back, everything is metal in that respect, and it does come in both a brake and a brakeless option. So depending on how you want to run it, you can get yourself set up in the best way possible. There is an additional crampon bit that you can add on to this binding. I do not have mine on because I'm not using ski crampons ever. That being said, great forward pressure, great adjustment, and great reliability from a binding brand that everybody knows and loves in Tyrolia. This is a phenomenal first-year touring option for the brand, and I think that a lot of people will get some really good use out of it, especially because it's so lightweight and easy to use. If you were a first-timer and looking for a touring binding, I think that this is a really solid option because it's easy to understand. There's no frills, there's no secret hidden things that you need to figure out. Everything is laid out nice and neatly right in front of you, and you can figure it out in just one take. Let me know what you think of the new TransAlp 12 PT touring binding. All right, so this is the DYNAFIT Rotation 10. This is kind of like the gold standard when it comes to like a traditional pin binding. Very basic, nothing crazy to talk about, but it's important to note that DYNAFIT has kind of become that, like they're the originators of the pin binding, right? Like they're the people that invented this thing, they designed this thing. So obviously they have all of the technology in their bindings and in their products across the board to make you have the best experience possible when it comes to the uphill. Now, it is a pretty functional downhill binding. The rotation toe is very nice for a couple different elements, but we're really going to talk about the uphill performance overall because that's the most important thing when you're talking about a pin binding. Realistically, one of the easiest bindings to step into. It's got a really nice point of engagement when you stick the toe of your boot into those pins. Very easy to align it. You're not going to miss nearly as much as you would with another brand's offering of a pin binding just because of the way that this binding engages. And if you're running a DYNAFIT boot, they also have additional channels to help guide you into place, which again, really, really nice. But the way that it works is basically click in your toe, you'll engage, it'll go into ski mode. When you want to go touring, you're going to lock this binding up so that your toe will not release, whether you're doing kick turns or you're just trying to skin up at some elevation. This will keep you locked in the entire time. When you're ready to go down, you're gonna go into ski mode so that your binding can actually release, and then you're gonna click into the heel. They've done this really nice thing with the heel piece so that when you turn your heel piece 90 degrees, it will lock your brakes up for you, so that makes it pretty seamless. And it also prevents disengagement, right? And I think on some of the systems that are out there, you can find your brake and your brake will end up dragging at the end of a touring day because there will be ice buildup, there will be all kinds of stuff kind of lodged into your heel piece, and that will make it a little bit more difficult to keep that binding locked into place. They use this really nice latch system that keeps everything super simple and super clean. It is definitely one of the stiffer to turn options that are out there right now, but it also means that you are locked in a lot easier. When you're ready to go skiing, you just turn it again and you're ready to go. Obviously on the uphill, we also have additional risers. So whether you're on the flats, you can keep it with 0 risers and then add them as you need as you start to go up at elevation. Overall, DYNAFIT products and DYNAFIT bindings in particular are just really, really solid. They all come with a lifetime warranty. So they know that we all know that they are backing their product. And like I said, they've been around for 70 years or something like that. So if you're talking about a company that has the history, that has the know-how, and that has that kind of integrity in terms of standing behind their product, DYNAFIT is really it. The rotation is the binding that most people end up starting their touring journeys on. And I think a lot of the reasons that I mentioned are exactly why. So let me know what you think of the DYNAFIT rotation binding. Is this something that you've used before? Is this something that you can see yourself using in the future? Let me know what you think. All right, so this is the DYNAFIT Ridge binding. I think this is the best binding that DYNAFIT makes at this point. It is very, very nice, very intuitive, and very simple, and eliminates a lot of the issues that people have traditionally seen in a DYNAFIT binding. One of the big complaints was that the heel was extremely hard to turn. Like on our rotation binding, it definitely locks into place, and it is definitely very secure and very reliable. However, when you are trying to just transition with your skis on, it was very difficult to actually get the rotation force necessary to turn that heel so that your binding and your brake would lock into place into touring mode. This is completely redesigned for this binding, and I think it's really cool. There's a couple things that are worth talking about with this binding other than the fact that I think it's cool. There is a guaranteed blind step in, which is extremely easy for this toe piece. I think this is, again, one of the most intuitive things that DYNAFIT has done is allow for these really wide towers that allow you to step in every single time, low pressure to actually step in, and you can't go any further. Like, you can't really miss here because this stopper hits your front toe lug as you step in, and there's really nowhere else to go. It aligns everything automatically, and it creates a really simple and seamless system, and then you just lock that toe so that you're ready to go uphill. Similarly, very easy for the heel piece. When you are ready to go, you basically just lift up these heel wings and then you rotate the binding with completely, like, zero force. Push the wings down, and now you are in touring mode, and you have a couple different heights that you can use for your climbing levers. Really, really simple, really intuitive, and then all you do is you just press down with the first click of your boot and the brake locks into place. I think this is by far the best system that DYNAFIT has made over the years in terms of like ease of use. So if this is your first touring binding, consider yourself spoiled. This is the easiest way to get into a binding, I think, in 2025 when we're talking about pin products. Very impressive. Durability wise, I think this has been great. A little more plastic than what we've seen from DYNAFIT in the past. However, I don't think that that is a negative thing. I think it's a really simple, easy transition. Also comes with 7 millimeters of forward pressure. So you have some elastic travel in the binding so that you can actually ski this thing with some downhill intention. In addition to that, you also have up to a 12 din for the heel. So you have some release value there as well. No din in the toe, obviously, but does keep things nice and simple. So if you're looking for a dedicated touring binding that is easy to use, completely intuitive, I think the DYNAFIT Ridge is one of the best ones that you could possibly ask for. So let us know what you think. Does this change your mind on pin bindings? Is this a lot easier? Is this something that you feel like you could benefit from as a consumer? Let us know. All right, so now we're gonna talk about the ATK R13. This is a beautiful binding, and that is no different than any other ATK binding. I think it has been said enough at this point, but I'm gonna say it again. I think they make the nicest quality looking product when it comes to a touring binding in the entire world. The stuff just looks really nice. It feels really nice. It is durable. It skis well. All of the things you would want in a high-end product, you get in an R13. And honestly, you get it from any binding from ATK, so I'm sure we're gonna repeat that part of it over and over again. Things to mention here, really nice, lightweight heel risers that just kind of snap into place. This is like, one of the things about ATK that I can't really explain to you verbally is just how nice everything feels. Everything clicks into place in a different manner. Everything moves in a different manner. It just feels smoother. It just feels better. The best way that I can describe it is like if you go and you buy a mountain bike wheel and you spin your hub, it feels like a hub, right? It spins, it moves, it does what it should. But if you go and you buy like a Chris King or an I9 hub, you have that attention to detail and that engagement that feels so much different. And that's really what people spend the extra money for. It's like that unobtainium type feeling. ATK has that locked in when it comes to touring bindings. Really nice attachment for crampons, so you can put a crampon on this binding as well. Engagement is super solid. that is into ski mode. Then obviously we lock it into walk mode when we are ready to go uphill. The other thing worth noting is that when we twist this backwards, we can lock our brake super, super easy. There's no playing around with stuff. It actually just goes the way that it should every single time. One of the other nice things about ATK bindings is that you also have a DIN adjustment that is pretty reliable and consistent. This goes up to a 12 DIN, so it's a binding that you could actually see yourself skiing on a resort day. I wouldn't necessarily recommend this as like a regular everyday resort binding, but for somebody that's touring or looking for like that kind of, you know, you're doing mostly touring but skiing the resort every once in a while, or maybe you're doing those uphill laps at the resort, this is a beautiful, beautiful binding for that option, just because of the simplicity and the ease of use. When it comes to transitioning, there is nothing easier. This is like as easy as it possibly could get when it comes to switching things over. So if you're practicing transitioning at the top of the hill without taking your skis off, this would be a cheat code for you. Everything is metal. Everything just feels really high-end and really quality, and I think the step-in force on that toe is a lot lighter than it is on other bindings. So the one thing I will say is that you will find that the second you step into this binding, it's ready to engage like a rat trap. It is just like immediate. There is no like questioning whether you're in or you're out. You will know, you will be able to see it, and it also has a couple really nice guiding areas, so if you're trying to like fiddle your way in with that toe, this will guide you in the right direction without too much effort. I just find that these bindings function extremely well. They work really well and they look really, really good. There's not much else you can say about an ATK binding other than like it's lightweight, it skis well, and the craftsmanship and quality is next level. The other thing, and the last thing I think that I'll mention with this binding, is just that it is very much made for skiing. It is not just an uphill binding. This is a binding that you can feel fairly confident about when it comes to the downhill performance, because it does have a pretty wide range of forward pressure, so that if your ski is deflecting, if your ski is coming under a lot of load in the tip, this is something that you can feel like you're actually confident in, and that's something you can't say about every pin binding on the market. Overall, this is one of the most beautiful bindings I think that I've seen in a very long time when it comes to a pin binding. Let me know what you think of the new R13 Evo from ATK. All right, so from ATK, we have the RT11 Evo. This is a lightweight 325 gram, not including the 2x4 binding from ATK. And like any ATK product, it is high-end feeling, high-end looking, it is high-end functioning. This is an expensive touring option that does all of the things. One of the neat things that we'll mention right away is the DIN setting is available on the toe, which is pretty trick. There is just a little Phillips head adjustment here, which allows you to adjust the toe release for your DIN on the pin setting, which is kind of crazy. Like, it doesn't exist on every single option that's out there, but it does exist on the RT11 Evo. 12 millimeters of elastic travel, which means that this binding is actually functional on the downhill. So if you're looking for that kind of skimo lightweight binding with a brake still, this is a perfect option for somebody that's actually looking to charge a little bit as well. As we know, lightweight usually means that things become chintzier and just overall worse on the downhill, but in this case, it is a solid binding option. Many of the other features that come on ATK bindings are still present here, including an easy cramp-on adjustment, or including an easy cramp-on adapter here, and one of the easiest brake locks in the entire game. You literally just rotate that heel 180 degrees and it locks into place basically just at the tap of your heel. Very, very impressive to see how nicely made this product is. We also have some really nice feeling heel risers, which is important. Like, I don't know if it means anything to anybody else, but it actually feels like they engage into place and you know that they move individually. They move independently very, very easily, and overall, this is just, again, the highest level of machinism? the highest level of craftsmanship comes in any ATK binding made in Italy, and you get what you pay for. And I think the RT11 Evo is no different. This is a phenomenal lightweight touring option for anybody looking for the best performance possible for the uphill and for the downhill. Let me know what you think of the new RT11 Evo. Hello, hi friends. This is the new high binding from ATK, and we're gonna talk all about it. You might be thinking, what the hell Bappa is this thing? And it is something very, very cool and very unique. We talk about hybrid bindings a lot this year in the Really Big Gear Guide because there's a lot of really great options, a lot of options that you've seen before, and an option like this that you may not have seen at all yet. So we are gonna go into some of the details here. First and foremost, this is ATK's first hybrid binding setup, and that's why it's called the High. This is the 13 DIN version, so it does have both DIN in the toe and DIN in the heel. Very slick looking, all metal, same quality and craftsmanship that you could expect from any ATK product. This thing is Gucci. So if you are looking for a hybrid product that has that ATK aura, that has that unobtainium type feeling in a hybrid setup, this is it for you. And it works really, really simply. So I'm going to show you the basics of how this thing goes. So now when we are in ski mode, which is what we are in right now, we just step in and we are going skiing, and that's basically all there is to it. It is a regular binding in all aspects for that particular function. Then when we go into the touring aspect, that's where things get a little bit tricky. We actually have a negative range due to the way that this toe engagement works. So your initial delta is negative. So if you're going on like some quick downhill skin segments and you need that, that's great. Otherwise, you are going to have to use some of these heel risers, which I might add are magnetic and very nice. They feel very, very good. And we have two options. I kind of wish that they had a third option when it comes to the touring mode on this thing, but I digress. We will go into that bit a little later on. First and foremost, when we step in, all we do when the heel is engaged is step on the actual brake itself and your heel locks into place. This is an ATK tried and true system. They use this on a couple other bindings and it works very, very well. It is one of the cleanest designs, one of the best looking designs in terms of getting your heel to actually lock that brake up into place pretty seamlessly. Then we are going to enter through the toe area, and as we push on this little lever on the front, we will see we get enough space to actually enter in with those toe lugs for the touring aspect of it. When we're ready to go on the downhill, we just disengage and we're back into ski mode, baby. Drop that heel, click your boot into place, and you're ready to go downhill. It's a super seamless, very simple system with a movable AFD, which is very, very slick, and everything is metal. This thing is built to the highest quality standard, and it shows. They were like nervous about me even mounting this thing on this 2x4, and I don't blame them because the mounting trajectory of this is a little bit different than what you've come to know with a lot of the more simplistic and basic hybrid touring binding options that are out there. But I think just the craftsmanship and quality that you find in the High 13 Free is completely unmatched. I do think that there's going to be some getting used to, some feeling out periods for people as they get into this binding for the first time because it is a new system. And I don't necessarily, the first thing that you'll see in reviews and in people talking about this binding online is that they don't love that negative delta, but I do think that eventually we'll have a third climbing bar available for this thing. There are also a ton of different spacer There are also a ton of different spacer variations that you can run on this binding, which is really, really cool. You can get your height to where you want it. You can make everything fit perfectly for your boot, but this is not like a super easy mounting system. This is something that you need to take to a proper ATK technician like White Mountain Ski Co. if you're here in New England to get this thing properly mounted to your ski. But overall, just a very slick hybrid touring option at the higher end of the price point scale. You've seen athletes like Nikolai Schirmer running this thing already, and if that guy can run it, so can you. But I guess you can take that with a grain of salt because one, he's Nikolai Schirmer, and two, he skis regular pin bindings like at absurd speeds all the time anyway, but this is his bigger mountain binding, and I'm really impressed with what the team at ATK has put together for this High, and I think it's one of the cleanest looking systems that you could possibly ask for when it comes to a hybrid touring binding, and I think there's going to be a lot of questions about whether this binding is right for you in 2025, and I'm curious to hear, what do people think about this ATK high system? Is this something you're sold on yet, or is this something that, you know, it's for the real tech nerds out there? I don't know, but I'm hoping that some of you will give me the answers. So far, we have been big fans, but only means so much until you get more days on hill. Let us know what you think. ATK High 13 free. All right, so today we're going to talk about one of the most notorious bindings in skiing, and that is the Salomon Shift, specifically the redesigned version, the Shift 2. Now, a lot has been said about the Shift over the years by myself and by many other people. I think it is one of the best options if you're looking for a 50-50 binding, and I think 50-50 is the right number for that. You know, like, I think if you're actually splitting time, this is a really, really solid option. Now we're starting to see many other competitors get into this market, but for a while you really only had 3 options, which were the cast system if you wanted to run a look pivot, but it was much clunkier, much heavier. We had the Marker Duke PT system, which was much clunkier and much heavier. And then we had the Shift, which is this lighter weight, like cleaner looking, much more simplistic binding design, but it wasn't without issues. There was issues with the AFD, there was issues with the binding, with the brake rather. There was plenty of things that you could have talked about and been like, no, I don't like this product. Salomon pays attention, if nothing else, and they have made adaptations to make this binding even better than prior models. So first and foremost, if you're unfamiliar with the Shift, it is important to note that this is a binding designed to go both uphill and downhill. It has both functions well baked into this system, and I think they did a really good job at making a consumer-friendly, lightweight, and accessible product for everybody to use. Where we found issues were at the more aggressive side, for people that either didn't really know how to use it, were just using it very aggressively for their alpine skiing and just had this as their do-it-all binding. We saw issues with the brake blowing off and the AFD resetting itself. In fact, they actually changed a bunch of things in terms of the AFD design over the years before we even got to Gen 2. Now we are at Gen 2 and we have a much better version. So first we're going to talk about the basics. When we want to ski this binding, this is alpine mode. So this is downhill skiing only, very simple, looks just like a regular binding. Where the magic happens is when you switch it into touring mode, you pull down on the now pink lever and you will be in walk mode, push down on the toe to open up those wings so that you can easily click back in with your pinholes on your boot. When you go to the rear, there is a tab that says ski. You're gonna flip that and put it into walk mode. It's actually pretty easy when it's on a ski and you have some leverage. No issue whatsoever in terms of that capability. Now we are in our touring mode. Pins go in here. This is going to be free floating essentially, and you have 2 different shims where you can basically adjust your ramp angle when you are going uphill. It is not completely flat, which is worth noting. So on the flat sections, you may feel like you're a little weirdly elevated. And then we do have a significant riser for that really steep stuff as well that can go up. Nice that they built that stuff in. Nice that you can use crampons with this system. Overall, just a really simplistic design. When we're snapping it back in place, everything is labeled, so you don't want to see anything that says walk when you want to be in ski mode. Flip everything that says walk into ski, just like we just did with the heel. Now we're going to do the same thing with the toe. Okay, same thing with the end of the toe wing there. Everything here is super simple. This is a product that I think most shops can get behind, because for that customer that is unsure how much touring they're actually going to do, or they know that they don't do a ton of touring, but they do it every once in a while, or even, and now this is kind of like the update, if you're an aggressive skier, like, this is actually a much improved product for you to use as kind of like a daily driver. Now, is it the best alpine binding in the world? No, but it is definitely, in my opinion, one of the best options when it comes to a hybrid binding. The AFD is now new, so they used to have this cam design that basically would elevate the AFD at an angle. That is kind of like done away with. It does still go up at an angle, but it uses a much different cam system that is adjustable with a posi drive right at the front of that toe. Really nice really simple system, and I think like as far as a consumer getting into ski touring, I think this is where most people start because it's an easy adaptation for somebody that is not entirely sure if they're going to commit to this whole ski touring thing for a long time. The other thing is, like, as I said, it is much improved. That AFD issue before would fail and push down, and then you would have all this toe wiggle when you're skiing downhill, and it was terrifying. They've done away with that. They've done away with a lot of the things that could be done wrong at a ski shop as well, because that was part of the issue too. Like, ski shops initially didn't know you had to reset the AFD, push it down, and then crank it to where it needed to be so that you would have proper release. With all the different sole norms, this is obviously something that you're going to have to use, so it's important that it works well, works seamlessly, and is intuitive for shops all around. Now it is a much easier and cleaner looking system altogether. The brake was an issue before, and it is better. It's not like a groundbreaking change, it's just that the clips actually lock into place a lot more consistently than they did before. Long-term durability wise, it is still plastic. I can't tell you that I think it's going to last for the rest of your life, nor should any binding. But I think durability wise, they've taken massive strides. They've made some really good color adaptations here as well, and overall I think this is just a solid binding for somebody that's looking to get into ski touring, or for somebody that maybe is using a true 50-50 setup. Great option from Salomon, nice color overall, very nice redesign. And again, it's kind of a hard thing to do, redesign a binding that is kind of your flagship touring binding, but they did an excellent job. They listened to the consumer, and I'm very happy to say I'm a fan. Let me know what you think of the new Shift 2. All right, so this is the tried and true Tyrolia Attack 14. This is one of the most popular bindings on the market for a number of reasons. It has a wide and short toe box, which is very nice, very clean looking. It also has just become kind of the industry standard for a lot of toe boxes that are out there. You see Marker doing it, obviously Tyrolia does it. And it's partly because it works. It's durable, it creates less area overall on the binding, and it is also one of the lighter weight alpine binding options that is out there. At a 14 din, this is a pretty impressive product. If you are looking for something that really is just reliable and simple, I think this is a great choice. Heel design, I think, is a little bit dated as opposed to what some of the other companies are starting to do with their heel, like making new adaptations so that stuff is easier to click off with your skis. Like, we don't see any of those rubber elements on the heel piece, but honestly, Tyrolia is never the company that I'm worried about durability, longevity wise. They just seem to make really nice, consistently good product that holds up well. The nice thing about this Attack is that it does have a metal frame on the base of the binding, which allows for a sturdy mount and a comfortable and a confidence-inspiring feel overall. Comes in a ton of different colors, so whether you want to be like us and just mount 1 and 1 or 2 and 1, and I don't know, you can mount whatever colors you want on whatever ski you want. Overall, just a very consistently good binding. And if I had to pick, like, if you were to Google image a binding, this would be what I would expect you would see. Like, this is the standard to me for a good binding. If you don't want to get into the weeds, you don't want to get anything that's like super high tech or burly, this is simplicity as much as I could possibly think that you would get it. Like, this is a very, very clean and non-offensive binding offering from Tyrolia. Tyrolia has been in the game for forever, so they kind of know what they're doing at this point. Toe wings and body on this particular toe is actually metal, so a little more durability. I do like that they have slightly smaller din windows than some of the other companies out there. One, you don't need to look at your din every single day. You really need to set it once and forget about it. You really don't want a ton of extra plastic on the binding if you can avoid it, because as we know, plastic gets cold, it's brittle, it can break, okay? Brake options on this. This is one of my favorite bindings in terms of brake options, because they go in like that 95 to 1. Basically, the way that they design their brakes is so that it fits comfortably on a variety of different ski options while having enough clearance, but not too much clearance where you feel like you're grabbing left and right all the time. Again, I really feel like this is just like a simple, good binding. If somebody had just asked me on the street, what binding should I buy for alpine skiing? This would probably be what I would recommend, because it doesn't eliminate anybody out of the categories. They also make this thing in a higher DIN range. They also make it in a lower DIN range, down to like a 9 now with the Attack Light. So really versatile and expansive amount of options for the Tyrolia Attack series. As I mentioned before, color coordination is important to some people. You can definitely do that here. The grip walk adjustment, I think, is probably my favorite of all of the AFD adjustments that are available, because it uses this metal screw into your metal AFD that allows it to slide back and forth so that you can actually get the adjustment that is best for your boot sole type. And that is an important thing that you need to make sure actually works, because if your AFD is not set correctly, your toe height is not set correctly, then your forward pressure is going to be wrong, and then you're going to be wiggling out of the thing and booting out when you least expect it, and nobody wants to see that. One of the last things that I'm going to mention here is that step-in force for this binding is very minimal, so it's very easy to get into. Some of the other bindings out there feel like they're tanks when you step into them. It feels like they're really gripping into them. You almost have to jump in to feel like the binding engages into place. This is not the case here. Lighter weight skiers will find themselves comfortable in a 14 DIN binding, in the sense that they are able to actually step in and out of it. On the 14, we have a range of 4 all the way up to 14, so there's no limitation really if you're an intermediate plus level skier. As long as you don't need below a DIN of 4, this is a great choice for you. All in all, kind of the standard for a good binding in 2026. This is your Tyrolia Attack 14. All right, so entering the hybrid binding market for realistically the first time is Tyrolia. Tyrolia has made this brand new Attack hybrid binding, and it is definitely something different than what is offered by a lot of the competitors, with the exception of one. There are some similarities to a binding brand you may have heard of before, and we'll get to that later. All that being said, I think that this is a really good first attempt at a 50-50 split binding, and I would actually go as far to say is like this is more of an alpine binding. So this is your 75-25 person more than a binding like the Shift is. The Shift, like I said before, is really a 50-50 option. I think this is really more of somebody who is going on the resort most of the time, really values that consistent, reliable feel, release, and retention that Tyrolia Attacks have always offered. You get that here on the downhill, and that's really, really important to note. Where all of the stuff comes in and where all of, I think, our questions long-term will come into play is on the toe piece. So with the toe piece, we have a different system from what you see on a Shift or on a Duke. This whole toe slides out, and now this goes in your pack. Then you slide on the Tyrolia Tech Toe into touring mode. And I will say, like, this is not really doing it justice. It is easier when it's on a ski than it is on this 2x4. This basically is now a hybrid touring binding, okay? So we go in, we open the thing up all the way, we move this latch system down and lock the brake into place so that everything is set where it should be, and now we have a functional, easy step-in touring binding. Now, Tyrolia did a touring binding last year. It is really, really nice, really lightweight, and they used a very similar toe to what they used for their touring binding last season. So it's basically just two bindings that they knew worked really well, mixed into one. Using this plate system, you can easily slide. There's a lever over here that releases the lock mechanism and allows you to slide the toe off and do whatever it is that you're going to be doing, whether it's touring or downhill skiing. There is also an emergency tab built into it as well, which I think is interesting, but it will allow you to get out and ski in a pinch if something goes wrong, you lose a toe. It will allow you to have a functional setup. We do have a couple of risers as well that will give you some level of comfort when you're going up the steep sections. But again, this is a binding for people who are really driven towards that more aggressive downhill skiing. So if you're looking for a binding that will carry you through most of your resort days, allow you to ski some kind of sketchier, bigger lines all around wherever it is that you're skiing, this is kind of your option. very similar to what is offered by the cast system. Cast system was the first system to like offer this idea that you could bring basically 2 different sets of toes with you into the backcountry and swap them out. It's honestly, initially when I saw this on a demo board at a show, I was like, it's easier than a cast system. You're not gonna have to bring a mallet with you every time you go into the backcountry. It is easier, but I don't think it's that much easier. I think it really just depends on the kind of person you are and the kind of conditions that you're working with. Obviously, we can see there being potential issues with this icing up, but from what we've seen in our tests and when we've used this thing, it hasn't been a major issue. There is also a crampon adapter here, so you can use crampons on this binding, which again is another nice attention to detail aspect of a 50/50 hybrid binding. Overall, pretty impressive product. I think it's gonna take some time for people to get used to the idea. If you haven't used a cast system in the past, get used to the idea of carrying an extra set of bindings. I will say they do come with a pretty swag looking case that fits really easily into your pack, keeps everything organized so you don't lose a bunch of stuff. You're not throwing out everything in your bag just to find your toe piece that you have lost at this point. They pretty much eliminate that by giving you a nice carrying case that you will be happy to bring with you. All in all the great performance of an attack, just now in a hybrid format. Let me know what you think. All right, continuing on with some of the hybrid binding options that are going to be available to you, the consumer, in 2025, 2026, and beyond. This is the Alpenflow 89, and it is a very interesting looking binding. This, I gotta say, is probably my sleeper pick for my favorite binding of 2025, 2026. And the reason is just because 1, it's metal, 2, they engraved really big gear guide on the side of the heel piece, which is cool. And 3, like the attention to detail and craftsmanship that we talk about with a brand like Cascara, for example, where like it's clear that the people who made this are skiers and they want to fix problems that actually exist and not problems that no one has, is very, very clear. You get all the benefits of a tech binding in the sense that you have a really easy to step into toe, and you actually have brakes, which is like a nod to the tele bindings that are out there right now. Toe brakes are coming back in 2025, in case you didn't know. This is all the rage. All that being said, we also have a pretty aggressive alpine heel for aggressive alpine skiing, just like we like to do. Goes up to a 13 DIN, although it is not fully DIN certified at this point. This is going to be in the future. If you didn't know, like it costs a lot of money to get a DIN certification on a binding, and I think that's going to be the next step for the team at Alpenflow. But overall, it is just a nice metal, burly feeling binding, and you see people like Noah Gaffney ripping on this product. You know that it stands up to a lot of abuse. And just from my perspective, from the outside looking in, I think the customization in terms of colorways is really nice. I think that it's all metal is something that is very attractive to me as somebody who works in a shop, sees broken stuff all the time. Even the bottoms of your brakes are metal here. Like, we're just doing away with plastic with this Alpenflow system, and I think this is going to be something that people get very deep into the weeds on once the product is actually available to buy. But we got a sample in early. There's going to be some tweaks that happen to this thing, but I couldn't not mention this binding in the really big gear guide because I think it is a really cool and unique take on the hybrid binding systems that have become so popular in 2025. Now we are going to see it from a company that really is just like designing something from the ground up for the very first time. So let me know what you think of the new Alpenflow design binding system. It's pretty slick looking. All right, those were our binding picks for 2025, 2026 in the really big gear guide. What do you think? What do you like? Are you still a pivot person? Are you going to a Marker Griffin now? Are you getting an attack? Are you going to an Alpenflow? Are you gonna get a Shred Shocks? What do you feel like is the best binding for what you're doing? Let us know in the comments, and if you have questions on the technical aspect of it, be sure to keep an eye out for the shorter form videos that'll come out along with a written review so you can get the real nitty-gritty stuff that you might be looking for. All right, so this time we are gonna talk about ski poles, and obviously a ski pole is a ski pole when it really boils down to it, but there are some key differences that we felt like separated some from the group. we're not gonna be the kind of gear guide that tells you you shouldn't ski with a rental pole, because I do that for half the days on the hill that I am skiing. However, there are some ones that are really impressive that we were excited to share with you. So without further ado, ski poles 2025, 2026, let's get it.
First up on the pole docket, we have the Yard Sale P2 hybrid pole. This pole went viral all over social media last year, and we got our hands on a pair of them, and I got to use them for just about the entire season testing them out. I think there's a lot of people that have a lot of varying opinions on these poles, but I think that for somebody like myself, this pole comes in handy on most days that I'm on the resort. And the reason I say someone like myself is just, I find myself always having a GoPro or a camera or something in my pocket in case, you know, I'm not just skiing that day, maybe I'm filming somebody or filming something. And oftentimes that is with a GoPro that I just have in my pocket. And what's really nice about these poles is that, I mean, outside of the GoPro attachment that you can put on the top, is that they're magnetic on the top and bottom. So they stick together just like this. And it is really funny, once you have poles like this that are magnetized and stuck together and you're just going around the resort with them in just one hand, it's almost impossible to think about going back to disconnected poles. It feels super weird when you're using just a regular pair of poles. In terms of just how I use them skiing, I guess some critiques and comments that I have is that they are a little bit on the heavier side. This is their hybrid pole, so it makes sense that there is an extended grip on it if you're going to be using it in the backcountry and want some extra leverage, which might add some extra weight as well. But the other downfall, I think, is just the connecting point that they have right now to make these poles shorter and longer. It's just a simple click in, click out system, which has been known to be kind of flawed and break. This adjustability system, so I have the size that ranges from 110 to 135 centimeters. And this push pin system, what it does allow though, is if you're somebody kind of like myself that kind of leaves it in just one spot the entire season and doesn't touch it, it will, you know, last you a while. I think that if you are constantly moving it back and forth from hole to hole to hole, you might, you know, find it a little bit compromised, and maybe that's when you'll run into issues. But I haven't had any issues. I've been actually really stoked on these poles. One of our buddies, out of Collective Buddies, Bobby Thompson out in Jackson Hole, designed these POW baskets. And I think it is always cool just supporting new brands that are doing innovative things that you didn't think needed to be fixed or done different, but they are. These are the Yard Sale poles, and like I said, if you're somebody that finds yourself constantly filming and just skiing with your friends, then I think that these are probably the perfect poles for you.
All right, so this is the Colchon pole from Fulcrum, and it might look like a regular pole, but I promise you, it is not. This is a breakdown pole, very easy to stick in your pack, very easy to just put away if you just don't need your poles. If you're using ice axes and the poles are just becoming an issue for you, you can easily throw this into your pack and make an easy day of it. This thing cinches all back up together very nicely, and it does still have that really nice adjustment range as well, going from a 46 all the way up to a 54, which is pretty huge. So you can have a massive, massive pole to use in the backcountry that folds up into basically nothing and into your pack in a couple seconds. Still that same patented elongated grip that Fulcrum has kind of been known for at this point. Really nice, easy to remove straps. So if you're skiing in the backcountry and you don't want to have your straps on, you can just pull those babies off. It does have a nice little hook on the tip of the pole as well, which allows you to adjust your heel risers in a jiffy if you need to. Powder baskets, obviously, that screw on, which is a really nice feature as well. And overall, just a really slick looking backcountry pole option from Fulcrum. I'm super impressed with the stuff that they've been putting out, and this is one of my favorite options in the pole category for 2025.
All right, so these are the Fulcrum Pato single stage adjustment poles, massive grips. I'm about 5'10". I have it set to 110. You can see that the grip takes up the majority of the pole. That's kind of a preference thing. I think I would stick to these only kind of uphill backcountry. Great for choking up if you need to. The grips are great. I'd say they aren't super round, they're more narrow, but it does feel really good in the hand. The wrist straps, pretty standard. They do have some nice padding though. I guess if you were going no gloves and had them around your bare skin, it would feel better than not having that. POW baskets, pretty standard, but good to point out. They're easily replaceable, twist on, twist off, which is important to note. In case one of them breaks, you can easily change it out. So like I said, there's only 1 point of adjustment, which is pretty standard across the board. Makes it easy to lock it in. And also, if you know you're leaning down hard on them and you think they're giving out and kind of sliding, super easy dial here to lock it in yourself. One of my favorite features of this pole is this top grip on the top of the handle. It makes it really easy to change the risers on your touring bindings if you need to. Wrapping it up, this is a super lightweight option from Fulcrum, weighing in at only 8.2 ounces. It's got a pretty unique look. Let me know what you guys think. Have you used them at all? Let us know. This is the Fulcrum Tahoma 2-stage adjustable pole in the carbon fiber option. This thing is super lightweight, long grip, great for backcountry touring. Starting from the bottom, you have the twist on, twist off baskets. Great in case you need to replace one. The adjustability goes from 105 to 140. Working your way up, you have 2 points of adjustability. Why would you need 2? In case you need to compact it all the way down. It'll make it smaller, be able to toss in the pack if you need it. Moving up the pole, you have Fulcrum's patented elongated grip. 2 things that I love about this is it just feels really great in the hands, and then has a great top piece that you can use if you need to adjust the risers on your touring bindings. Just makes it easier to do that. And then lastly, you have an easily removable strap if you're in the backcountry and want to take it off. So overall, this is a great offering from Fulcrum. Super lightweight carbon, compact, and has a bunch of features to help you get up the hill.
All right, so coming in from Sweden for this gear guide submission, we have the Kang bamboo freeride pole. This is a really unique take on a pole in the sense that it is made from 100% bamboo all through the main shaft of the pole. I actually really wasn't sure how I was gonna feel about these. I thought that they looked cool, but I felt like it was gonna be one of those things that was just like kind of big and cumbersome. Like there's other bamboo pole companies out there that make something that's not super exciting when you actually go to use it. It's cool in theory, but these actually work great. I mean, it's a pole at the end of the day, right? Like, what are you really doing with it? I think the extended grip is a nice feature for this type of pole. They also have a really nice strap system that's easy to remove. Whether you are a strap-on person or a strap-off person, this is a really, really cool system. Just allows you to kind of pinch and pull the strap right out as you need it, and it's also easy to reinsert. I think we've all been through that where we take our straps off and then like we go to sell them or we go to give them to somebody, we want to give the strap to them, and there's just no strap to be found. It got lost in the ether and we never ever see it again. This is pretty easy to just snap on and snap off. Obviously, we talked a little bit about the sustainability aspect of these poles in the sense that they are bamboo, but we also have a really good pole basket here as well. Good for powder skiing. Honestly, it's like the right size that I would just leave this on all the time. You don't really need an alpine basket when you have something like this. There are very aggressive metal tip profiles built into the bamboo shaft. This allows you to really just like dig deep into that ice and feel like you have something solid holding you, whether you are boot packing up something or you're just skiing along. You want that solid insertion. You get it with a Kang pole. And just touching real quick on the aesthetic, I think this is one of the best looking bamboo poles I've ever seen in my life. Sometimes they just look a little clunky, they look a little off. They look like somebody just made a bamboo pole because they could, like in their garage. This is like beautifully finished. Like the quality and aesthetic of this thing is really what I would take home from this particular review, is that this is just a really good looking pair of poles. Something that you can actually keep for a long period of time, and some excellent athletes are on this pole as well. And I mean, how much can you say about a pole? At the end of the day, it is just a pole, but get one that you actually really like, and I think the Kang Poles team has done a really good job of making something that people can actually get behind.
Next up, you might be thinking, wow, I've never seen Salomon poles that look like this before, and that's because we're not talking about the pole itself, but rather the grip. These grips are the Central Park Ski Club grips. These are the 16-inch versions. And basically what's so nice about these grips is that you're able to just take your regular old pole that you probably have lying around somewhere in your garage, and you're able to kind of give that pole a new life, slap a grip on there, and then you have a pole that you can use for touring. You can use it however you want. I think that these extended grips are something that are becoming more and more popular in the industry. And am I a big fan of them? I think that there's definitely a time and a place for them. I've definitely found myself in scenarios where I need to choke up a little bit more. But I think that if I am just recreationally skiing on the hill, that, you know, maybe I might stay away from the extended grip. Like I said, these are fully customizable, so if you did buy the 16-inch ones, you could technically just chop them down a little bit, toss the cap that they have on there onto the shorter version, and then you could go that way. So they really do allow you the flexibility to kind of create your own character with these poles here. One thing to note is that these are the 16-inch versions, which go for, I believe it's $45. There's also a 24-inch version, which are $55. I think that in terms of that price point though, that's where some questions might come into place, at least for myself, just because, you know, what if you didn't have any poles lying around your garage and you kind of just wanted to buy a pair of poles off Amazon, and the next thing you know, you buy the grips, and suddenly those cheap poles that you got on Amazon now have a $45 grip on them, making them probably like $100 or whatever the deal is. A month later you snap them, and then not only now do you lose the pole, but you also lose the grip. So I think that, you know, that is something to consider, is that at the end of the day, the grip is connected to the pole. So if you lose the pole, you lose the grip. But I think that if you are somebody that's looking to get into the backcountry, looking to take a pair of poles that you have in your garage, and you don't really care so much about the price point, and you just got something laying around and want to stick this on there, this could be great for you. Last comments on these is that the process to put these grips on the poles is extremely easy. So you might be thinking, why would I buy a pair of grips? I don't even know how to take my old grips off to put these ones on. All that you do is you take your old grip that is on the pole, you just put it into some boiling water for like 3 to 5 minutes. That grip slides right off. You slide this one on with a little bit of Gorilla Glue. Comes with the kind of like stem cap type thing that you stick on the top. And then after that, your poles are pretty much good to go after they're dry. Yeah, they've got tons of cool colors. This is the Central Park Ski Club grip. Let us know what you think if you've used these before.
All right, so brand new pole company, brand new gear company alert. This is Cascara, right out of the Pacific Northwest, made by one of the best designers in the ski industry, and Peter and the whole team there, which is basically Peter and Kristen, and I guess there's a few. This is a phenomenal pole. It is very well built. I cannot tell you how impressed I was when I first opened the box, because it is it's pretty jaw-dropping to see like the attention to detail that Peter and crew put into this pole design. First and foremost, just the aesthetic. Like, it is a beautiful looking pole. You have a proper alpine grip with an extended rubberized bit that goes basically like where your normal oversized foam grip would go to. But it's all carbon. It's super lightweight, but it's also very, very durable. I used these all last season and I'm super impressed. The thing that I will say I was shocked at was that they used this like plastic flip clamp thing that everybody else uses, but it, like at first glance, doesn't look any different, but it is actually pretty significantly different than what everybody else does, in the sense that it actually has some spring tension to it. Kind of just load the thing up and it locks into place, and I've had no issues with this like sucking down when I'm really like putting all my body weight on it on a tour. This is a really, really nice clamp system. Peter is like well known, if you know him, for his attention to detail on things, and I think that comes through beautifully on the pole. Great basket, great end to the pole. This is a product that, like, I think if you're just looking for high-end craftsmanship, this is the kind of thing that you would buy. Like, I like cooking a lot, and I think, like, for me, all the stuff that's in the kitchen, I want to have a purpose. I want it to be really nice, and I want to keep it for a long time. I feel very similarly about the way that Cascara has made their stuff so far. Even just this, right? Like, this action right here, having a little bit of retractability is super, super nice, because the pole just slides in and out of that shaft, pause really, really easily, which is awesome. They even have everything etched out from the carbon in terms of length, so you know what length pole you are using, and it's not something that's just going to wear off. It's not a sticker. It's actually like engraved into the carbon of the pole. Again, very nice touch, and if you extend it all the way, you see another nice touch, which is an engraved Cascara logo. Again, small things, attention to detail. I think the color, I think the aesthetic, all in all, this is probably the nicest quality pole that I've ever seen. And it's just coming from one dude that really likes to make nice shit. So shout out to Cascara, shout out to Peter, and like, go check these things out if you haven't yet. Like, this is worth the money. All right, so you probably know Mountain Flow Eco Wax for their wax, but did you know they also make some really, really nice poles out of recycled aluminum? So if you're looking to have a great sustainability story, Mountain Flow has a product for you. At the end of the day, a pole is just a pole. As we've said multiple times, as Joe notes that I am missing a basket, that is an unrelated issue, that is a me issue and not a pole quality issue, but we'll talk about that in a second. Poles are poles at the end of the day. This is a very nice aluminum pole. Is it a rental pole? Absolutely not. But at the end of the day, like, this part of it is basically just what you would be using if you were just the kind of person that just needs a pole. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that's how most people buy poles. They show up at a shop and they go, I need a pole. And they want to spend $40 to $100. Like, this would be kind of in that category, except just a couple extra nice touches. One of which is a cork grip. I really like this feeling. I like that they have like spots for your fingers to go. This is like a selling tool that people use in shops all the time, because when you try it bare hand, it feels really, really nice. With a glove or a mitt on, it still makes some difference, but I don't think it's like a deal breaker for me if they don't have this. But if you want to sell a pole in a ski shop, this is a great way to do it. Like, let people feel like they've got some really aggressive grip on the end of that stick. Pause. The one thing I will say is they do use this basket situation that's really easy to flip between a POW basket and an Alpine basket. I think it's a little too easy. As you may notice, this one is off because I lost mine. That is, again, a me issue, and I have been known to not take care of my gear very well. This is another example of that. That being said, I do think that like they would benefit from a traditional like screw on or push on with a lock system, as opposed to this like twist off. I do feel like that gets a little loosey-goosey, but all in all, a very nice product from Mountain Flow. So if you're looking for a recycled aluminum pole, check out Mountain Flow. All right, so that was ski poles. What do we think? Are you buying a Cascara pole? Are you buying a Kang pole? Are you buying there's so many pole options out there, and some of them are expensive, some of them are cheap, and I think the really important thing is that you get a pole that you like, that makes sense for what you're doing. So what do you like? What do you not like? Are you a big pole buyer, or are you just grabbing out of the rental basket at the resort? Thanks. All right, so welcome to the clothing section. This is actually one of our smaller sections this year because we weren't sure that we were gonna have time to do all of it, but we're really excited to get some awesome options in from a bunch of great brands and talk to you about all kinds of stuff, whether it's like Gorp Core styled ski wear or it's bibs that are technical and lightweight. There's all kinds of stuff in this gear guide that you can be excited about coming for the next, or I guess this upcoming season. So if you're looking at some new gear, please pay attention because there's a lot to get into here. All right, so the Orage kits. I have never really thought of Orage as like this technical, hip, clean looking brand, but the last couple years, something has happened over at Orage up north, and we're talking about some of the nicest looking pieces of outerwears that exist on the market today. Very technical, very thought out, right up and down. From the beginning, we can talk about these really big zip pockets with 2 different layers in there, and we can actually use this for our phone or whatever device we need. This is just all cinched up on the inside of your secondary pocket here, which I think is very slick. Colorway wise, this thing looks phenomenal, and it looks even better with the pants, so just give me a second here. Again, really big dump pocket up front. Great zipper system here that feels very durable and actually has some breathability built into the frontage of it as well. So when you're breathing into that thing, hopefully it doesn't get all gross. Once we open up the inside of the jacket, we do have a powder skirt that is built in, which I am not always a huge fan of, but in this case, it is very minimalistic and very comfortable. So I think this will not be something that many people are actually complaining about. If you do need a powder skirt, you'll be glad it's there. Everything is seam sealed. They use Dermazax instead of Gore-Tex on this, which is great, but we always talk about like the difference between Gore-Tex, Thermosax, and all these other 3-layer companies, and realistically everybody makes a great waterproof product at this point, and I think that is no different when we talk about Thermosax for this Orage kit here. A huge helmet compatible hood, just a very free-flowing and comfortable fit. This, believe it or not, is a medium, which seems like it would be way too small, but I can actually fit into it as an extra large human being. So keep that in mind as you are starting to go on your Orage purchasing journey. It seems like a lot of their stuff does tend to fit a little bit bigger depending on the product that we're talking about. On the inside, we also have a really nice dump pocket here for your skins if you're using this piece for touring. On the inside, we can access everything with a 3/4 length arm zipper. So if you need to dump some heat, this is a great system. If you need to adjust anything on the inside, it's a great way to do it. Great articulated cuffs at the end with a very nice and folded in Velcro snap system here that just makes everything look a little bit cleaner. Every line on this jacket is extremely well designed. It looks very clean and consistent throughout the whole thing, and I'm just really, really impressed at how good this product looks from not just an aesthetic perspective, but from a technical perspective. I don't think there's a lot of things that you could be complaining about here. We also have your shoulder pocket, so if you want to keep your RFID pass in there, that's a great place to do that. Great logo hit as well. And then we open this thing up, and you can just see the attention to detail on this jacket when it comes to seam sealing everything. It just looks like it is very, very well done. Orage is onto something with their clothing, and we're gonna keep getting into it so that you understand why I am saying that. When we get into the bib, this is one of the more unique bib adjustment systems that we'll see in 2025 with a almost like seatbelt style adjustment here where we can pull and cinch to whatever we need. It does give you a little excess material if you're not using all of that strap. I don't know how I feel about that part, but it does fit very comfortably, and we do have some stretch paneling through the midsection, so again, allows you to feel like you're moving pretty freely and your bib is not just clunking around on the inside. It also, when you're layering, you gotta think about it, you're stacking multiple things on top. You don't want a whole bunch of stuff going on back here, and this keeps everything nice and simple and allows for that freedom of movement. The whole bit on the bib can unsnap, and you can get in there super, super easy. So if you just have to drop trow and use the facilities, look at that. That is absolutely, absolutely absurd how much and ease of entry you have in a bib like this. So if you ever worried about wearing a bib and going to the bathroom, you do not have to worry about it with Orage bibs in 2025. Now, one of the other things we're going to talk about here are these adjustments on the hip. These are very, very comfortable and very easy to adjust with a massive range. So whether you are actually a medium or you are actually a large or maybe even a small, this medium will fit a ton of different body shapes and styles. Like I said, this actually fits me at 5'11", 6 foot, 215 pounds, and it fits Joe at 5 foot, whatever Joe is, and however many pounds Joe weighs. Very different size people, and this bib fits us both pretty well. Overall, just very, very comfortable. And again, I just want to show you this again to drop trap. Like, this is nuts. That is so good. Now, when we get into the pockets, we have some really great hand pockets here, a little higher than some of the other ones out there, but everything is articulated really well. So as your legs are moving, you actually feel like the pant is going with you and not working against you the entire time. And I think that that's a really key part with bibs and technical outerwear in general, because if you get something that's too stiff, it just doesn't feel right when you're on the hill. Nothing feels good about it. And this really just allows for a ton of freedom of movement while staying super warm and dry. And I haven't really talked about the hand feel here, but this feels very fancy while also feeling very durable. Very, very impressed with the product Orage is putting out. Last couple things we're gonna mention is this oversized Cordura buff pad on the bottom of your pant. This is very large and makes it a very, very durable pant. Obviously opens up as well, so you have really ease of entry when it comes to putting this over your ski boot or snowboard boot, and then a great stretchy gaiter system to keep everything nice and dry on the inside of your leg, foot, ankle area. Overall, one of the nicest bibs that got submitted for 2025. Very impressive product, and Orage is really on the come up right now, and I'm super excited to see what they do next. All right, so lastly, we have the Morrison hybrid jacket from Orage, and again, talking about just the stylistic aspects first, this is a beautiful piece of outerwear, and it has all of the touch points that you would really want. This is a hybrid down performance piece where it is very, very lightweight, has some stretch where you need it, including in the arm areas, so it allows you to feel like you could move really easily when it's underneath a shell, but just as a standalone piece, this looks very, very clean. We got 3 great pockets up front. We have those great side stretch panels, which allow for a really comfortable fit and freedom of movement. We also have one of the coolest pieces of tech in a puffer that we can possibly have in 2025, and that is gill tech. This, you might not be able to see it from the camera lens on that angle, but this mesh backing is very, very slick because it covers up this almost gill-like, get it, gill tech, this gill-like system that is on the back here, and it allows for some great breathability. And if you want a piece that is made for touring uphill, you cannot get more breathable than something with fins in it. Like, this does not look like a super technical piece. It looks like something you would wear out to a fancy dinner date, but it has all of the technical aspects that you would expect in a high-end touring piece, and I'm really, really impressed. I wish this one was in my size because I would be stealing this without a doubt. I want one badly, like in the baddest way, including hand gaiters as well. All of the things they thought about at Orage, and I am very, very impressed with the stuff that they've put out this year. I've said it multiple times, but I think it's just because, like, I knew the old Orage. The new Orage is something totally different. All right, so this is the Stio Environ kit, and it is a very sleek looking kit. We actually sparked a huge argument online whether this was gray or purple or blue or some other color, and we had that debate continuously for a period of months following that, and the internet did as well. Few things to mention about this kit. This is a very waterproof, very nice technical resort kit. No bib option for the pant, but it does have a really durable set of zippers on the side and allows you to open that thing up and access your knee brace, make adjustments to your base layers, do whatever you need to do in a jiffy. Does also have this belt built in as well into the pant. Some great chest pockets, which are really, really nice. The one thing I will say is that this hood has this collar underneath it, so you can detach the hood, but I don't really know when I would ever be running a shell like this without a hood. I don't really know if it makes sense, and it kind of just feels like there's too much going on here. Sizing wise, I think this is very true to size, but some of the Stio stuff does range depending on what model you're talking about, whether it fits like true to size or very big. So keep that in mind when you're starting to look at some Stio stuff. Get some good size reference before you actually go and buy anything, because that will be important. As we continue on with the pockets, we have an RFID pocket, which is really important. Very nice, non-articulated cuff as well, which is important to mention. When we open this jacket up, we see that everything is taped, everything is sealed. The powder skirt is also not removable on this thing, so you are running a powder skirt whether we get any powder or not. You can cinch up the bottom, which can give you a little better, little different look, I guess, if that's what you're looking for. And then I do just really like this soft material that comes around the neck area, so it doesn't feel like it's so abrasive. A lot of shells just have that shell material rubbing up against your face, and it can get a little bit uncomfortable. As we go back into the pant here, really great pockets, as I mentioned, good ventilation here as well, but you do have underneath the flap a great dump pocket in the correct position for when you're sitting on the chair, and they are articulated as well, so you get a little bit more volume out of your pocket option there. One hand pocket on that side, one hand pocket on this side, and 0 butt pockets. So if you plan on keeping anything in the back, you are not doing that with this pant. We also have a really great gaiter, obviously with a much more durable feeling Cordura type cuff on the bottom so it doesn't get beat up. Joe ran this kit the whole season last year and still looks complete, like brand new. So really impressive for durability. We both ran Steo kits this year. This is the one that we decided to run in the gear guide because we just felt like this is the most approachable. It looks really good and it's very clean looking. Not everybody wants to run a true shell kit every single time. This is a great resort option, but also can double as a great backcountry option as well. Let us know what you think. All right, so this is the Raid Tour Tech pant, and just like the bag, just like the hip pack, this thing is packed full of tech and has to be one of the nicest products I think I've ever seen in real life. I don't know what they put over there in Raid's drinking water, but like they care so much about technical stuff. It is insane. I think it's one of the nicest companies in the entire world when it comes to actually like attention to detail, technical product, and thinking about the small things that actually matter to the end user. Raid does a phenomenal job. They come with this bib option that is very, very slick, has a button release so that when you want to drop trowel, you can get in here very, very easily. Everything is completely seam sealed, but it has this really nice like dress pant feel on the inside of this thing. Which is very impressive to be able to do for a waterproof technical piece and still make the outside feel extremely durable. The first thing we said when this thing showed up was that it feels rugged, but it actually feels like it moves and is articulated really well. One of the things that you can always tell with a pant, like if it's gonna fit well and move with you well, is if you can hang it on a hanger and it looks like it's already articulated in the positioning that you're gonna be skiing it in, and this is definitely there. You can see there's already a built-in bend at the knee. Everything is sewn and sealed the way that it should be so that there are no restrictions in your movement whatsoever. Obviously, we have an we've talked about like this Cordura feeling material on a lot of other pants. This is next level. This is like 3D Cordura, extremely durable, but also great because we can open this thing up as much as we want. So if we want to do that roll top option, if we want just a little bit more space to give our boots full range of motion, we can do that. And an awesome gaiter, which also has some zippered elements in it as well. Very slick piece, great hand pockets here as we open those things up that are also sealed. And of course they are sectioned out on the inside because if there is a technical feature, Raid is going to include it in whatever product that they make. The next thing they need to do is just make a shell that matches it, and I am sold, buddy. Same thing on the other side. We have a great built-in belt here as well with an additional set of loops. So if you need to hang anything, whether it's a carabiner, whether it's, I don't know, your ice axe, you can do whatever you want hanging stuff off of this. We're also going to talk about this mesh material that's up top here. This is very stiff, but it also feels very protective and it hugs your hips really nicely and it allows you to feel like you're moving freely, but also feels like you have a little bit of protection in there, which I think is really, really slick. Overall, I mean, this pant is just absurd. This is one of those ones that like we got in for test and I am never giving back. No one else is going to see this. I am going to be the only person that uses this because it is so nice that I cannot bear to give this thing up. Just as I mentioned, very nicely articulated. You can even see the way that the baffles are. So when you're sitting down, the pant hangs correctly without feeling like you have a new crease in your pant every single time. It is built into the pocket area of that pant. Also allows whatever you put in that pocket to not feel like it's dangling around freely. It has a significant stop point there as well. Obviously fully open vent system and just a really, really good looking pair of pants. And this is going to be a pant that I wear every single day. If I had to pick a product, if we were doing product awards, this is the best pant that came in for 2025 in the Really Big Gear Guide. It is phenomenal. So check out Raid right now. All right, so when we talk about performance base layers, there is no one that we should be talking about other than the great people at Ibex. This stuff is so, so nice, and if you want to feel like a rich person, wear some Ibex. However, they do offer some great value, and you can get some awesome merino wool product for a great price point overall. This is the GOAT short sleeve, and I use this all the time in the spring when I'm going ski touring, and I want something that will actually keep me warm, but isn't very big. It's very comfortable. It's very form-fitting, and I will say with most of the Ibex stuff, it does fit a little bit more tight, a little bit more Euro, so keep that in mind. I still wear an XL, but I know that I'm wearing this shirt as an activity piece and not as a go out to dinner piece. Again, price point is really high, but that's just because they use all merino wool in these products and they feel really, really good. We all know about the benefits of merino wool in terms of wicking, in terms of the antimicrobial benefit. This is a shirt that you could probably wear for 20 days straight and not feel like it got gross or stinky at all. Now, when we talk about my go-to for my ski season, it is the Pro Crew from Ibex. This stuff is just really, really soft, very stretchy, and feels just good on. And we also have some really nice kind of secret thumb holes that are here too. So if you're running this underneath your kit, you can kind of just stick your thumb through here and then stick it in your glove, and you've got this really nice piece that works in unison with everything that you have. Also very form-fitting, but very comfortable. If you are considering a merino wool base layer, I do not think that there is a better option than the Ibex product, because this stuff is very, very thought out all the way through. In terms of the fit in the shoulders, in the midsection, everything feels correct. Sometimes when you put on merino wool product, it just feels a little boxy and like the fit is a little bit off, but you're wearing it because it's merino. You don't have to do that with Ibex. This is a base layer that I've used dozens and dozens of times, and I literally think that I've maybe washed it once and it still smells as fresh as it did on day one, and it looks the part as well. We also have like the indie hoodie from them, and I wear that thing on a regular basis. It's one of my favorite puffies of all time. They just make a really nice collection of super high-end merino wool products, and they have a new wool air hoodie coming out this fall, which I am psyched to check out. So let us know what you think of Ibex. This is a very performance-oriented base layer piece, but we had to include it for the really big gear guide this year. All right, so when we talk about handmade, custom-made, American-made, we would think of a brand like Mola Hoods, and they make everything from your little skull cap beanies that I've been wearing like all season long last season, and we can also go into just this general mid-layer piece. We use only the best materials when it comes to this Mola Hoods hoodie. It is very warm and very soft. I don't know if you can see that on the camera, but very soft on the inside. So for that next to skin feel, this is phenomenal. I think the fit is really, really good. I had a piece a few years ago from Mola, and I always felt like the bottom kind of flared out a little bit too much. But on this one, you have a really nice cinch, so it makes for a great performance apparel piece that actually fits consistently well. Obviously really big zip pocket here, so if you want to tour in just this thing, I would not be surprised whatsoever. We also have a great hood, again soft, almost like towel feel on the inside of this thing, but it does have like a built-in gaiter, so it'll go up and over your face, so no real need to wear a buff on this thing. Overall, if you want something made in Vermont to the highest quality, hand stitched, this is a beautiful piece of outerwear, and I would highly recommend checking out all of the offerings that Mola has on their website, as well as some of their custom options. So if you're looking for a new kit for your team, might be a Mola opportunity for you. All right, so the gold standard when it comes to synthetic insulated pieces, without a doubt, is the Arc'teryx Atom LT hoodie. This is a beautiful piece of equipment. It has all of the things you need, nothing you don't, and you even get your nice paleontology symbol here with the Arc'teryx bird on the chest piece. Overall, there's nothing that you look at this jacket and you go, wow, that's like a super high-end technical piece. It's not, but it's got all of the things that you need to make you feel like you have the right tool to do the job. I've worn this just around town, and I've also used it as a dedicated ski or even cycling piece, because it does pack down really small and can fit into my jersey pocket. But overall, just a very comfortable piece with two great hand pockets, but also this great stretch panel through the midsection. And I think that's really where things get like, that's where you feel the Arc'teryx difference a little bit, is that midsection stretch panel, so that everything feels comfortable. It feels like it sucks onto your sides in the right ways, but allows you to move completely freely and unrestricted. Really nice zippers as always, and Arc'teryx just has some of the nicest feeling product that you could possibly ask for. When we mentioned that stretch paneling on the inside, we have a much warmer feeling hand to it, and that just allows you to feel like this jacket is doing a lot more for you than it is in terms of insulation. It is not a super heavy jacket. This is a lightweight insulation piece, and not for like your super freezing cold days, nor is it a skiable piece by itself, but it is a piece that will keep you warm and a great mid layer for those of you running shells. Helmet compatible hood, fits over almost any helmet very comfortably. We have cinches on the bottom, so if you just want to keep everything nice and tight and clean, we can do that right here. And one last thing, we have an inside zippered pocket. So if you have those things that you really need to make sure stay inside your jacket, zippered pocket on the inside, protected from the elements, and just overall the gold standard when it comes to getting a really nice synthetic down insulated piece. All right, so this is the Rab kit that I spent the majority of last season in, and let me tell you, one of my favorite kits of all time. Very lightweight, very simplistic, and I am a big fan of that all black look. So if this is what you're looking for, Rab has a kit for you. Great ventilation here underneath the armpits, which I think, as always, very important, especially for sweaty boys like me. We have some really nice adjustable sleeves here as well that are articulated correctly for your hands and your arms. We also have a nice little zipper hood pocket situation here that allows for everything to be nice and tight without pressing the zipper up against your face, which again, I feel like is very important. Helmet compatible hood with the cinches on the front. Again, very slick. Most of all, these pockets are simple. There's not a ton of them, but they all work for a very specific purpose. These two hand pockets are your big dump pockets. And then as we open this thing up, we can see the attention to detail on the inside of the jacket. Everything looks super clean. We even have cinches for the back panel as well, if you just want to snug things up and make it look a little tighter. I will say, fit-wise, this is an XL kit and it does feel a little bit snug. I think Rab is still kind of subscribing to that European fit style where everything just fits a little bit tighter overall, but it does feel really good. And in an XL, I still feel pretty confident wearing one layer, like your base layer, a layer on top of that, and then your shell. I had no issues whatsoever, but keep that in mind when you are considering your purchase. It fits probably about a quarter size small in comparison to a lot of the other options out there, but just a very simple and clean looking shell. Now the bib, as I've mentioned before, this is really where the magic happens for a lot of brands, or where they blow the entire thing. And for Rab, this is a beautiful bib option with that ProFlex technology in there, so it allows you to feel like the bib moves with you and flexes with you correctly. I do find that these suspenders are a little cumbersome and a little weird. We have them laid out in the worst way possible on this hanger right now, but don't take that to mean anything other than we just laid it out poorly. They're really not that bad, but they're also not that great. They are removable, but I don't know really why you would be doing that, because you still have your front pocket here that is going to be kind of sitting up the entire time. The nice thing about that, however, is if you wanted to use different suspenders, you can do that on this bib, which I think is pretty slick. Great front pocket with a ton of space in it, and again, some great flexibility, but like you can fit like almost my whole arm inside this thing before we run out of space, which I think is great. Some organization on the inside. We also have a fly built in here, so if you need to do your business, you can just pull it out and go. Hand pockets placed in the correct position. I will always harp on that because I think some companies do it wrong and it bothers me so much. When you are sitting down on the chairlift, you want easy access to your pockets, but you also want to be able to reach them when you're standing. This is a perfect position for those pockets. One butt cheek pocket as well, which is really, really nice. And then we go down a little bit further in the pant, and we can see even more ventilation options throughout the midsection. So if you need to adjust a knee brace, I wear a knee brace most of the time, always fiddling with it like the entire time that I'm skiing. So this is a really nice feature for somebody like me. The cut on this pant is a little bit more trim and a little bit more like skinny jeans style, but I actually really like the way that it looks on, especially with a pair of ski boots. And if I am ski touring, I feel like I belong in the pack with something like this. We do have a little bit of stretch towards the bottom of the pant, but then we have that rough Cordura feeling material in the back so that we don't beat up the pant too much. I probably have 30 days in this pant and it looks like a brand new pant still. Really nice gaiter that has a ton of stretch. Okay, so we can fit over just about any boot there. All in all, phenomenal kit from Rab. Looks really good and is really clean. If you're looking for an all black Gore-Tex kit, go no further. All right, lastly in the Rab category, we have the most slick and wealthy looking puffer of all time. I have never felt like I had more money in my bank account when in fact I had less than when I was wearing this particular Rab puffer. It is very, very wicking, which is awesome to see in a synthetic down piece. So you don't get super sweaty. I've toured in this thing and felt totally fine, but it is also still very, very warm when you need it to be. So it's a great insulation piece and is typically what I was running underneath my Rab shell for the most part. Everything about this, including the way the baffling is done, the colorway, the logo placement, feels very aesthetic. It feels very expensive. It feels very high end, and even just your hand feel just feels very good. So this is one of the most impressive pieces I think that I wore last season. We do also have some really nice dump pockets on the inside, so if you want to tour in this thing, you can fit your skins on the inside and still have access to some really nice zip pockets for your hands as well. This hood stretches and is huge. You can fit this over a helmet with no problem whatsoever. So as far as multifunctional synthetic down pieces go, this is probably the best one or the second best one that I used in my entire life, and I've never gotten more compliments on one than this piece right here. I mentioned it before and I'll mention it again. Scott is making some really, really nice technical outerwear right now, and we talk about this 3-layer shell that they have that is Gore-Tex for 2025, 2026. And it just looks, first of all, before we get into any of the technical aspects, just looks really, really clean. Like this has got to be one of the best looking kits. This is again one of those gray purple arguments that we can have on the sleeves. No idea what color this actually is, but I think the blocking works really good. This looks like a very expensive, very fresh looking, very current, vibey type kit. So if you're looking to go into the backcountry, you're looking to ski some resort stuff in a traditional 3-layer kit, this is a great option for you because you have all the tech features that you possibly could want. Traditional zipper down the front, but we do have seam sealed pockets all the way throughout, whether it's the 2 chest pockets or the 2 hand pockets. Plenty of options there. We have great cinches for your helmet compatible hood as well. Everything on the inside is seam sealed, and we are completely waterproof when it comes to this particular kit. We also have some great ventilation here that opens up and gets directly inside. I am much more of a proponent of having these open ventilation systems as opposed to having mesh on the inside, just because you can access your inner layers, especially on shells. Shoulder pocket available as well. One thing that we do find missing in this particular kit is there is no RFID pocket on the sleeve, but you're gonna have to use your shoulder pocket as your RFID option. But I think that's neither here nor there. Like that works just the same. You're not going to put anything else in there. RFID, stick your pass in there at any given point. Really nice attention to detail on the cuffs of this, so like you actually feel like it is the correct length on the top of your hand, but it's short enough on the bottom of your hand. So as you're reaching out, you're still fully covered, but you don't feel like you have all this excess material that you don't really need. Again, I just think aesthetically, one of the nicest pieces that we had come in this year. Reco built into it as well. And we do have a completely removable powder skirt. So if you just want to wear this as a shell around town, rip that thing out, and you absolutely can do that. Or if you're like us and you live in New England and we never get snow, just take it out, throw it away, you're never going to need it again. Great pocket here for your skins if you're doing some touring, as well as an additional pocket here so you can keep anything that you find necessary on the inside of it. Great little brim with the Reco built into it as well. Feels very comfortable, and again fits over a helmet comfortably, confidently. Anyway, when we get to the pant, this is actually where I think the money is made for a lot of these companies. These kits are very important, but shells are just shells at the end of the day. There are certainly some that are nicer than others, but when it comes to bibs, this is really where things get spicy. This has a lot of stretch in the hip and midsection area, so when you're moving around, you feel like your bib is moving with you all in one. These straps I do find to be a little bit confusing. However, they're really nice if you get them on in the right orientation and everything feels very much in unison all the way across the board, and allows for a lot of range of adjustment in terms of fit. So whether you are a shorter rider, a taller rider, this will work great for you. When we talk about opening this thing up, look at how much space you have to get in and out of your bib. It is absolutely absurd. We could fit a small horse inside this thing and feel very, very confident about the waterproofing capabilities that that horse would have. We also get the same amount of zips on the side. So I mean, if we're really trying to open things up here, tell me you can't use the restroom like that. Like, that is perfect. Like, that is as easy as it could get to drop trout in the backcountry if you need to. As we see, everything is sealed up, nice and waterproof on the inside. Very slick looking, as we've mentioned about a dozen times before, but we also have some very nice built-in pocket areas into areas that you wouldn't necessarily think, like your hip midsection love handle area. I would never think that I'd need pockets here, but you have 2 of them, which is very neat. Now, as we zip this thing back up, we'll notice that, once again, pockets are very intentionally placed in a place where when you're sitting down, you can actually access everything on the inside, and they do have some separation on the inside as well, so you can keep your life organized when you're sitting on the chairlift and not have to worry about where everything is. Now, when we get to the bottom, we have this Cordura reinforced bit on the back, so that whether it's your binding or you're just running your pants a little bit baggy, we're not going to get super scuffed up here, and you can protect your investment in this high-end Gore-Tex piece of equipment. Overall, just a really, really slick looking kit, and I'm impressed once again with what Scott has made in 2025. All right, so as you probably know, Scott also makes some really, really nice outerwear, and this is one of the women's kit options from them for 25-26, and this is more of your resort kit. So if you're looking for something that is Gore-Tex and waterproof and breathable, but also a little bit insulated, this is a phenomenal kit option. Great zips, great pocket options here. We even have a removable patch so you can choose your style on your shoulder sleeve. Obviously, we have your little gaiters for your hands so you can stay nice and warm and dry. Everything on the wrist is adjustable, and the must-have is an RFID pocket slot for your pass if you have one of those, or if you're just winging it. I don't know what to tell you, maybe you don't need that pocket at all. Great hand pockets as well on this thing, and overall, just a very nice, clean looking kit. We're gonna open the jacket up so we can show you one of the nicer features about this thing, which is your Sherpa lined insulation, which is gonna keep you nice and warm through the zones where you need it most. You don't really need it on your back panel nearly as much. That is just mesh, so you can stay less sweaty, especially if you're wearing a pack. But we do have some great ventilation as well underneath the arms. So if you feel like you need to dump a little bit of that heat, you can do so. Helmet compatible hood with the cinch in the back. Really, really nice piece. Next, we get into this quasi-bib situation, which does zip off. So if you are unsure about committing to bib lifestyle, this is for you, because it can be a pant or it can be a bib. Still Gore-Tex, still insulated. Again, a really nice two-way seam sealed zipper here. So we can actually get some ventilation going if we need to. And we also have great hand pockets that are seam sealed as well. This does use both the latch system and buttons to close this thing up as well, but very easy overall. This is one of the warmest pants that we tested during this whole thing that we're doing, and it keeps you very warm. But keep in mind, this is for those of you that get cold. This is not for those of you that are running uphill on a regular basis, because it is definitely thick on the insulation side. Overall, really great fit. We have some brush guards on the bottom here to keep the pant from getting beat up by your ski boots or your bindings. And as always, we have a really nice gaiter system with some mesh stretch here that allows you to feel like you can pull that thing over without really just like fighting it the whole time. Very comfortable, very sleek, and honestly, I think Scott clothing has come a long, long way over the last few years, and it's now something that we can feel very proud to have in the gear guide this year. So let us know what you think of this kit. All right, so now we have the Peak Performance White Light Insulated Kit. Again, insulated. So this is for those of you looking for a great resort piece. Peak Performance makes everything from the super technical to the resort oriented, and this is that resort kit option. So obviously you can expect a ton of insulation in all of the right areas, which is really, really nice, but we do get some great hits and honestly a more technical look for an insulated resort piece. As we open this baby up, you notice seam sealed zippers, which is very trick. We also have some great paneling that actually makes sense for where you need that extra insulation. So in your areas where you typically get a little bit colder, in the side panels, in the neck area, in the shoulders, all of those have more insulation. We also have this kind of brushed feel near your face so that you don't feel like you're getting that like weird rub that you get on some of the technical jackets, whether you're wearing a buff or not. But overall, just a very nice resort piece. As we open this thing up here, we can see some more of that insulation, but we'll also notice that we have our helmet cinch pull tabs on the inside, which makes the jacket look a little bit cleaner. We have one really big dump pocket here. We have a powder skirt that is built into the jacket. So again, this is a piece that you are going to be running all the time on resort with powder skirt. So whether we're in New England or not, you don't have a choice. You are running powder skirt. Another set of pockets on the inside, pockets on the outside, which is really nice and very big, which I think is an important thing for most people skiing resort days. You don't have to bring a pack with you, nor should you. Just bring your jacket and you can fit everything you need inside. RFID pocket, asymmetrically correct arms as well, and a nice Velcro cinch to keep everything nice and clean looking, as well as a helmet compatible hood that is massive and looks really good on. I mean, this is one of the best looking resort kits that I've seen in years, and I'm really impressed with the way that honestly Peak Performance has done their entire line, whether it's the more technical stuff or the resort kits. I think both the jacket and the pant are very impressive. The pant looks like just a regular black pant, but we do have some more technical hits here, including those seam sealed zippers that we talk so much about, including a very wide range of adjustment for your belt loops as well. So if you need to go, if you're like in that middle size range where you're like not quite a large, but you're not quite a medium, great way to run that. Can run a belt in addition to that as well. Have some great ventilation options that are sealed by mesh as well. Awesome hand pockets that fit in the correct position, so when you're sitting on the chairlift, you actually can access them and you don't have to be like crumpling up like this the whole time. As we get to the bottom, if you feel like you need a little bit more space for your ski boot, these will flare out and open up and give way to your really nice, very durable, probably the most durable gaiter system that I've seen on any resort kit so far this year. Not gonna get beat up and gonna last for a very long time. Again, I've said it 5 times, it's insulated. This is gonna be warm. If you are a hot, sweaty boy, this is not for you. If you are somebody that gets cold regularly or is you're skiing Mansfield on a very, very cold day, this is the ideal kit to have at the resort. And again, 20K, 20K, so very waterproof, very warm, great kit to be running on any resort day. Overall, I think Peak Performance is making some of the nicest outerwear that I've seen this year. So let us know what you think of the new Peak Performance White Light Resort Kit.
All right, so here we have the Peak Performance Vertical GTX Pro Hardshell Kit for women. Awesome product in terms of just your really high quality hardshell gear. So this does feature Gore-Tex Pro's new PFAS-free material, which means that way more environmentally friendly and probably better for you too. One of the great things about this is it doesn't sacrifice waterproofing. Other features that we really like here, obviously you've got all of the ventilation options and they are reinforced. So if you're anything like me and you run hot, you're searching for those pit zips, you can throw them open, and they do run the length of the sides and to the elbow bend. So awesome feature there. Great pockets as far as hard shells go. You know, you've got 2 chest pockets, you've got 2 side pockets, and they really have nice toggles here. Nothing that really feels cheap or like it's gonna rip off. So in your chest pocket, you do have a goggle wipe, which is of course always useful. If you're wearing a hard shell, it's probably for a reason. So that goggle wipe is obviously something that's important. You also have your RFID sleeve here. Other things to note is that helmet compatible hood with a cinch in the back here that you can release in 3 different spots, from the sides and on the top as well. And it does have that brim that tends to sit nicely over your helmet. Once we take a look inside, you'll see that everything is reinforced and taped, and it does have a powder skirt that does zip out. Something that I really like, especially with the hard shell and when you're spending your money and investing in a nice piece of equipment, is it is pretty multifunctional. So you don't necessarily need a powder skirt when you're walking through town all the time. It's nice to take it off. Another thing to look at here is the bibs that match. Really nice quality bibs, same features throughout using that Gore-Tex. So with the bibs, one of the nice things, if you're anything like me and you're rocking hardware on your knees, is you really need to be able to get to your brace and adjust them. Nice full length side zips that really allow you to A, either air out, or B, get into what you need to. You've also got two front pockets here that go pretty deep. So again, if you don't like having your pass in your sleeve there, that's always an option as well. There is ripstop fabric at the bottom, so if you rock your racer cuff, you still have some of that abrasive protection there. Otherwise, if you're letting them drag, then you've got your protection from your bindings. And a really nice powder sleeve cuff on the bottom as well. So as far as a hard shell goes, you know, this is as good as it gets in my opinion. You've got solid pocket options, you've got great pit zips, you've got great ventilation in the bibs and obviously the jacket as well. An adjustable hood is essential, and to be honest with you, anything on the inside, especially as far as, you know, a zip-off powder liner. So as far as the bibs go, same Gore-Tex technology as the hard shell jacket, really great. Nice thing about this is the side zip. It's a really full-length side zip, which is great in the sense that you can get in there and adjust what you need to. If you got a knee brace, you gotta adjust whatever you gotta do, you can get in there really easily and then snap them back up really quickly. Adjustable waist here has that Velcro that does actually have kind of a lot of give to it, which is nice. And you've also got belt loops too. So if you feel like you want to throw a belt on. As for pockets on the bibs, you've got one good one in the front for your snacks, your phone, whatever you see fit there. No real adjustability in the suspenders. So aside from just being able to adjust the length, there's no taking them off anything, you commit to it. So as far as the features go, I mean, they're as good as it gets for a hard shell kit. Obviously, you know, reinforced seams, lots of good pockets, and everything that you could possibly need for a jacket that's pretty much expected to take a beating from the elements there.
All right, so in the Oakley Gorpcore realm, we have one of the most ridiculous looking jackets, I think, in the entire test this year. This is a piece that I have worn religiously since I got it back in March. It is a skiable piece, does have your little hand gaiters as well, but realistically, this is a statement piece. This is a style piece. Hood does zip up, so you can make this into a little bit more manageable of a situation here and make it look a little bit cleaner. Like if you're going out to dinner afterwards, it'll look a little bit sleeker, but if you're running it on the mountain or on those cold days, we have a great hood and a really nice visor system. But really what we're talking about here is the amount of insulation and the amount of pockets. There are so many pockets in this jacket. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 different pocket options on this jacket, which is absolutely absurd. And the feel is very, very unique. Again, I do not think that this is a piece that most of you are going to be buying at retail, but it's very swaggy. It is very stylistic. And we're talking about a jacket that's like $600 or something like that. So this is not a price point piece, but it is definitely something that will give you a unique look and feel. But it does, again, have some technical aspects to it, including some great two-way zips, side seam seals on the side of the zippers as well. And as I mentioned before, can zip away just about everything on this jacket and make it super, super clean. Did a video a couple weeks ago where I stuck basically everything in the entire office into my pockets, and it is absurd how much I fit like a hammer, a bowl of oranges, a third place award from half pipe skiing from Alex Kaufman. You can fit anything you want in this jacket, and it is very, very absurd, but a very cool piece nonetheless. So let us know what you think. All right, so in your mid-layer category, this is the Oakley Drifto Puff. This is the women's rendition, but they do have a men's one as well. This is an insulated but very, very comfortable and free piece that you can wear on the resort or just around town. I really like the color. I really like the baffles on this thing. I think it just looks really clean. It looks a little bit different than a lot of the other synthetic insulated pieces that you've seen on the market. So if you're looking to just add a little bit of style to your kit, I think this is great. It'll keep you nice and warm. Helmet compatible hood in theory, although you may have some issues in that respect, but how many people are running their mid-layer hood over their helmet and then their actual shell hood over that? Not that many people, but very swaggy, very good looking kit here. Great zipper pulls, hand pockets, and when we get into the inside here, we have a lot more of the same. One more zipper on the inside that has a ton of space, and as a reminder, this is a packable jacket, so you can pack this thing up into this little ball. So if you're a traveling person, this will take up the least amount of space possible. You just cinch it up and put it in this bag. Overall, Drifto Puff is a really nice piece from Oakley this year, and I'm excited to get one in the men's size so that I can rock this baby all day long. Let me know what you think. All right, so this is a unisex kit from Oakley. This is the Jamie Anderson signature kit, which is actually called on the sleeve Airwave Utility Shell Jacket, but it's Jamie A's signature kit, and you should know that it comes with all the tech you would expect from one of the best athletes in the snowboard world of all time. Whether you are in the park or in the backcountry, this has all the stuff that you need, including Reco, including some great ventilation, slightly baggier fit, a little more comfortable, a little more free-flowing, and I really am digging this graphic here. I think that this is something that plays whether you want, like, I don't know, a flashier kit or you just want something a little bit more mellow. Depending on how you look at it, this thing could be either one of those things. As I said, slightly baggier fit as we can see overall here. This is the large, and I actually fit in both the pant and the jacket pretty comfortably. Normally I wear an XL top and a large pant, but even though this is unisex, this fits me just fine, so keep that in mind. A lot of great pocket options, great cinch for the helmet. I really like these pull tabs in the front as opposed to the ones in the back. I think for those of you that want something that has all of the tech features, you definitely have it here, whether it's from the cinch on the helmet in the front or in the back. We have both options. It is completely taped and seam sealed on the inside. Great front pocket as well for anything that you would just need in a quick jiff. You have all your access points right here. We also have a great RFID pocket, so if you got a pass and you need to run it, keep it in your arm sleeve right here. Gaiters, adjustable sleeve, all the stuff that you would expect. I like the brim on the hood a lot. I think that adds a little bit of swag, but it also helps keep a little bit of that snow out and goes over your helmet very nicely. This is a proper helmet compatible hood and will fit over just about any helmet comfortably, unless you have a XXL sized head, which you're used to it at this point. As we get into more of these pockets, as I said, button snaps here, and we have a great zippered chest pocket option as well. We also have some nice hand pockets down below. Ventilation, as we mentioned, on the side here, which goes straight to the inside. So if you need to adjust your layers in any way, this is a shell piece, so keep in mind, probably going to be layering, but if you need to get into those inner layers, this is a great way to do that. As we pull this thing open, really nice touches on the zippers. Zipper feels super clean, it's very easy to use, and is still seam sealed, if I can get it off correctly. On the inside, you can see that everything is taped, everything is sealed. We have skin pockets as well. It just looks really high end and really technical. And overall, I think they did a great job on the jacket. Now on the pant, this is a very basic looking pant. Comes with a built-in belt, minimal adjustment when it comes to fit on this side. However, I think they did a great job of making that like baggier aesthetic work for a technical pant. Still very much a shell pant with a minimal amount of insulation, still with the gaiter on the bottom. Very comfortable, very sleek looking. One back butt pocket, and two great front pockets as well. And then we have a third down near your thigh, so anything bigger you need to carry, this is a great place to do that. I would be keeping my phone probably down near this thigh pocket area because there is an individual separator on the inside of that pocket as well. All in all, great colorway, great kit for one of the greatest snowboarders of all time. Let us know what you think. All right, so this is the brand new Oakley Bald Face Pant, and I gotta say, Oakley has come a long way with their outerwear program. It looks really, really good, and the days of just having matching kits to their goggles is gone. This outerwear is built with some intention behind it, and with Bald Face Pant, we have 20K insulation and waterproofing with their hydro-free system, so it's not Gore-Tex, but it will keep you nice and dry pretty consistently, and that's just the DWR coating that they use. Some great ventilation options available to get right into your base layers or knee braces or whatever you need. Really nice back pockets here, but where we're gonna focus is the front, because I think this pocket orientation is really, really fun. There are side zipped pockets that go right above your thigh. Obviously you have your cargo pockets as well, which are just snap. This side is exactly the same, snap, open pockets. This is for stuff that you're not that worried about getting wet. The stuff that you're worried about, you're gonna fit on the inside of this zippered option here. We also have two really nice hand pockets that are seam sealed and zipped up on the inside as well. Got some great belt adjustment areas here as well, where we have this cinch. So if you don't want to run a belt, you can just make the pant a little bit more fitted to you. Obviously belt loops as well. So we can run a traditional belt if that's what we decide to do. One of the things that I like as well is that we have these snap adjustable elastic cuffs, whether it's for a ski boot or a snowboard boot. We can cinch this to the fit and style that we like. And overall, I just think this is a really clean looking pant. It's something you're gonna see in a lot of the Oakley marketing, especially carrying that bald face name. Overall, really, really impressive product from Oakley, from a company that's not necessarily known for their clothing. I think they hit it out of the park. All right, so this is the women's 686 outline kit, and it is very sleek. For those of you looking for an anorak jacket, this might just be the one to get if you are a resort person. Again, not a touring piece, not a hybrid piece. This is something that you're gonna be relying on to keep warm when you're on the resort. This is a kit that my wife likes actually a lot, and she's probably gonna end up with after this whole thing. Anorak is really easy to get on, which I think is important when we talk about anorak options. It does not have a whole lot of restriction when it comes to actually putting this baby over your head. Opens up huge, so it's really easy to get on. And again, with anoraks, that's the most important thing, is can you like figure out your way to wiggle in there. I like anoraks because they do feel like they're a little bit warmer, feels like everything is a little bit tighter, and obviously you have half the amount of zipper here, so a lot less wind is coming in through the front of that jacket. Obviously, like any good anorak, we have a huge kangaroo pouch for all the snacks, all the items, whatever you want, that is both velcroed and zipped up. So we have like this massive dump pocket in the middle to keep everything you want, but there is also a zippered option for secondary storage as well in the front. Great hood cinches here. This is just a very sleek looking, clean kit all the way through. When we dump this thing off, we can look at just the pant. I like the pant for a couple reasons. One, I think it looks a lot more like a sporty pant as opposed to a ski pant, right? It's got the belt built in. It's got that like Cordura rougher feel to it. So it's like wearing a pair of Carhartts. Built in, we have just your traditional gaiter on the bottom with a really nice elastic stretch here. I will say for ski boots, this is a little bit tight for a lot of people, but it will work for the majority of you without an issue. We have a secondary pocket on the side here. Some really great options in terms of storage for this kit. I mean, you literally could probably fit like 75 seltzer waters in your pocket if you really wanted to while you're wearing the outline kit. And overall, I think it's just a very warm, very durable, and again, price point friendly kit from 686. Their women's stuff seems to be getting better every single season, and I think this is a good indication of the direction that they're headed as a company. All right, deviate and innovate is what it says on the tag, and they are definitely deviating from what we've seen from 686 in the past. This is a very nice, very backcountry oriented, but still price point friendly kit from 686, all in Gore-Tex. One of my favorite parts about this jacket is how big these huge dump pockets are, all with mesh on the inside, and you can see that I've used it quite a bit because there are plenty of high chew wrappers on the inside of this baby. Overall, just a very simplistic Gore-Tex option that's not going to break the bank for you. Not a whole lot to talk about in terms of tech, but it is just a clean looking kit that does the job for a good price point. I do like the articulated cuffs they have on the wrist area here because that just keeps it so that everything feels like it is in the proper length when you go to outstretch your arms. As I mentioned previously, we have very much a sealed up jacket offering here. So this does not have any armpit ventilation at all. This is really made to be like a resort kit or a secondary backcountry touring kit option. Like if I was going to be doing a little bit of side country and doing the resort, this would be a great kit to bring out there because on the inside we have everything all sealed up. 20K, 15K in terms of insulation and waterproofing there. And it also has a headphone loop, which I still don't know why we're doing in 2025, but maybe people are still running wired headphones on a regular basis. I have no idea. A little bit of insulation around the neck area to keep you warm when stuff gets really, really cold out there. But for the most part, this is a shell jacket with a zip-off POW skirt. Overall, just a nice performance-oriented price point Gore-Tex shell. You'll see me rocking this thing a lot this season. Now, when we get to the pant, this is actually where I think the money is made. I'm going to talk about all the features of the pant, but one of the things I'm going to mention right off the cuff here, I think this knee paneling that's like Cordura feeling, very, very nice and keeps things a lot more durable, especially for those of you that are out there shooting photos, those of you that are just like leaning over on the side of a snowbank all the time. This is going to keep things a lot more durable and make your pant last a lot longer. Great openings here with the snaps. Goes well below your waistline, so easy to open up and do your business as much as you need to. It is insulated, and they do use some thermograph in there, so this thing has all of the insulation where you need it and none of it where you do not need it. Obviously mesh back panel here so that we get this, I said mesh, but I mean, you know what I mean, stretchy back panel here, so when you're bending over, the bib actually moves with you and it feels like everything is working in unison. We have some very minimalistic vents on the side, not a huge amount of ventilation. Again, this is a kit that's made to keep you dry and warm, not necessarily something that you're going to be touring in on a regular basis. Nonetheless, some great hand pockets, some great thigh pockets, which I am a fan of. But again, like many of the bibs we've talked about, this is really just for like stuff you're not that worried about getting wet or losing. Maybe it's a snack, maybe it's a drink, I don't know what you're going to put in here, but keep in mind it is just Velcro clothes, but they are in a great position, so when you're sitting on the chairlift you have easy access to that stuff. On the inside here, all the same features we expect from 686. Great gaiter, and if you're a snowboarder, they love you and they love BOA. Hole built right in there so that you can cinch your BOA system while your gaiter is still up, so you don't have to worry about pulling that thing over your boot every single time. If you're a skier, they're working on it for you, I guess. All in all, this is a very sleek, plenty of pocket optioned pant from 686, and I think their clothing line is getting better and better every year. They used to be the company that was known for Smarty, that was known for making these like great value pieces that look kind of cool, but were most of the time cheap. This is actually like a technical enough piece that somebody that goes out on the hill every single day can feel confident that they can rely on their gear. So let us know what you think of the new 686 kits. All right, so my favorite 686 bib of all time, it is the first one that I feel like fits phenomenally well. It moves with you. This is the ATV setup, all Gore-Tex from 686, and there's a bunch of really great features that we can talk about here, including snap closure with the full zip all the way down to your waistline so you can get in and out really easily. We also have some great half zip ventilation on the sides as well, so if you need to adjust a knee brace, if you need to get inside, you can do all that and reorganize yourself however you want to, because it goes straight to your innards. One of the other great things about this pant is that you can actually run a belt on it if you really want to. There are some awesome pocket options, whether it is for a beacon, your cell phone, anything super small, very easy to get in and out of. It also has some great stretch on the back, which I think is one of the things that 686 has missed on a couple of the Gore-Tex versions of this pant in the past. This is a great fitting pant and moves with you really, really well. So I've really been impressed with this thing overall. I think the logo hits, the graphics look really, really sleek. We also have a snap closure for the bottom, so if you want to run that cinched pant look for your bib, certainly can, or you can just leave it open and get a little bit more freedom. Obviously, built-in gaiter, pretty slick little bit here, so if you're running a snowboard boot and you have a BOA system, there is a special BOA secret hole right here, which is very fun. Additionally, obviously, this is a waterproof bib. A lot of great 686 trademark hits, adjustable straps up top here, and overall, I think this is one of the best, if not the best, bib pant that 686 has made to date. Let me know what you think of the ATV series from 686. That was clothing. Are you into the Gorpcore stuff, or shell technical stuff, or hoodies, or what do we like here? Clothing is so personal in the fact that like it makes you feel good if you got stuff that you really like and you feel confident in. And it also is obviously a performance piece of outerwear. So what do you like? What are you excited about? talk to me about what types of things you'd like to see more of in the category. And that's clothing 2026. All right, welcome to the helmet section. There is a lot to talk about in the sense that helmets have a varying range of protection that they offer. Fit is very different, ventilation is very different, weight obviously is different. There's a whole bunch of things that go into deciding what helmet works for your head. We're gonna talk to you about some of the best ones that got submitted. There's a bunch in here and some of them are phenomenal, like some of the best helmets I've ever seen. This is a category that used to be very like, yeah, you're gonna look kind of weird in this helmet, but it's fine, like you're gonna be safer. No, now stuff actually looks really good. You can work it into your ski kit. It doesn't look ridiculous, and I think everybody should be wearing a helmet. If you're not, why aren't you doing it? Try a new helmet. They fit great, they look great. A lot of good things to say, so let's get into it. All right, so the number one thing we talk about with helmets is comfort, and then shortly followed after that is always talking about your safety features, your protection, if you will. Giro does a great job of making a product that is both comfortable and safer for you. They do a great job with protection, they do a great job with fit. And the reason that I say fit is so important is because if you do not like the way a helmet feels on your head, you're not gonna wear it. If it feels clunky, it feels boxy, it's just not gonna be something that you use, and the goal of a helmet is to wear it to help protect you in case of an incident. It also feels like wearing a helmet is just a more confidence-inspiring experience overall. So we have a few really great options from Giro at this point that we'll kind of talk about. First, we're gonna talk all about the Grid. The Grid helmet is basically like your comfort-oriented, very simplistic, traditional all-mountain helmet. So if you just need a helmet, you are your everyday skier, you want something that fits good, is a reasonable price point, has some ventilation adjustability, really, really great option here. Also, I really am a fan of the rubberized goggle strap situation. I think that this is a much better system to use than the plastic clip. I think if it has a plastic clip, most of the time I just end up not really using it or snapping it off or taking it off, whatever. This ends up being your, like, again, traditional, old school, comfortable helmet. Now, what is not old school about this helmet is the spherical technology within it. We all know about MIPS and what that does for concussion reduction. That has been well studied and well evaluated by plenty of different colleges, study groups, et cetera, Now, with spherical added into it. Spherical is Giro's own system that basically allows the entire shell to rotate independently of the outer shell. This gives you a, one, comfortable fit overall, but it gives you an added layer of protection for those of you that really care about safety. I gotta say, I've been running it in my bike helmet all summer long, and it is very impressive to see like what it actually does. And seeing that motion, which you can't see a ton of in this helmet, when you see it in the bike helmet, you're like, holy crap, this is actually doing something positive for me by creating kind of this shearing situation that allows impacts to not go directly into your head. Gives you a little bit of that same idea that MIPS kind of tries to provide you with spherical technology. We also have a fidlock strap, which is the easiest way to get everything all closed up and buckled well when you have gloves on. This is basically like you throw it and it locks into place situation. This is an excellent, excellent closure system, and I would recommend that to anybody. So this is your Grid helmet, and comes in a bunch of different colors, obviously. So if you're looking for that more traditional style, this is your choice. Now, if you're a little more new school, like Mr. Joseph DeBlasio, you are gonna take a helmet like the Tigard and you are gonna rip the ear pads off of it, and you are gonna make this thing as simplistic and stylistic as you possibly can. As I mentioned, plastic goggle clip here, but honestly, most people running a helmet like this are running it underneath their helmet anyway. That's part of the reason you have these ear pads ripped out. With the ear pads in, with the ear pads out, either way, a very comfortable and performance-driven helmet. No spherical in this one, but we do have some tech that's worth mentioning, including MIPS. MIPS, obviously, like I just mentioned in the prior model, very much a must-have for any helmet these days. We also go back to a traditional clip style system here just to keep things super simple and traditionalist. This is a buckle. It's a buckle. It's tried and true. You know what a buckle does. This is probably my favorite looking helmet. Like, it just looks really clean, it's really simple, and it just doesn't look very bulbous when it's on your head, so it doesn't look like you're just rolling around with a soccer ball attached to your dome. This actually sits lower on your head, fits great with a pair of goggles, and overall, really nice option for those of you that plan on ripping the ear pads out and going swag mode. Next, we are going to talk about the Owen, and we have two different colors of the Owen here. The Owen is probably my personal favorite helmet from Giro this year. The reason being is that it comes with all the tech, including fidlock and spherical, like we mentioned already, and MIPS. It also has a much nicer, not BOA, but BOA styled system here that allows the liner to actually compress a little bit more consistently around your head, makes it a little bit more of a comfortable fit. And it also has these protective extended ear pads that actually give you some real protection over your ear holes. Like, this is a good spot for that. And it does come with some ventilation so you can actually hear stuff, which, as we know, is very, very important. If you want to put an audio kit in here, it is just Velcro, you certainly can. I don't see a reason why. I don't really like audio kits in helmets, but that is an option if you choose to use it. This color is pretty insane. Like, it's like this fade to green color situation, and it just looks really, really sleek. And again, this is my favorite option. I think it fits my head the best. And at the end of the day, that's what is most important to Giro. It's what's most important to us. It's like, fit matters above anything else, because all this safety tech and protection nonsense means nothing if your helmet is just wobbling around or you're getting a migraine and throwing it back in your bag 2 hours in. You need something that you can actually spend all day in, feel confident in, and feel like you've got the right product to do the job. And you can definitely get that with any of the Owen series helmets. This is my pick personally for favorite helmet in the Giro line. Clean, aesthetic. Let me know what you think. Let me know what's most important to you also when you're going to buy a helmet. Like, I hear stuff from people in the shop all the time. I hear stuff from people on the internet all the time, but you never really know what actually matters to somebody when they go to buy a helmet. So I very much would welcome your feedback in that respect. I think these are some great options from Giro. What do you think? All right, so probably the most controversial helmet in the Out of Collective office. This is the Pret Fury, and it's one of my favorites, but not everybody feels the same way, and I think that is largely due to style and fit. I personally think that this is a pretty good looking helmet. I like Pret's style. I like that they have this little micro visor thing going on, and I really like the ventilation, but none of that is the reason that I choose to wear this helmet as much as I do. This has your fidlock technology, which is great. If you're wearing gloves, you can just throw that thing up there, makes it super easy, super comfortable. The reason that I actually have worn this helmet for as long as I have is that it is comfortable for my head shape. And that is the thing that I've said it before, and I will say it again, it matters more than anything else when it comes to buying a helmet. Get a helmet that fits your head correctly, that feels good, and whether it looks good or not, I don't really care. I will throw it on for you right now. Because I think this is a pretty ideal helmet fit situation. I will say probably the cheapest of all the faux BOA dials around. Like, this is definitely like not my favorite one. I feel like there's a lot of gap and adjustment. However, the way that it fits on the side of the head feels really good. Feels like I have a consistent and comfortable fit all the way around. And I think that's just like luck of the draw, genuinely. Like, I don't think that they made this helmet specifically for me. I am not that vain. But I do think that this helmet fits a lot of people's needs. If you have a bigger head, consider trying on something from Pret, because they do make these really extra large options that don't look huge, but are very big. When it comes to fit additionally with goggles, Pret started making goggles. They are starting to enter into that goggle space, but they haven't for a very long time. So it is important to note that, like, even though they are not a goggle helmet company, they have thought of the way that almost every goggle fits into this lid integration system. Just makes everything super clean, very flush, no gape or gap, and I think that that is an impressive feat to achieve, especially for a company that traditionally has not sold goggles. It also has some really nice ventilation underneath that brim as well. That kind of allows it to not have so much fog building up. If you're wearing your balaclava over your nose, you're not going to see nearly as much fog buildup. in this particular helmet than you will with some of the other ones that are out there due to that extra ventilation on the brim. Overall, I said it was controversial, but I'm really a fan of this particular model in the Fury. Let me know what you think. Have you tried a Pret helmet on before? Have you even heard of Pret before? Let us know what you think in the comments. All right, so moving on into POC world, we have two different helmets. We have the Obex and we have the Fornix. I had to look because POC does all of these weird names that I can never get right on the first try. But Obex, Fornix, two different styles, two different fits, and really two different purposes or skiers that will end up wearing these lids. Now, obviously, it is important to mention again, because a lot of these are going to be standalone videos, you need to make sure that the helmet fits you. Traditionally, POC has not fit me literally at all. However, the Obex actually does fit my noggin. The Fornix doesn't have a snowflake's chance in hell to actually get on my head. So keep that in mind when you are going to buy a helmet. I don't know how people do that online. I think you need to go somewhere, put one on your head and see how it feels. There are stores dedicated to just selling helmets. So please, go try one on, for the love of God. Anyway, this is a really neat and techy looking helmet. This is for the person that wants all the adjustments, they want all the tech, they want all the small stuff. Even your ventilation system here feels very futuristic, which I think is true to POC's nature. In general, I feel like, yes, they are a protection company, but it always does feel like they go like the extra mile to make things feel shiny and flashy and futuristic. They certainly did that here. Reco built in, we have MIPS, and this is a burly helmet with added protection over the ear holes, which again, any extra protection that you can get, I think you should take it. We have a really neat, albeit somewhat difficult to grab with gloves, rubber situation here that actually will kind of move and adjust so that your goggle strap actually sits in place nicely. We have some added ventilation underneath the brim. Overall, like if you look at the engineering and design in the structure of this helmet, it looks like there is a lot of attention to detail here. I think if this is your style of helmet, I think it works great. POC has always been known to be a protection company, like I've mentioned 75 times. Really what that means is that they care about all the small things, all of the testing and all of the legwork that they go through to make sure that you have a helmet that you can feel confident in. Last thing I'll mention on this particular model, which is similar to many of the other POC models, is that boa, that faux boa style boa adjustment system. This one is actually really good. What I like about it is that you can clearly hear it and feel it engage when you are tightening. When you are loosening, it's almost like it opens up and is a little bit freer, so it'll almost self-adjust to the size that you need. When you are starting to loosen it, it'll just pre-expand to that space, so you're not spending an hour fiddling with it. Really, really nice in the Obex. When we get to the Fornix is like what you think of in a traditional POC helmet, where it is a little bulbous looking. It kind of looks like, what is that, Toad from Mario Kart? Like that is kind of what this helmet makes you look like. However, this is like what you'll see most of the comp athletes that ride for POC on, because it is a comfortable fit for those that it can actually fit. As I mentioned, not a great fit for me, but for many people, this is actually like a dialed fit. Just feels a little bit more narrow than a lot of the other ones that they offer. This does have a pretty trick ventilation system, which you don't usually see on a lot of these like half shell ProTech styled helmets. But overall, I think it's just a nice, clean, protective helmet from POC. Did you know that POC stands for piece of cake? I feel like a lot of people still don't know that, but it does stand for piece of cake. Now, I said it doesn't fit me well. It actually goes onto my head pretty well, but I do feel like it just looks very tall. Obviously, any helmet without a goggle on it does look a little odd, but my biggest issue is that it does feel like it presses on the side a little bit more than a lot of the other helmets that I've worn. Like in my Giro helmet, like I just feel like it has a little bit more space on the side. For me personally, again, one of the many reasons that you should go and try a helmet on. Slightly different faux boa, we'll call it FOA dial system that exists on this one. A little bit more aggressive locking, noise, sound, engagement, whatever you want to call it. This does feel like it is made to be for someone who is putting this helmet through the ringer a little bit more. But overall, ton of different color options. What do you guys think of the piece of cake helmet options for 2026? Let me know. All right, pick your options for head with the new Pharaoh series. We have the Pharaoh and the Pharaoh EXP. These are both phenomenal options from a helmet, from a company that you normally would not be expecting to make a helmet or make a viable helmet in this market that is so saturated with really, really good options. But I think they've done a great job in offering a MIPS product that is comfortable and looks pretty dang good. For a lot of companies that make helmets, they are just helmets, you know what I mean? Especially companies that make skis and bindings and boots and all that stuff. Something's got to give somewhere, but it definitely is not with helmets when it comes to head. As we mentioned on all of these FOA style systems, they are not really BOA, they are just like branded versions. This is again one of the cheaper ones, but like actually has some pretty good grip to it, easy to adjust. I do wish that it was a tiny bit bigger or louder. One or the other would be good so that you can kind of feel like I'm actually getting that purchase that you want when it comes to adjustment. Now, as I've mentioned ad nauseum at this point, please try some on and make sure that they actually fit your head if you have that option available to you. We're first going to talk about the regular Pharaoh. Again, kind of like that half shell style. You're seeing a lot more of this style in today's ski world because it just looks good. It doesn't look super bulbous, and it's just low profile and clean looking, and it fits really good. Where I think Head has done a great job is they've worked with MIPS and done this Integra TX system where it is a much more comfortable helmet liner. It also works in cohesion with the MIPS system that is readily available, so it's not working against you. It's also very easy to take out and clean. I think this is the #1 reason to buy a Head helmet, is if you feel like this does it for you. It kind of feels like a soft puffy blanket on your head, and I really like that. If you get sweaty, some of this stuff does come out, but just note that the regular Pharaoh has basically no ventilation other than the passive ventilation that is already built into the helmet, so keep that in mind. Now, if you want ventilation in tech, the EXP is where you get it. And let me tell you, brother, this is the Audi R8 of helmet ventilation systems. Look at how clean that is. That is swag, and I can see it in the camera lens. I know that this looks good on camera, but one more time, like that is nice. Tons of ventilation in the EXP. You do get a slightly nicer ear pad system that is a little bit more comfortable and actually has like this mesh on the outside of it with nothing in between the outside of the ear, and that kind of allows you to get a little more comfort fit and allows your ear to sit nicely into a pocket that is designed for. It also has a fidlock system, which again, really easy to use with mittens or gloves on, so you don't have to fumble around with a traditional buckle. Obviously, we mentioned the sick ventilation on this thing. We also have a very elastic strap system, which works really well. The way that it clips in is actually very clean too. It's the small things sometimes for people that sell helmets, and with this helmet, this strap is a very nice touch. That coupled with the ventilation, and I think you got one of the most tech looking, fancy, high quality helmets that exists in the market today.
All right, we're here with the Salomon Brigade helmet. Super basic helmet as far as helmets go, no real bells and whistles, minimal venting, a very basic buckle, and you've got your dial fit in the back here that pulls into the ear pads as well. So again, there's not a lot of crazy technology going on, but it is a decent looking helmet, and you do get MIPS protection at a pretty reasonable price point. Things about the Salomon helmet here is that it integrates with all of their goggles. A lot of companies do that, so they kind of hit the nail on the head as far as that goes. Again, kind of tapping into that Salomon ecosphere where everything looks the same and their whole brand has an identity. Things about this helmet too, worth mentioning, is there is a goggle strap in the back. It's fully rubber, which is probably pretty cool for keeping those goggles down, and it does latch in the bottom. It is kind of tricky to pull up, so maybe that means it's more secure. As far as the shape goes, it is more of that round fit, which kind of screams park, for lack of better identification. And again, very basic fit, so not having a lot of adjustability, not having a great liner as far as warmth goes. Again, very much a basic entry-level helmet that does the job. So one cool thing about this helmet is it is entirely made of recycled product coming from, you know, whether it be skis, boots, all the plastics. They did manage to create a pretty cool campaign where they are using a lot of recycled materials, and they did carry that into this helmet here. Everything from the buckles to the shell and the liner itself are all recycled.
All right, so today we're gonna talk about the Sweet Daymaker helmet and the adapter helmet. So these are two helmet offerings from Sweet Protection, which, as the name sounds, is a protection first company. They do a lot of great things in terms of like offering you some protection for your body for skiing, as well as your head and as well as your face. And we're gonna get into that stuff later, but for now, we're gonna talk about Daymaker. Daymaker is basically your traditional visorless helmet. Some really good ventilation, although you cannot adjust it on this version. What this helmet is great for is for those of you doing short touring laps, like, and want to keep your helmet on your head. Ventilation is really good and the helmet is very light. Fit-wise, I would say Sweet in general fits a little smaller than what you might be used to, so keep that in mind as you're going to buy the product. Obviously, like most helmets out there, it does have a dial fit system, so it's really easy to quickly adjust on the fly. We have the ear pads ripped out of this one, but if you choose to leave the ear pads in and be a little bit warmer, that is an option. But if you're going touring, really nice to be able to rip those babies out and it still look like a pretty seamless helmet. So this is actually Joe's helmet, and the reason he pulled the ear pads out is because they are a little flappy and kind of loosey-goosey, and Joe, if you know him, is a very stylistic person and cares about aesthetic above anything. I mean, that's good, dude. I'm fucking rolling here. Come on. A couple of things to note as far as protection goes. As I mentioned before, Sweet Protection is a protection company. So really good coverage, MIPS included in this thing, and overall, I think it's one of the safest helmets that you could be buying out there. And I use that term very loosely because we're told not to say the word safe when we talk about things like helmets at risk of a lawsuit. So keep that in mind. I'm telling you that because that is how I personally feel and not based on anything other than that. Really nice strap system here that actually has some stretch to it, so if you needed to go over a different size band, it can do that very comfortably, and the adjustment range is significant. So even though these are smaller fitting shells, there is a 6 centimeter or so range for adjustment on this helmet, which is great. All right, so this is the adapter helmet, and when it comes to this particular model, it's a performance-driven helmet. So this is what you're gonna see for those guys that like all the techiest gear that's out there. They want stuff that's lightweight, they want it to look seamless with their kit. This is one of the options that you're gonna see. As you can see by this dent in here, we have used this thing pretty well, and I gotta say, this is one of my favorite helmets in the lineup for the Gear Guide this year. Largely due to the way that this particular model fits. I think it's just a little bit more comfortable than a lot of the other Sweet Protection options, but the ventilation is also a key talking point as well. You got a nice little latch system that is not invasive, doesn't look big and bulky, but keeps things simple and cool when you need it cool and warm when you need it warm. Again, really nice strap system here for your goggle. Since Sweet makes goggles, they do a good job at kind of thinking about how the customer is actually going to use this with the product that they need to be able to see going downhill. Last thing I'm going to mention here is that this liner can come out very easily cleanable. So if you're a very sweaty person and that is an issue for you, this has you covered. One more thing, I guess, before I close this one out. It fits pretty seamlessly with most goggles, but the one type of goggle that I've found does not fit great with this is cylindrical styled goggles. I feel like they fit a little bit weird up against this hard ridge here, and that's where you get weird gaps in the top. Like, you don't want to be out there with a gaper gap situation all day long. You want to feel like you're fully kitted out and covered all the way around. Try it with a cylindrical goggle first and see how it fits. Again, that is not like a huge sweeping generality or anything. Try it with the goggle that you have and see how it works, but highly recommend making sure that that fit is locked in. Let us know what you think of the new Sweet Protection lineup for 2026. There's a lot of really good options, and I gotta say, pretty good colors too. All right, how do we feel about helmets? What do we like? What do we feel like people are doing well? What do you want to see people add into helmets more in the future? What can they do better? That's really the question that we want to ask you. And have you found a helmet that you're looking forward to wearing in the future? Let us know in the comments. All right, welcome to the eyewear section. This is one of my favorite categories to talk about because I think what you wear on your face really makes a difference in the way that you look and the way that you ski. Seeing well on the hill is a non-negotiable for me. I'm one of those people that if it's like gray or overcast out, like I can't see anything, especially in a lot of the goggles that are out there. And if you're a New England skier, you know, gray days are the norm. So what goggles work best for that? What goggles will go over a pair of eyeglasses? What are your options? And then what sunnies should you be wearing for ski touring? There's all kinds of stuff to talk about in this category when it comes to lens tech, comfort, fit with a helmet, and so much more. So let's get into it ASAP. All right, so moving on to some goggles from Sweet Protection. I will say Sweet makes some very sweet products. This is the Durden Rig, and this is the Jackson Hole specific combination. And the reason that it is a Jackson Hole specific combination is because this is what the team over at Jackson wanted for a lens. It is light, it is easy, it is perfect for overcast, and coincidentally, those conditions that Ski Patrol was so worried about and wanted this lighter lens, New England sees like basically every single day. So if you're looking for a great overcast lens, the one that comes on this Durden is phenomenal. We'll talk a little bit about the lens in a second, but I really want to talk about the fit of this goggle because I think it's one of the best fitting cylindrical goggles on the market right now. It fits very nicely. Obviously, I don't have a helmet on, so any goggle is going to look a little weird. But I think that the way that they've made this thing fit between most people's forehead and cheekbones so that it doesn't feel too oversized is really nice. Many people will be able to fit a pair of eyeglasses underneath here too. While it is not a complete OTG goggle, it is worth noting that many of you will be able to make this work if you're not wearing contact lenses or you just don't need, or you need glasses in some capacity at all. I also just like the way that it feels. I think most of the Sweet stuff feels very fancy, very bougie, very high-end, and it's worth noting that I think this is one of those goggles that is worth spending the money on. Now, when we talk about lenses, obviously it does come with a secondary lens. There is no quick swap system here, but it works very similar to a Ziploc bag where you're essentially just peeling the goggle apart until you find the right place to latch it all into. I will say, not the easiest system to use, but this is typically a goggle that you're gonna pick a lens and run that lens for the majority of the time. If it was a super bright day, they do include a darker lens, but for me, somebody that like can't see very well, and when it's overcast, I like have a panic attack about what I can see in front of me. This light lens is the best lens that I've used in a very long time for overcast days. It is very similar to that high yellow that was really popular in like 2008 to 2012. It gives you kind of that same feeling without any of the weird glare and reflection where you can like see your own eyes on the inside of it. This does not do that, which is really cool. All of their rig systems have basically this contrast boosting that goes into it, very similar to a lot of the other options that are available from other brands these days. But overall, a very impressive lightweight goggle at a pretty reasonable price point. They're like 150, 160 bucks or something like that. So if you're looking for a great performance goggle and you're always worried about those overcast days, fear not, Sweet Protection has something for you. All right, so this is the Sweet Protection Conner goggle. I never thought that I would be sitting here talking about Sweet Protection goggles because it just felt like an afterthought when they first came out a couple years ago. When they made their way to the States, it really didn't feel like something that was fully cooked. Now we have this product that I think stands up against just about anything else that's out there. We talked about it with the Durden, but I think the lens quality of that rig reflect system is really, really impressive. It just feels like you have a great peripheral view of things, but you also get that contrast that people are really searching for. You talk about it in like Oakley with the Prism system. You talk about it with Smith and Chroma Pop or Happy Lens from Spy. Rig is Sweet's option, and I gotta tell you, it works really, really well. Now, while this lens color in particular might be a little dark for those of us skiing in New England on gray days all the time, it's a really good lens for those of you skiing on sunny days or out west. It is fairly easy to change with just like your traditional like Ziploc bag style lens swap system. But overall, the Conner is the one that you're seeing the most play on the mountains these days, even though I really think the Durden should be the one that most people are using. this is a phenomenal spherical option from Sweet. Slightly undersized for what you would see in comparison to a lot of the bigger goggles that are out there right now, but it's nice because it actually fits with a helmet pretty seamlessly. It's pretty comfortable, and the ventilation with that triple layer face foam is really, really good. They also have added vented ports up top, which allow for, you know, if you're breathing with your balaclava over your nose, less likely to get fogged up in an instant. Still not the proper way to be doing things, and you probably shouldn't do that anyway, but if you do it, you probably won't go blind in 30 seconds. So really nice goggle overall, and one of the things that we talk about with Sweet all the time is protection, and this goggle feels very sturdy. You've got a hard plastic frame, as opposed to a lot of the stuff out there right now where you see is very flimsy and very easy to move. This actually feels like you're wearing something with the intent of protecting your face. And whether that's with the lens or the actual body of the goggle, I think they did a really good job. Aesthetically, Sweet just nails it for me. It hits the style that I really like. I don't think that, as I mentioned, this would be the lens that I would necessarily be using on a regular basis, but I think just like strap color, adjustability, and the way that the thing looks overall is really, really impressive. They've done a great job in entering probably the most saturated of all markets in the ski industry, so I'm pretty impressed overall with what they have to offer. Let us know what you think of the Sweet Connor. So since we are talking all about eyewear, it would be a problem if we didn't mention any sunglasses from Sweet, and these are the Shinobi Rig Reflect options, 2 different colors, same pair of glasses, really, really nice. And again, talking about protection, face coverage, this is just a really solid sunglass option for somebody that's looking for something that doubles in the winter, but also in the summer. So you get good coverage if you're gonna use this thing ski touring, but you also have a really adept cycling glass, which is nice. Overall, I think they look really good. They're definitely sporty. You're not gonna catch me wearing these like all the time, just walking around. They do have a really easy lens swap technology that you just pull back this little tab here and the lens will come out nice and neat. The nose piece pushes back and you can just swap out your lenses depending on what you need. So if you need to put in a clear lens, you need to put in a darker lens, you can do that pretty much within a couple of seconds here. Clicks nice into place. So overall, just a really simple and well-fitting pair of sunglasses. I don't know, again, that this is necessarily my style, but these are Joe's, so I don't really need to worry about it. You tell me, is this a pair of sunglasses that you would be wearing, or would you be never wearing these things again? So this is the UVEX Mountain Tour. This is a goggle unlike anything else that is available on the market right now. It is foldable. So if you want a pair of goggles that fits really easily in your pocket, this is pretty rad. And I will say, they're actually pretty functional. Like I've used these seriously on the mountain a few different times, whether it be with the clear lens that these have in them now, or the blue lens that is made more for brighter days. It's actually a pretty unique product, so if you really like the fit of goggles, but you don't want to lug a pair of goggles up with you, this is nice because you can just stick it in your chest pocket in your jacket when you're up on a tour. Really anti-fog, which is crazy because they're basically just swim goggles. Like these are essentially just like a pair of swimming goggles, but there's no contact with your nose whatsoever other than the very high bridge, which allows for the best ventilation that you can possibly get. It's really simple and it's a pretty ridiculous product, but they're cool, man. Like I've had a bunch of people in the DMs like asking where they can buy these things seriously, and I'm not really sure what people want them for, but for a given person, I guess this is a really unique thing to have in your arsenal. And in all seriousness, it's just really lightweight. It's really cool. It's really different. And the fact that it folds is pretty nuts. Like even if you just want to talk to people on the lift about like what kind of stuff you're using this year, like this is a really cool talking point for you. So what do we think of the UVEX Mountain Tour? A very unique goggle system.
Here we are, taking a look at the Salomon Sentry goggle, which features their Sigma technology in their lenses. Super run-of-the-mill goggle, no fancy bells and whistles, but it is a really solid product. Nice thing about this goggle is that triple layer foam, which keeps it nice and ventilated, and really helps that fit against your face, really kind of capitalizing on that great field of vision. Things about the strap here, it is adjustable, but you can't switch it out, nothing crazy there, which is kind of nice because then you don't have any hinge points or anything to snap. It's just, again, very standard product. All of their colors and their designs on their stuff this year kind of works in an environment system, or an ecosystem. so that these colors match their skis and other products that they're featuring in their lineup this year. Things about their lens technology: it's a really great lens that's super adaptable, very variable, really allows you to really just feel confident regardless of the conditions, regardless of the terrain, all around, you know, pretty low maintenance product. So lens change for the Sentry goggle, very much just your standard pop it in, pop it out, no magnets, no hinges, no plastic parts again. All it does is you pop it out by bending that frame, which is flexible, and then pop in your new lens, which does have these notches that lines up with your little notches in your frame.
All right, so two really fun options from Giro for goggles. Now you may know Giro as a helmet company, you may know them as a cycling shoe company, but they make some of the nicest goggles equipped with Zeiss lenses. So highest of quality lenses you can expect to see in any of the Giro products that you're gonna be exploring, and especially the ones that we're gonna talk about today. This is the Giro Method, one of my favorite cylindrical options in the field for 2025. I really just like the way that it fits, and I like the way that it feels in hand. Like, it just feels durable. You have this almost like PVC styled framing on the goggle, so it doesn't feel like something that's just gonna like break apart and just be trash in no time flat. Great ventilation up top. Overall, I think this is a very safe goggle. That is a word that I keep using and I keep trying not to use because our attorneys, if we had any, would tell us not to. That being said, I do think that having something durable and harder around your face is probably a good idea protection-wise, so that everything doesn't just collapse on impact. When I say cylindrical style, this is a little bit different than a lot of the cylindrical options that you'll see because it is a lot deeper. Most cylindrical goggles are made to be super simplistic and like very thin. This is the opposite, where it is chunky. I like it just because I think it actually helps with the fit on the helmet. It allows for, when I'm wearing a helmet that has a brim on it, it just allows for a little bit more of a seamless fit overall. This lens is really cool just because like it has a really wide VLT range, which is basically like your acceptable light tolerances, if that's how you want to think about it. VLT is essentially like how much light is coming into that goggle. And for this one, we have a range of 19 to 42. So wide range, but really this is like your everyday lens. If it is reasonably sunny out during the daytime, this is the lens that you're gonna want. Just a comfortable fit, slightly smaller, maybe a little undersized. So for me personally, just like a little smaller than what I'm used to, but a very comfortable fit for most faces out there right now. Next, we are gonna go right into the comp. The comp is kind of like their flagship model. Very easy to change the lens out. I think like that's probably one of the most simplistic designs. You have a couple little plastic tabs here and a hook on this S3 lens that allows for you to quickly change out that lens in a beat. It also has some magnetic retainers on both sides. So we're not relying only on the clips, we're not relying only on the magnets. It just allows for something that is easy and reliable. And again, super high quality lens, but you don't always need a dark lens. Sometimes you need a light lens, and if that's the case, they do offer one of the nicest lens options for low light conditions that is on the market right now. This has a hugely effective range for those of you skiing at night or for skiing in New England when it is overcast almost every single day. They also have this like DVO style situation going on up here where it's basically just like some ventilation, but it's not just mesh. There's actually like this rubberized material that sits in between here. Just makes it a little bit more durable. Also helps with a lot of that ventilation and reduces some buildup as well. Triple layer face foam, which we know from many of the goggles that are out there right now, just allows more comfortable fit without getting sweaty. Keeps everything fairly anti-fog. Oversized adjustable clasps here, so really easy to just grab and adjust to the size that you need. Not a lot of messing around with a single strap adaptation that somebody created in a basement somewhere. This is the tried and true system, just with slightly bigger tabs. So if you need to grab it with mitts on, pretty easy to do. Great fit here for a spherical style goggle. This is probably the one that I would be bringing out on most days. It's comfortable, it covers a lot of your face, but it also gives you great peripheral vision. So if you need to see things on your sides, like this is probably the option. And that's always the argument for a spherical goggle versus a cylindrical, is that you do get more peripheral vision. And obviously that is important if there's tons of skiers out there that are just out of control, things you need to see that are going on that you may not see otherwise if your peripheral vision is blocked. This allows you to get clear vision all the time. I do really like this combination of lenses. I'm not a big fan of like that fire red that's out there. I actually think if it's a bright sunny day, I want like a black dark lens so that things actually seem consistent and clear. The Zeiss lenses, whether it's the S1 or the S3, are really, really quality lenses that don't just like rub off the second you take a goggle cloth to them. This is a lens that has kind of stood the test of time, whether it's in a camera or it's on a goggle or a pair of sunglasses. I think the reliability concerns are zero there. Like there is no doubt in the function of this product when it comes to the lens. Overall, this is my setup. Low light lens with this comp goggle. What do you think? What kind of goggle are you going to be running this season? All right, so 2 goggle options from Belay. Belay is making a comeback and they're starting to work their way, we will say, back into the hearts of many in the ski industry with the addition of the Alien series. Like they have proved that they can make a swaggy, very futuristic looking product in the Alien, but they also have the Black Ridge, which is their photochromic system. This is basically just one of the lightest goggle options that we have in the test, but with the phantom lens technology, which is adaptive. So it will change depending on the light conditions outdoors, just like many of the photochromic systems that are out there. Just a nice, lightweight photochromic option for those of you looking to have multiple lenses all baked into one. I will say one of the smallest openings for your face that exists in goggles today. It just looks really, really tiny. When you are inside, like you have this goggle on, it does feel like it opens up a lot more. But I would imagine that you're gonna have some difficulty if you are running a pair of eyeglasses underneath. I can't imagine that this fits very well at all. Triple layer face foam, like I mentioned, great lens, easy traditionalist adjustable strap, and overall just a really nice, clean looking rebranded goggle from Belay. Now, when we talk about the swag of the future, it is the Alien series. This was a limited run product that they did last season, and obviously we had to cop a feel on both the goggle and the sunglass. Very similar to the sunglass, it has like fishbowl style lenses on the bottom, so you get as much vision as you possibly can. I mean, you can see your toes when you're looking at the moon, and this is technology that has never been done before. It goes over your nose, and surprisingly, zero fog at all. Like this has been one of the most surprising products in the test because I thought this was just a vanity thing, but it has a lot of tech baked into it. Really, really nice lens. I should say lenses, you know, because the bottom ones, but very comfortable, actually fits with a helmet very well. And I've been very impressed with how functional of a goggle this is for being something that looks so obscure and odd. I'm a huge fan. Like I'm gonna wear these every day, like pretty much all the time. So let me know what you think of the new Belay series. Are they back into your hearts? Are they gonna be back into your homes? And will they be back into your wallet? Let us know. If there was ever a time to talk about fashion over function, it would be right now. And that is for the new Belay Alien series. These are hyper limited edition options from Belay. Normally you would think about Belay as offering like a price point goggle or an OTG or just some sunglasses that kind of look like, you know, old school race sunglasses. But they decided to get into the hype beast category this spring, and obviously we had to have a pair. These are basically wearing a windshield on your face. The lens is really nice, but obviously what we are talking about is the peripheral view that you get in something this large. Now, at $500 or so, I am not necessarily suggesting this is a functional purchase for most people. However, I do think that this is something that I'm gonna have until I'm 80 years old. These are very cool, they are very hip, and if you wanna talk about something in the lift line, I've never gotten more, well, maybe with the shred shocks on my feet, but other than that, like, I think this is the most commentary I've seen on a product in the lift line ever. Actually pretty lightweight, pretty comfortable. I've worn these on the road bike once or twice and they are pretty funny. The lens is really nice, it's very clear, but again, it is like wearing a windshield on your face. Now, where I was surprised was in the ski goggle. I thought I was going to hate this thing. It is so big, I didn't think it was gonna fit with a helmet very well, but let me tell you, this is swag. This is what swag looks like. If you were about to go, hey, how do I look the coolest possible on the hill? This is a statement. And I think that this is actually potentially worth buying because many goggles now are $300, $400, $500 anyway. So for a $500 or $600 product, this is pretty impressive. You also get like that aquarium effect situation here where you can actually see underneath because of the glass panels on the bottom of this goggle, which is pretty insane. Ventilation is really good. I haven't had any issues with it fogging up, which is hilarious because this goes all the way over your nose. Like your nose is in this thing. When you're on here, like my nostrils are not in here, but your nose is on the inside of this goggle. I think it's really cool. I think it's cool that Bollé is pushing the envelope in terms of like what is possible with a goggle. It feels very much like a concept piece that they've made and put into the world. But I'll tell you, gotten a lot of people that are like, if you don't want them, I will take them. But let me tell you, I want them. All right, so we got a bunch of different Scott goggles in for the really big gear guide. And I have to say, for somebody who is used to like selling a $35, $40 pair of Scott goggles in a shop and I haven't touched a pair of high-end Scott goggles in a minute, I'm super impressed with how nice these things are, especially in the React series. Super easy lens change system like we talked about with Giro. Very easy to clip in hook side, and then we have a latch system that goes on the other side, and they also utilize a little bit of magnetization so that this thing snaps right into place with ease. So this is one of those things that like if you have an extra lens in your pocket, it's a super quick, easy solution to get a secondary pair of lenses in there, whether the light just changes midday or you're somebody who is super finicky about the way that the light comes into their goggle. This is very, very important. And it's nice that it has like a solid locking mechanism. A lot of these systems just don't lock into place very well. This actually has a hard lock. So you don't need to worry about the thing just popping off. Triple layer face foam, so obviously very comfortable, very anti-fog, and just in general, I think it makes the goggle look very clean. It also allows for a little bit more depth on the goggle, so when it's sitting underneath your helmet, it sits flush with the brim. I think that is very important to many of us that are deep in ski culture. We don't want gaper gap. We want the cleanest, most seamless fit that we can get. And Scott has done a great job of making goggles, whether it's a spherical, a semi-spherical, a semi-cylindrical, or a cylindrical. They make all of the options for you. The lens tech is pretty incredible too. You just get a super crisp seaming lens all the way through, whether it's the low light lens, which we don't have in any of these, but whether it's the low light lens or it's the darker lens, I think that this is just a very comfortable and durable system. One thing that I really like about this particular model is that it does not have any frame on the side, which extends your peripheral vision a little bit more than normal. Just allows for you to get every little bit extra that you can when it comes to depth perception and being able to see the entire mountain in front of you. I think they did a great job with that. As I mentioned previously, I think sizing is really important when it comes to goggles. Just get the one that fits your face the best. I know that most medium and oversized goggles fit me really well. So for this, it was a no-brainer. I just felt like this thing fit with my helmet and on my face super cleanly and consistently across the board. Overall, I've got no complaints about Scott at the higher end of things. I think this, even just going to that traditional strap adjustment style, is really nice. And again, similar to what Giro did, oversized, so easier to use with gloves, mittens, whatever. And just a nice, clean looking goggle in a ton of different color options. If there was an accessory company in skiing, I think it would be Scott. They make very, very nice accessories across the board, whether it is goggles, whether it is some of the outerwear pieces, or whether it's the poles that have been like in the industry for like 100 years at this point. Scott makes really high-end equipment, so make sure that you put some respect on their name when it comes to the performance side of the world. All right, so this is the Velan Heron Glacier, and this is your glacier goggle. So if you were looking for something that gives you full coverage of your eye holes, this is an excellent choice. Very stylish, comes in a bunch of different lens colors, bunch of different frame colors. This leather bit in the front here does snap off, so if you just want to wear it a little more casually, you can do that. Overall, definitely a smaller fitting glacier goggle. Like, I don't know that this fits my face that well, but for many of the females that have tried this on, this is like a perfect fit. Or if you just have a smaller face, I have a very large head, so like this is a small fit to me. It may be a large fit to somebody else. Overall, these are very durable, lightweight, and just like a nice, clean looking pair of glacier goggles. Does have some nice adjustable ear hooks as well. So if you just need that real cinched in ear fit, you can get that as well. Or again, if you have a bigger face, this may make it easier for you. You just straighten these babies out and you have a straightaway pair of sunglasses. These are about 150 bucks. I think this is an excellent and very viable option in the glacier goggle category that is obviously not flooded with a ton of brands. I think this is just simple, clean, lightweight, and it looks really good. Does the job for what it is meant to do. Overall, W. All right, so this is the Velan Watchtower. This is a very nice multifaceted pair of sunglasses that you can use for ski touring, just driving around, just looking swag, whatever you want to do. This is a very nice and probably my favorite of the Velan offerings. It's comfortable, it fits my face great. I will say the one thing that I wish that was a little bit different is I wish that this had a little bit more of a boxy lens style to it. It does feel like your periphery gets cut off a little bit on this particular lens. However, if you are just using it as a multi-function piece of eyewear, I think this is a great choice because it is stylish, it looks good, and this Cat 3 lens that they run in it is great for a bunch of different light conditions, whether it's overcast or you're just ripping around your car you're ripping around in your car during the day. This is a really solid lens, just very clean, lightweight, easy to take care of Velan Watchtower. All right, so this is the Velan Ski Aviator. This is your après go-to sunglass. It is very aviator-esque. It is very clean, very Euro looking, I might say. Very nice lens in this baby, and it feels like you are wealthy when you are wearing it, especially in this like Tommy Hilfiger looking colorway. I think that this is a very functional piece of après gear. If you need something like this, this does pair excellent with their visor that I have left off of my head for the time being. But this is just like a great addition to any après kit. If you're walking around a mountain town, all of their lenses are designed to reduce some of the glare that you're gonna see coming off the snow. And overall, just a nice functional pair of sunglasses, a little smaller fitting than a lot of the other aviator styles that you'll see out there. So if you have a smaller face, this may be a perfect fit option for you. What do we think of the new Velan line for 2025, 2026? Let us know in the comments. You've heard of 4K before, but this is 5K in the brand new Head Nevis Pro goggle. And I gotta say, for a company that's really known to make skis and boots and bindings, this is a really impressive product. The lens technology is the main talking point here, where they have their 5K lens, and it really offers that contrast boosting that you've seen from a lot of other companies, but at a new level. The clarity here is really, really impressive, and that's really what they're trying to drive home by calling it a 5K goggle. Now, one of the things that you'll notice the second you put on it is that everything actually feels, even inside under fluorescent lights, this feels really, really clear and really consistent. Both of these, even though they look very different from the outside, almost have like an orange hue, which is really interesting because you're talking about a light blue lens and a gold lens, which typically would be like your low light and your dark day or your bright day lens options. They look really good. They're really simple. I think the head logo and the core logo is a little big, but if you're buying a brand new pair of head core skis and you want to be like dripped out right now, this would be a really good option for you in this particular colorway. I think offering a second lens would be very beneficial to them, but right now, this is the lens that comes with it. It doesn't have any crazy quick change lens system, but it does work very similar to many of the other cylindrical lenses that are out there in the sense that it just works like a Ziploc bag and you peel the thing around. Now this 5K lens system also is very scratch resistant. So you're not gonna see as many scuffs. It's not gonna look as beat up over a long period of time. The blue would be more like your average low light kind of day, right? This is the New England lens color. This is like your brighter days. If it's Bluebird out there, this is an awesome choice because everything feels like it is very bright, very vibrant, and the contrast is noticeable in comparison to a lot of the other products out there. I will say, normally when you talk about a goggle being made by a ski company, there's not a whole lot of benefits to it. It's just a goggle so that their loyalists buy it. This is not the case here. This is actually a really impressive goggle, and the fit is also excellent. Okay. Fits with a helmet really well across the board. It is comfortable, it is wide, and the nose piece on this one is actually kind of splayed outwards so that it fits a little bit more comfortably if you are deciding to wear a pair of eyeglasses, or even just if you're not and you just want it to feel a little bit cushier on the bridge of your nose. Also allows for it to not push down as much when your helmet is on, and I think that that is a really cool aspect of this goggle. Overall, this is an awesome option to consider for your next goggle purchase. This is one of the hardest categories to talk about and one of the hardest categories to decide what to buy. So I'm curious, has Head sold you on the new 5K system yet or not?
All right, so we're probably now getting into one of the more fun brands of the entire gear guide, and that is Pit Viper. I think that we all kind of associate Pit Viper with just having a good time. So whether that's on the slopes, party at college, hanging out with your best friends, something like that. Pit Viper's all about having a good time. Each one of these has a pretty funny name. I don't know all the exact names, but I was just on the website scrolling through, looking at some of the different products, and I think I'd just ramble a few of these off. So we got the Black and Out, the Actual Bush Original 2.0. That one's open to interpretation. What else do we have? The Combustion Admirer. It's a pretty good one. And then we have the Actual Bush Turbo Shaft. Pretty good stuff. Like I said, when I think of Pit Viper, I think of a good time, I think of smiling, I think of hanging out with friends. But what I don't really think about with Pit Viper is like the performance aspect of things. And each of these sunglasses kind of surprised all of us here at Out of Collective in a unique way. So each one of these products kind of has something different or unique about it. And so like the goggles, for example, like I think people's biggest qualm with magnetic lenses is that they're going to fall off, that they don't connect great when it's snowing out, blah, 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 blah. I mean, these ones, they work great. This particular lens, or goggle rather, comes with two lenses, one for low light, one for when it's sunny out. Goggle case, also kind of like some of the other goggles that we've been talking about throughout this gear guide, the case comes with a hard side. So again, when you're just gonna yeet this into your bag after a snow day or a ski day, it's going to be protected. And then again, thinking of weird products that you're going to be using in times that you didn't think you were going to be wearing a Pit Viper. If you're going backcountry skiing, this sunglass is also a great option. Fits great. It's got foam on the inside, keep you warm while also allowing for some pretty good ventilation. I'd recommend this on a tour. You got the Jabber Pro model. Just like every other goggle and sunglass we have here, tons of fingerprints all over the lenses. You look fast as heck. And there's not much more to say about that one. They look great. And then this sunglass here, this is the type of sunglass that I think you'd wear if you just started dating your girlfriend and you're meeting her parents for the first time. Outside of this selection, Pit Viper's got so much to offer. Pretty stoked on how the performance has evolved over time. So yeah, get out there. Let us know if you have any questions on any of these, and we'll see you on the next one.
All right, so we've got some product in from Julbo, and before we even get into it, I just want to say the Julbo photochromic system in reactive is probably the best photochromic system that is out there. I don't even really think it's that close, and if you are considering a lens that can actually change with the light outside, this is really the only company that I would be pushing you towards, and that's because it changes so fast. It is like when you walk into a room, it's not dark for 5 minutes. It is like within 20 seconds of being inside that room that your lenses have now adapted to whatever that is. And if it's for a goggle, obviously there are tons of high and low light days that just constantly are going in and out. This is an awesome lens choice for somebody that is worried about the lens or the light changing pretty frequently. So shout out to Jilbo for doing that. This is really, really nice. And it's a product that I think doesn't get enough play or airtime. Like, people don't talk about it enough. Really, really nice company. They make awesome products overall. The launcher is the goggle that we're going to talk about first. And this is really cool because it's like a semi-cylindrical shape that allows you to get some of the spherical aspects that people really like in terms of peripheral vision, but it allows for a really nice fit and look on your face that cylindrical goggles offer. Now, if you're going to be touring and you find yourself getting really hot and you got your goggles on your head or whatever, Jilbo has this nice system that allows the lens to actually come off of the frame a little bit, and that gives you that extra ventilation that you need so you don't get to the top of your skin run and decide, oh, I can't see a single thing out of my goggles for the rest of the day. Not the case here. Really intuitive system. They've done this for a while, but they've now brought it into some of their more shapely and more hip looking goggles. This is probably the goggle that I've gotten the most commentary on in a serious note. Like, obviously we talked about the Alien and people asking me about it, but this was a goggle that people were asking me online and stopping me in person. Like, what goggle is that? Where did you get this? Colorway is just really good. It looks really sleek. And this lens in particular in the Reactive 1.3 is awesome. So if you're gonna do a one lens to do everything type system, this would be the one that I recommend. Moving on to the Razor Edge, this is a, again, sort of spherical, sort of cylindrical option from Jilbo. This is a fixed lens system, so none of that ventilation, none of that extra movement, but a still photochromic design that allows you to have whatever you need to see what is in front of you at any given moment, at any given time. Really nice there. Does have a nice little notch as well in the nose piece area, so you still get some of that nice ventilation. And if you're gonna put your buff over your nose, which you shouldn't do, it will give you a little bit more venting so that you're not fogged up in 2 seconds. The fit, depending on your face, obviously that is something that we talk about with the goggles a lot, is how does it fit, where does it fit, who is it for, try them on with your helmet, blah, blah, blah. This is a little bit smaller than the launcher, and I think for people with smaller faces, this is actually where you would wanna go. The launcher is really for people like me that just have massive heads. It works really great for what I do and for my face, but again, try them on, make sure it fits. And if you have questions, reach out to those guys, reach out to us, because they're really responsive and really dialed in with their tech. They got one of the best teams in eyewear, period. We are also gonna mention some of their like touring friendly athletic sunnies. This is the Edge, and the Edge is really cool because just like I just did, lens change is really, really easy. This is still a photochromic lens. You don't need to do this all the time, but if you decide like I really want a super dark or a super clear lens to swap out for my intermittent style photochromic lens, this is a breeze. So easy on and off. I can't wait until we see a little bit more of this coming to ski goggles, because this is just a super simple, really locked in system. They do also make the Mountain Goat version of this thing that comes with a detachable nose piece and also sidebars. My dog ate the sidebars, so I don't have them to show you right now, but they're basically just little wind jackets for the side piece here. The nose thing also comes off really easily. You just take that baby down, and we have a beautiful pair of simple photochromic lenses that I have ridden my bike with all summer long. This is the one that I use for riding on, like in the trails. This is the one that I use for riding on the road, just because this is your 0 to 3 and this is your 1 to 3, and that allows you to have the correct range that you need for whatever you're doing. Obviously, if you can get 2 pairs of them, I think that's great, but for most of us, really just one option would be the Edge in the cover, especially if you're looking for the nose piece, like you're up on Mount Washington or you're doing some exploring. This is a really cool choice for somebody looking for a multi-use style of sunglasses. And I will say, they look really good and they fit really good. Like, I wear these all the time just casually, and I don't think I look like a doofus. So Really cool. Other small attention to detail thing is their goggles sock ships with like a hard protective insert in it so that your goggle does not get all jammed up. Again, attention to detail is a big thing for this team, and they have definitely knocked it out of the park once again. So let me know, are you into, I don't know what I just broke. Are you into this style of sunglass, this style of sunglass, this goggle, or the intensity that we'll show you later? Let me know.
Next up on the list is POC. What do I think when I think of POC? I think of a brand that's been here for quite a long time, providing solid products across everything from pipe to park to GS, everything in between. POC sent over a few different goggles and a sunglass. And the first one up is the Nexel. Some things to comment about this whole entire line generally across the board is that POC is first and foremost a protection brand. So what does that mean is that things run a little bit bigger. Putting these on, they fit a little bit larger than maybe your typical goggle because it is made in mind with protection first. Being a little bit bigger, that means that the fit is a little bit different also. These goggles, the Nexel specifically, have padding underneath, so it'll fit your face a little bit longer on the bottom. I think that for me personally, I kind of like that, how it fits, especially there's, you know, pock marks in the back here. So if you are sweating or you're looking for better ventilation, this system here doesn't necessarily affect that, so you won't be fogging up more. These goggles also have a switch on the top, so that will help ventilation as well. So just increased airflow, letting you not fog up, be able to see things as good as you can. These also have POC's tried and true clarity lens technology made by Zeiss. So that is just increased contrast, allowing you to see everything that is on the hill. Like I said, POC is known for their lenses, for their tools that they make across the board. So park, pipe, GS, racing, everything that you could possibly imagine. And this clarity technology really helps you see everything in front of you, whether that's moguls, jumps, spotting your landing, everything in between. And Zeiss, obviously, an unbelievable brand that makes top of the line lenses, everything that you see here. And then also what lenses are being used to film this video right now. So Zeiss, great brand, helping make great products. Last thing to comment on these goggles are the outriggers. Being a cylindrical goggle, oftentimes, you know, when you put these on your face, you might have a tough experience with the fit. These outriggers help the fit become a lot more personalized to you. This is the POC Zonula. This, straight out of the box, is an extremely interesting goggle. This thing is stiff. I think that was the first thing that I noticed when I picked it up out of the box. It's got these plastic kind of strap outrigger things. I think that what that does help with, again, is fit. And like I said before, POC is a protection first brand. Having this plastic outrigger like right where your ears are going to be, right on the side of your cheekbone, might help if you are a racer or if you are somebody that's kind of in a high intensity environment where things might be coming at your face side to side. These lenses, just like the Nexel, are peel off. So what does that mean? Just your typical goggle interchange system. Just plug and play with all the different points. Is it the best system that I think is out there for swapping goggles and lenses? No, I don't, but I think that it is easy enough. And again, for a brand that is protection first, it makes sense that they would go with something like that. Also using the Clarity Zeiss technology in these goggles. Last commentary on the goggles across the board. Both goggles come with an interchangeable lens system. So the ones that are on there right now, obviously for your sunny days, these are for your cloudy days. Also Zeiss Clarity technology in the secondary lenses as well. Last up on the list, we have the POC Devour. The POC Devour is one of those sunglass goggle type combos. It is a really interesting product because it has that foam piece on the top that kind of rests on your forehead, and then it also has adjustable arms as well as these eye jackets on the side that kind of acts as a shield for the sun when you're touring. These are probably touring first sunglasses, so you're not going to be bringing, you know, 16 different goggle sunglass combos when you're going on a tour. I think that for me personally, the downfall to this is the fit. It does, like I said, have the adjustable arms. However, you'd think that with the adjustable arms, it would allow for some flexibility on the upper fit, like where the forehead is. I just can't seem to get this thing to fit perfectly on my forehead. But like I said, that is not the same for everybody. Adam's tried these on, they fit perfectly on his head. I think that this is the type of thing that you walk into a shop not expecting to buy it, you leave with it and you find that this could be the perfect thing to bring on tours if it fits your face, to reduce having to bring sunglasses and goggles out into the backcountry. And the last piece of commentary on this is that it is a fully modular product. So this foam piece on the top does come off. These side eye jackets, shield things do come off as well. And then next thing you know, you just have the regular sunglass offered by POC that a lot of people are using right now for cycling or maybe on those spring tours when it's a little bit warmer. All right, so this is POC. This is everything that they sent. I'm a big fan of a lot of it, but what do you think?
That was eyewear. How do we feel about it? What do we like? What do we think is the most stylish pair of sunnies this year? What goggle do you see yourself fitting into the best for next season? You tell me, because there are so many options, and honestly, there's so many more that we could have stuck in here, so let us know what is missing. All right, welcome to the bag section. This is my favorite category to talk about because there is so much, and I think a bag makes the day that you're gonna have, especially if we're talking about touring bags, but also if we're just talking about travel bags that make your life easier when you're on the road and just trying to have a good ski gear, like good ski day. Obviously, there is a ton of stuff that you need to carry with you all the time when you're a skier. We know this, stuff is expensive. You wanna make sure stuff is organized and you have the best bag so that you can have the best experience possible. There's so much great stuff out there, so let's get into it now. All right, so this is the Mystery Ranch Scree 33, and it is an aluminum framed touring bag, basically made from a company that comes from Colorado. They make all their bags in Vietnam, but over the last few years, they have gained a ton of notoriety in the touring space because they just make really high quality bags. I like this bag for a number of reasons. One, it's nylon, it's lightweight, and it's got an aluminum frame. So if you're gonna go on a bigger trip and you need to carry a bunch of stuff with you, it actually feels like you're not carrying so much weight on your bag, on your back rather. I think the attention to detail here is really important. So we'll kind of walk through some of the features here, but there is a ton of different ways to get into this thing, a ton of different storage options, which is really cool, including top storage for like your easy access stuff. This is where like you would put your shades or stuff that you would need in an immediate situation. Great spot for that. You can open this baby up right here and get into the bulk of the pack. It also zips down from the middle here. When you pull out the extender, you get a little extra volume. And then if you wanted to, you got your bag fully packed, we could split this thing open like we're doing surgery and get access to everything that we could possibly need. Nice individual storage components built in as well. Overall, I think when I look at bags, like bags are probably my favorite category of product to talk about because a good bag makes any trip so much easier because you can find all your stuff and it's all where you need it to be, right? Like everything is organized, everything makes sense. And I also think that like durability is the number one thing that people want to talk about when it comes to like a touring bag. This feels burly. And I think like that hand feel is a really important thing to be talking about when we talk about bags and quality and durability. Like everybody talks about Dyneema and whatever. It's not a Dyneema bag, but it's also a $275 bag and not a $500 bag. We certainly have some of those in this guide, but I think if you're looking for a good bag that does everything, I don't want to say on a budget because $275 for a bag is still a lot of money, but it does everything that you want. This would be like your one bag that you go to when you're like, I got a big trip coming up, I need to make sure I have everything with me. Maybe you're doing a short overnight. Great option for that. We'll take a look at the back because fit is super important. These things come sized. This is the large, extra large. I'm 6 foot tall, 215 pounds. This is the size that fits me really well. They do have a great size guide as well on their website. The other thing that I think is a really important feature to note is that you can run a hydration pack in this thing too. So if you're one of those people that likes to run hydration packs, this is an option for you. Overall, again, hand feel, I think this thing feels super durable. In all of our testing, these bags have performed really, really well. And I think for the money, one of the best bags that you could possibly buy. One of the other things that we'll just mention really quick, I think the weight distribution, because of the way that they do these straps, is excellent. So it doesn't feel like you're carrying a ton of weight. Joe actually mentioned this is like the heaviest bag he's ever picked up that's empty. And it's not really true, but like the second you put it on your back, it feels exactly like you're carrying a book bag. It's not anything heavy, it's not anything extraordinary, and it's all because of the way that they distribute the weight that is on your bag, on your back. I've done that 3 times now. On your back with the strap system that they've designed. It kind of gives you that floating feel where like you have a ton of stuff back there, but not all weighing you down the whole time. So great touring bag option for people looking for a larger sized touring bag. Highly recommend the Mystery Ranch Scree 33. All right, so this is the Pingora Vivid 27 bag, and first and foremost, I think that this is an awesome bag made by a company that is small but growing. They do a great job of offering a variety of packs out of Colorado, or out of Utah rather, and there's a lot of features built in that you can tell are built in by somebody who actually goes skiing, and I think that that's always an important thing when you're talking about a product, is like, do the people that are making it actually use it the way that it's intended? And I think the truth with Pingora is that they do. There's a lot of things like these little strap pockets that are very cool. Okay, you can fit a water bottle, small water bottle or a flask in here, put your car key in there, put your phone in here. Really nice, easy access right on your main backpack straps. Also can open the thing up fully from the back. So if you want to dump everything just out into it, that's great. Little mesh pocket here. And again, full access to the rest of the pack from this back corridor, which I think is a nice feature. We also have straps around your waist, which again, reduce the amount of weight that you're gonna feel onto the back. They also do a metal frame, like a small wire frame that goes around this thing to help kind of give you some breathability back there and make sure you're not sweating too much when you're carrying a lot of load. Also, great feature. More straps on the waist strap, or on the waistband rather. Great top pocket that has a couple different sections to it. Front, you can open up and get easy access to all of your Abby gear. Excellent pack for $179. Micro daisy chain, which is worth mentioning as well. A little smaller than the normal size daisy chains that you'll see on a lot of bags. Overall, I just think that this is a really nice bag and available in some very cool colors. I think this is a good bag for somebody that just wants a bag to have. How many times can I say bag in a review? I think this is a good pack for somebody that just wants to be able to go on a quick day tour. This will carry everything you need and then some. If you're going on a longer trek and you got a bunch of heavier stuff in there, I don't know how great it'll be. Obviously, I think a bigger size would probably do you some benefit. Some of the tester feedback has been that like if you do put a lot of stuff in this bag, you're gonna wish that it had a bigger metal frame to kind of support you and keep it a little less sweaty. That being said, all of the testers have acknowledged that if you need a bigger bag, just bring a bigger bag. Like if you're going on a big trip, this is probably not the right bag, but for short trips, lightweight, easy missions, this is an awesome product for 179 bucks from a small business. And I think that that's what we're all about in 2025, is supporting small businesses. So this is your Pingora Vivid 27. All right, so this is the Pingora Vivid 35. This is an awesome bag. We talked about the 27 already, but now we're gonna talk about the 35 because I think this is a great utility bag. Again, made by Pingora, who are out of Utah, and they're making some really, really nice, high quality, attention to detail products where you can tell that the people that made these bags actually go skiing, they actually go ski touring, they care about the features, and they want those small functional aspects in a bag that they may not have ever had before. Like on your shoulder straps, great pockets available. You can fit your car key, your phone, a little water bottle or a flask right there. There's a secondary one, which is great. Can fit a hydration system if you need to, I'm sure. Ski carry options, micro daisy chain, little cinch situation here, and it is expandable up to about 40 liters. This is a really good utility pack, and I keep saying utility pack or versatile pack because this is something that you can use as a day touring pack, as like I'm just gonna go make laps at my local resort and I wanna have my stuff with me. This is great for that purpose. Does have a wire frame throughout the back here to try to keep some of that weight off of your back and feel like you're not sweating so much the whole time. I will say, for if you're gonna stuff the thing and put a bunch of heavy stuff in it, there's metal frame options that feel like they kind of set off your back a little bit more than this one does. However, you still get some of that nice float, which is a great feature regardless. I think the fit is excellent in these bags. Again, I am 6 foot tall and 215 pounds, and this fits me perfectly. Great option. You can dump everything out and get easy back entry access, which is a very cool feature. Couple more entry points from your zipper here. Full roll top style with a cinch. And one of the other things that, like Joe mentioned, is you can fit a laptop in this front pocket. So like if you want to use this as like, yeah, it's 200 bucks. It's not the most expensive bag for sure. I think it's actually a great value for a really nice bag. You can use it as like your school bag if you want to. Like, it's a fully functioning backpack while also being a great ski touring bag. And I think that that's what people kind of look for when they're looking for this size of bag. They want something that can kind of be a multi-purpose tool. And that's really what the Vivid is in the 35 size. Highly recommend. They come in some great color options, and it's a very cool company. So highly recommend checking out their bags.
This is the Raid LF30. This is probably one of my personal favorite packs in the entire group. There's so much to say about Raid and about this pack, but I think that one of the coolest and most interesting parts is that this company seemingly like came out of nowhere within the past year or two, and just about all the biggest names in ski mountaineering and ski touring have been using it the past couple of seasons. And I think that when this pack came in, at least for us here at the Out of Collective, we were a little curious to see what the whole hype was about, because to start, I mean, this is an expensive pack. It's one of the most expensive packs of the whole bunch. It's $3.99, I believe, so it's definitely not cheap, especially for just a 30-liter pack. However, it is unique in a few different ways. One of them is just the material. It's not designed to be necessarily the lightest, but it is designed to be light. They actually say that on the website. There's so much to talk about this pack in terms of how versatile it is. Not only just as a ski touring and ski mountaineering pack, but also just as a general pack. I've used this pack to get me from airports to hotels. I've used it to store laptops and other just personal stuff, and it meets the bill in all of that. But the versatility is especially useful in ski mountaineering and ski touring because of all the different compartments and abilities to access the different things that you want to use. So whether it's a small side entrance on one side, or it's trying to access your probe or maybe your shovel handle via the bottom, there's different pockets for just about everything. It's 30 liters, fully expandable. In the inside, it's kind of separated into two different departments. One, you got stuff for your skins, and then two, there's a whole big pack also where you have your probe or your shovel on one side, which you can access on the bottom, and then for whatever you didn't use, again, probe or shovel, there's a whole other pocket just for that. There is rear entry. As you can see, full aluminum frame, nice mesh pocket, full rear access. Got nice big hip pocket on one side, nice little quick access. Maybe you're putting, you know, some snacks or something on this side. You got A-frame fully rigged up already for you. Don't need to do any customization on that part, or if you're into a nice little ninja carry, you got that too. Also a full other pocket if you want to keep, you know, I don't know, other snacks or other things there. I will say my biggest complaint about ski packs in general, where's the water bottle pocket? One of the best parts, again, I just said there is no water bottle carry on this backpack. Very disappointing amongst that and all other ski backpacks, but there is a built-in helmet carry. So all that you do is just slide your helmet in the top, clip it up. there it is. No need to put anything on the back. That helps with a lot of the weight distribution, just keeping helmet, goggles, anything else that you want to keep in that top area. Outside of that, I don't think that there's a single backpack in the entire world that is worth $400 except for this one. This is the nicest backpack that I've ever seen in my entire life. It's worth every single dollar. And if you're looking for something to upgrade your game, looking for a new pack in the ski mountaineering, ski touring world, this is the one for you.
This is the Dezotell design bag. They have a million of them that you can choose, and you can customize whatever you want on their website. This one is one that they made for us and sent it to us. It is bougie. I will say that right away. Made in the US, all handmade, all custom. Very, very cool that something like this exists, but again, it is for a price point. Like, these are like $550. Now, before we move on to why, I just think it looks really good. I think being able to customize the product that you want is a really nice feature, especially when you're talking about this high-end technical equipment that you want to keep forever. I have no doubt that I'm going to own this bag in 15 years, and it's still going to look really, really good. I've had it for a little while now, and it's worth talking about because I think they're kind of in that upper echelon conversation of quality and that sort of high-end material. Now, Dyneema all the way through the front of this pack. I got my little custom topo pink action on the side. Aesthetically, I think it looks really good. Obviously, you have daisy chains on the front of it, but it's also nice that you just kind of get some rugged zippers that you can dump storage into. There are compartments on the inside of this as well. It is a roll top bag. This will go all the way to like 50 liters or something like that. Similar to what we talked about with other bags, this does a really good job of weight distribution, so it makes it really comfortable to wear. Even when it's fully stuffed, it doesn't feel like you're carrying a ton of weight. I think the one thing that I would maybe say this bag could benefit from would be a metal frame, like some of the other bags have, just because when you're carrying this much weight, you may want that frame to kind of lift off your back and keep your back from getting super sweaty. $550, $600, whatever, is a lot of money. Obviously, they do have cheaper options that you can customize for yourself, but I think if you're looking for a bag that you can use for all your adventures as kind of like an all-encompassing product, I think this is a phenomenal option. Obviously, you have spots for ski side carry over here. You get the peace of mind knowing that this is an American-made product if people really care about that. I think that that is a huge feature for those of you that care. For those of you that don't care where your bag is made, then that literally does nothing for you. The last thing I'm gonna say here is that I really enjoy all of these extra side pockets that they put and side access. I am a huge fan of side access in bags. I think I am less likely to flip my bag upside down, dump the whole thing open. I am much more likely to just reach in there and get what I need to get. We did a video last fall on this bag, and we were talking about the fact that it's just huge. When you open this thing up, you literally can almost fit a human inside of it. So tons of storage. Obviously, all of the nice daisy chain up front gives you a lot of opportunity to hook extra equipment on the outside of it. But overall, I just think that this is a really well-made product. Very nice. It's just expensive, but that's what you get for a handmade product that is like custom tailored to what you need. So this is the Dezotell design bag. All right, so this is the Hyperlight Aspect 32, and you've probably seen this bag on influencers, athletes, and everybody in between because it gets talked about a lot. Now, I will say this is a very controversial pack when it comes to what our testers felt like. I, as a person who really likes the look and the aesthetic of things and the feel of things, really like this bag. It's super simple. It doesn't come with any extra stuff. It is a Dyneema shell. It is $349. And if we're being honest, it just looks swaggy. Like, you look like you know what you're talking about and you know what you're doing with this bag on. So if you need bonus points in your life, this is probably a great way to earn some of those bonus points. Daisy chain up front, ice axe holders, which is great. Now we're gonna talk about some of the negative stuff, which there is a remedy for. There is really only two ways to get into this bag, from the side and from the top. There is only one extra pocket on the top, which again is nice to be able to access what you need right there. The biggest thing with most of the Hyperlite products is that they're customizable in terms of your attachments and your straps that come with it. There's really no way to hook up a ski without all of the Hyperlite attachments afterwards. They did send us some straps, so we did not have that issue, but it doesn't come standard with a helmet strap or with straps for your skis. I will say my favorite part about this bag is probably gonna be the least favorite part for a lot of other people. I just like how airy the back of this feels. It doesn't feel like it's super, super heavy. I like the way that the straps are positioned. However, I will say I do not like this waist strap at all. I think that this should be a little bit nicer and a little bit more comfortable to wear so that it can distribute the weight a little more evenly. There is a dedicated skin pocket on the inside, which is really nice. And overall, I think if you're buying this pack, you're buying it for a purpose. You're gonna go and you're gonna take your camera bag attachment and stick it on the outside, your ski attachment, your helmet attachment. You're gonna do things to this bag that make it the bag you want it to be. It's not cheap to do that, and this bag isn't cheap to start with at $349, but it is very nice, and it feels high quality. I don't want to sound like I'm just like talking negatively about a bag like this, because I actually personally really like it. But I do think that there's definitely areas where you're gonna feel like this bag is falling short for a $350 product, including the waist straps, including the lack of a helmet carry option. There's definitely things that I feel like those are things that you can definitely remedy a little bit. The entry points, I really would like to see an additional entry point in the back, but on a 32, it's probably not super necessary. It's just an opinion that I have. Overall, I really like this bag. I think it's beautiful, it's swaggy, it's all of the things that you would want a bag to look like, but there's a couple things kind of missing in order to make this a perfect touring bag. But as far as like a go-to day pack, I really like it. I think it's a great option. If you're into the techie durability story, Hyperlite is a great option. All right, so this is the Deuter Freerider 24. I already thought that this is one of the best bags that's ever been made before they did an update for next season or for this season. This is an extremely impressive product from a company that really makes some of the nicest bags in the entire world. As with all Deuter products, everything is really high quality, great zippers, great pulls, great adjustments that are available. On this one now, we get a metal frame that goes on the outside of the pack to make everything feel like it's a little bit lighter. And even on a size 24, you can fit a lot of stuff in here. So you need it to be comfortable. You need it to feel like the weight is off and you're not getting super sweaty. Great, great design feature here. You can also run a hydration pack, which is worth noting before I forget. Great hip pockets. Straps are also padded, so it's a little bit more comfortable than other packs at this level. I'll open it up for you so you can see it a little bit better on the inside, but sectioned out, really nice. Blue sign approved, which is a nice little note there, nice little tag. Top storage. I have Chris's gloves in this bag, which is a nice feature. Chris's gloves don't come with all of them, but they do also send you a nice helmet carry. Ice axe carry, great feature on the front. I also think that like all Deuter bags are made to be multi-use packs. So like if you were to roll up to school with this bag on, you wouldn't feel like a knucklehead and you wouldn't feel like, I don't know, Gorpcore bro. You would just feel like I'm wearing a nice bag that does everything that I want it to do. Side ski carry is available, which is great. Tons of extra straps to cinch things down. As I may have mentioned before, depending on how we edit this, there is a nice little soft pocket, which I really love and a lot of companies have stopped doing. But this is nice to just stick a pair of sunnies in or your goggles and not have to worry about them getting scratched. I think that's a very small feature that people miss all the time. As far as like weight and functionality, I think this is really one of the best bags that has been made in a very long time, because it's for the average consumer. The guy like me that's usually just touring up the local resort, that's usually just going to a small zone and spending half the day there, a few hours there. I leave these bags, like I have a few pairs of a few sets of the Freerider Pros. I literally just leave all my Avi stuff in there. I leave all my gear in there, and it's just like the bag that I go and I grab and I'm just like, I'm out for the day. And I know where everything is. It's easy to organize. It's lightweight. It's comfortable, breathable, all the things that you want, and it's a reasonably good price point. Deuter Freerider 24. This is another not skiing specific bag from Deuter. This is the Duffel Pro 60. This is a carry-on sized duffel bag. It's a perfect duffel bag. Joe literally just asked me, what's the difference between this and like a Patagonia Black Hole? The pockets are better. That's a simple answer. One, more pockets, right? We got side pockets, we got side pockets, we got side pockets, we got pockets within both of those pockets as well. We can keep things separate. I have fit a week's worth of activities in this bag multiple times without having to check it. So right away, that is a huge win. The other thing that I'm gonna say about this bag is it doesn't stink. Like, I have left so much gross stuff in this bag for like months after a trip. You open it up and for some reason the bag still doesn't stink. The other reason that I'm gonna mention this thing, it just looks really good. It's a good looking bag. It's a duffel that does everything. Everything is really well thought out. The bottom is a little more durable than the side. So if you beat this thing up and you're tossing it around, TSA is beating up your luggage. This is a great, great bag option for you. And honestly, for people like me that treat everything that they own terribly, this bag has lasted me 3 seasons. That is a crazy feat. I've probably been on 20, 30 flights since then with this bag, and it still looks like it's brand new. I could put this thing on eBay today and I would probably get retail for it because this is actually a pretty coveted product, even though it's not as known in the US. Yes, everybody that's, you know, thinks they're in the know is gonna go, oh, what about the Patagonia Black Hole? This is a better bag than the Black Hole duffel all day long. Okay, Blue Sign approved, really nice quality bag from Deuter. They come in a bunch of different sizes too. There's a 40, 60, and a 90. I could talk about this bag all day long. It is phenomenal. All right, so for this one, we're not gonna talk about a ski bag specifically. This is a bag section, so I felt like we could just talk about whatever bags we wanted to. And like I've mentioned a million times before, I just really like bags. Like, I think bags are probably the most important piece of gear that you can own other than the actual main gear that you need, like skis or boots or whatever. I think this is the next most important thing. This is the DeBlasio riding series, and this is the duffel, this is the pack. The reason I bring these up is because I think for people that just need an easy, lightweight, durable pack to go touring in, like up the resort, great value, not super expensive, super clean looking, daisy chain, hip straps, adjustable here. I've used this as a school bag, I've used this as a work bag, a travel bag, and the nice thing is it matches with the duffel. So like, you have a nice matching kit here for like 300 bucks for both. This is a great, great deal. The duffel is phenomenal. It's a little small for a lot of ski stuff, but I think if you just need like your go-to stuff to keep this in your car like I do all winter is very, very nice. Just the way that it all works together is great. This is your essentials that you're gonna use on the ride. This is all the stuff that you would need to put on your body. Like, this is your clothing, your gear. It doesn't get gross in here. It's got some antimicrobial features. It feels like it's like insulated. It's got some meat to it. Extra zippers and storage options as well. Very simple, very clean, durable duffel bag option. And again, matches nicely with the backpack. I think this is just important for us to talk about because it's just a nice bag set. So for people who aren't hardos, that just want a nice bag, this is a great option from a company that you wouldn't really expect to make a nice bag. So shout out to DeBlasio. This is your DeBlasio riding backpack and duffel. All right, today we are talking about the only dedicated travel bag in the entire Really Big Gear Guide. This is a bag and it fits in the bag category, but it is very different than all of the others because this is for those of you that are actually transporting your gear to the resort on a regular basis or traveling with your gear. Now, this is a boot bag, so it does fit all of your boot essentials very, very easily on the inside of this here pack. We have a couple really easy systems to get that job done. In the back, we have a padded laptop sleeve. We have a whole bunch of extra space as well. On the sides, we have additional pockets for a water bottle or something small if you need it. But the core of this bag, and the reason that so many people love this thing, is the inside. So this is all super neatly sectioned out so that you can access all of your gear in one easy place. You can fit your jacket in here, fit your pants, fit all of your ski essentials in one place. So if you're traveling, this makes life a lot easier, and this is a carry-on size. Now on the inside, this is where the magic happens. Define your ski journey, Diamant skiing, okay? So this is a lined boot-specific holder for your boots, basically, and it will drain. It is very, very water resistant, and it keeps everything else in the pack super, super dry, but a great place to just store your ski boots safely so you don't have to have them on the outside of your bag through the airport looking like some kind of world traveler. You can just look like very sleek and put together. Now, if you do want to show off some of your gear on the outside, they have a really nice helmet attachment that comes on inside that top pocket as well, that hooks up together so you can carry your helmet on the outside of the pack. Overall, just a really well-built pack, very nice feeling, and just feels like high quality craftsmanship. And again, tons of pocket options, tons of storage availability here. Nice mesh panel here, so if you're gonna put your goggles, your sunglasses, whatever, you can rest assured that these are going to be protected the entire time. Additional front pocket storage all the way throughout. And I mean, realistically, this is just an all-encompassing ski boot bag. If you're used to buying like a trans pack, this is the next best thing, where it actually can functionally store all of your gear in an organized and clean fashion. Shout out to the guys at Diamond, because they've been making a really nice product for a few years now. And although they're new and they're young, they're figuring stuff out rapidly, and this bag is a great example of that. That was bags for 2025, 2026. What do we like? What do we not like? What did we wish that was in this guide? Give me all the feedback in the comments. That's really what we're looking for here more than anything. And I know the brands are paying attention, so if you feel like a bag is missing something, put it in the comments and I guarantee you they'll start paying attention to what you're saying. All right, that's it. Really big gear guide 2025-26 is wrapped. That was an insane amount of work for all of us, but we really hope you get something out of it. And we're really, really looking for feedback on this thing, because this is the first year that we've ever done, and honestly, that any ski media company has ever done something like this. So it's really important to us that we hear from you guys, the consumer of this product. How did we do? Did we do a good job? Do you want to see more of this? How much of it did you actually watch is another question that I think I have. And I just wanted to say a quick thank you to all the brands that participated. I know it's a big risk, and I know we asked a lot of you guys to actually like get this product to us and make this thing happen. And you're taking a risk on a smaller brand that, you know, this has never been done before. So this is a brand new thing that there's no track record for, there's no reference point. We really just wanted to see how we would do with the biggest possible gear guide on YouTube for the ski world. It means a lot to me that people watch this thing. It means a lot to me that brands supported it. It means a lot to me that all the testers came out and spent their time, effort, and money to get to where we needed them to get to and spend their days skiing with us. So thank you to everybody. And hopefully we'll see you on another one next year, and we'll keep doing this thing until I'm 85 years old and my opinions change completely, and maybe nobody will care about me then. So have a great time, have a great day, have a great season, enjoy, and until next time, peace.